Hasan Piker, socialist, communist,
radical left influencer.
Hasan Piker.
Dirtbag left.
Hasan Piker.
Pro-terrorism, pro-Hamas.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker. Going on this vulgar rant, mocking wounded war vet for losing his eye fighting for our freedom in Afghanistan.
Have you ever heard someone mention the Streisand effect and wondered what they were talking about? This phenomena is named after actress Barbara Streisand. Sometimes when you try to cover something up, you end up bringing more attention to it than if you had just let things be.
The assemblyman will not denounce Hasan Piker, who said,
America deserved 9/11, dude.
The assemblyman just said in his response,
Hasan Piker says America deserved 9/11.
There you go. There you have it.
My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
Now to the Michigan Senate race, where El Sayed is campaigning in Michigan.
Appearing on stage at 2 Michigan campaign rallies.
He's proactively campaigning alongside Piker.
The man who says Hezbollah's flag is his favorite because it's dope.
Why would you align yourself for raging anti-Semites?
Who has defended Hamas terrorists.
Calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the government evils. Lesser of two.
That's what I find a bridge too far.
When I went up to my good friend Chat and said, hey, can you walk me through some more controversial statements of Hasan Piker, even ChatGPT went out of its way to soften the edges of Hasan and give me context. Thanks, but no thanks, ChatGPT.
Hasan Piker is campaign poison. Placing yourself on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue is only going to make you look bad. It's going to be good for me. It's going to be good for the candidates that I work with. Turns out it was true. Abdul El Sayed at 27%. Oliver Larkin. Melat Kiros, everybody.
Nice to meet you, Hasan.
Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you for having me.
Oh my gosh. What's going on, man?
What's up, dude? Good to see you again.
I really enjoyed that, yeah. How have you been?
He's trying to get that out.
Wow.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny and mostly sunny, quite nice, quite pleasant Denver, Colorado. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We are live. We're alive, and I am in the heart of America, Denver, Colorado. Even though, and I don't know if people will agree with me on this, Colorado has always given me the vibes of a Pacific Northwest state, even though it's obviously not. And I'll get into that in a little bit, but we're here in the heart of the United States of America, Mile High City, baby. You already know what it is. The altitude is high, but the spirits are just as high. I just saw Lucifer on my way over here, but this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'ma do. Underground Airport Demon Horse statue, let's go. That's right. we're here and we're queer. Well, not me, but you get the point. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you all about my personal news and about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button, press the stop streaming button. It's Sunday, June 14th, 2026, 11:10 a.m. in Pacific time, 12:30 p.m. here in Denver time. Is that Mountain Time? Is that Central Time? I don't even know what it's called. But one of those different times that I normally never find myself in, but I am excited to be in right now. And not being gay during Pride Month is homophobic. Well, guess what? You got me. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're live, we're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. It's Mountain Standard Time? Well, that would make sense, wouldn't it? Because this is literally, this is an entire state on top of a mountain. Very, very high. But yes, nonetheless, we got a lot to talk about. We have a lot going on in the world. I'm going to get into all of that in a moment, but this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. And obviously, one thing that I have to mention right at the start is the New York Knicks. The New York Knickerbockers have defeated the San Antonio Spurs on a rousing 5-game NBA Finals. And after almost 60 years, the New York Knicks have won and are now the NBA champions. New York is in a golden era, ladies and gentlemen. Folks, New York is in a golden era. And it's happening. It's happening under the guise of a Sharia law supporting Islamist, jihadist, communist, Zohran Kwame Mamdani. The fans destroyed the city. Nah, man, you listen. You only say that because you must have watched clips on Twitter. Okay, the vibes were fantastic last night, and I'm going to tell you all about it in a second. But this is partially when my personal news turns into like actual news. But obviously, I ended the broadcast last night. We're supposed to go to Pride, but unfortunately, it was so far away, and then I had a bunch of other obligations. We couldn't get Austin to show up on time. It's my fault for the most part. But yeah, I went back. I had to break down my setup because I was flying out to Denver early in the morning. And for that reason, I couldn't attend the Pride or the numerous Knicks watch parties I was invited to. But throwing gay people under the bus, shaking my head, homophobic ass. Yeah, I mean, what do you expect from me? Come on. But yeah, of course I'm going to throw gay people under the bus. When have I not done that? One specific gay person. But yeah, as I was saying, it's my fault. It's almost entirely my fault. Obviously, I just didn't plan ahead of time. I guess. Sorry, my schedule has been unbearable, and I'm really fortunate to have people around me that will bear with the unbearable. In any case, I came back. We broke down the setup, packed all my suits. I tried to pack this one to the best of my ability so it doesn't get fucked up in the suitcase, but it did get fucked up in a suitcase, unfortunately. In any case, get an assistant to do your scheduling, bro, please. First of all, I do have someone that does it. I think what you fail to comprehend here is that there are only a finite amount of hours in the day. So what I need is someone who can, I guess, manipulate time and space rather than someone who's capable of scheduling arrangements. It's just that I have too many obligations back to back to back. So, where was I? Yeah, did you party last night? No, of course not. So I packed all my stuff. I went to Noah's and I watched it with the Chapo boys and Noah. Okay? Chill affair. It was not so chill because obviously I was in the room with a bunch of diehard lifelong New York Knicks fans who were losing their minds. And I knew once again, as always, that regardless of the Spurs keeping up the pressure for the first 2 quarters and even into the third quarter, that the Knicks were, of course, going to bring it back. And they certainly did. 15-point disparity. They brought it back, as always, and they won. And let me tell you, okay, the city lit the fuck up. The city lit the fuck up. It was incredible. It was an incredible experience to briefly be a part of. I walked around a little bit, saw the celebrations, saw the fireworks, saw people losing their minds, and I went to bed, woke up early, got on a flight, flew to Denver, Colorado, got to the hotel, and set up the broadcast, and here we are. Okay, I'm wearing the new mouse suit, by the way. This is a forest green. Cis straight dudes are the only ones engaged? Not in New York, buddy. Food here is ass. I hope you haven't eaten any of it. That's crazy. Is it bad? Something's got to be bad because it's beautiful. Denver is beautiful, so I assume there has to be a delicate balance, right? So I suspected it'll be the food that's not that good. Who knows? In any case, yeah, we're here, we're live, we're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. That's all I got for personal news. I'll obviously talk about the Knicks celebrations and the media coverage as opposed to like what things look like on the ground. 53 years, man. 53 fucking years. And obviously the consequences of this will be felt by this will have an impact on the American socialist movement, in my opinion, a positive impact. And so much more. So what is this? Denver wrote about your rally from denverite.com. Do we have a blast off meme? Yeah, New York was lit, dude. New York was lit. And I'll tell you this much. I don't even know how I fell asleep last night, okay? Because it was loud as a motherfucker. It was loud as hell. Yeah, another Q4 collapse for the Spurs. They got crushed the past 2 times. Yeah, the quarter-by-quarter point analysis obviously shows that as a young team, first of all, I'm going to give you my sports analysis in a second. Before I do that, let me just blast off. Do we have a blast off meme? Do we have a blast off meme? Knicks, Denver, Jalen Brunson blast offs. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, chatter. Okay. Gotta try the Rocky Mountain oysters. Isn't that like a meme food or something? What is that? Isn't that like nasty? Am I crazy? Set to it run. Thank you for the gifted subs. The Spurs need to fire their coach. That dude has zero business being a head coach in the NBA, especially after blowing the 29-point lead in Game 4. It's testicles, right? Okay. I have had them. I've had bull testes before, if you recall, with Liver King way back in the day. I wasn't fond of it. Anyway, we're blasting off, folks. We're blasting off. We're live. We're alive. Piker Broadcasting Service live from Denver. Live from the headquarters of Lucifer. Live from Mile High City. Every time you have sex in Denver, you're technically a part of the Mile High Club. Today, our socialist nation of Mamdanistan celebrates a momentous triumph as our glorious Knicks comrade Jalen Brunson, the captain himself, is defeated the menacing capitalist Spurs. All praise to Supreme Leader Zohran Kwame Mamdani, for it is his noble wisdom that we thank for this great socialist victory. That's right. As propaganda minister, I have now traveled to Denver, Colorado, where hopefully, surely, we will also foment socialist revolution in Denver, Colorado. Speedmet Zohran, yeah, I saw. It's awesome. We'll look at that as well, obviously. But yeah, let's start here. Okay, let's start here. Let's start at the game. Left-wing mega streamer Hasan Piker coming to Denver for Kiros and Gonzalez event. Melat Kiros earlier interview with Piker drew over 400,000 views and criticism from a prominent Jewish group. Denver right here. Let's go. Fa. Yeah, Diane DeGette, Malat's opponent, has also instantly did a clip copy on me as well. OKC series destroyed Spurs gas tank. Knicks were too much, too good. Every game they came out playing good and died out, and no one got their clutch gene. Yeah, no, I think one of the major issues is Wembanyama getting gassed too much by the fourth quarter, not having enough in the tank, and perhaps more consequentially than anything else, they just don't. They can't shut it out. They can't see it through. They do not have the clutch capacity. It's not a clutch gene necessarily. Okay, it's something that you absolutely can train. Shut the fuck up. No, I mean, it's true. It's literally true. And they also played hardball as well. Like, I mean, dude, Wemby was bleeding out of his mouth. They were literally playing 90s style ball. A lot of people criticize Wemby for being incredibly violent. Okay, a lot of people were like, oh, Wemby's like constantly shitting on Brunson, constantly pushing Brunson. There was the neck check, all the stuff. But Wemby was getting his fucking ass beat, okay? One of the metas that the Knicks unlocked was to never allow Wembanyama into the paint. They realized early on, if Wemby can get to the paint, there's nothing you can do about it. You can lob whatever ball you want. You can have lobs that go nowhere. Wemby, with his long-ass fucking arms, can grab it and dunk it in. So in order to stop him from entering the paint, they would just beat his ass. A lot of people don't pay attention to like off-the-ball movement and off-the-ball violence, and therefore they didn't see how much Wemby was also getting his ass beat. Here's the thing. It was absolutely, I think, a much more physical basketball, much more physical finals than what you normally would expect. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. But ultimately, here's what I will say. I mean, dude, Cat was in foul trouble. He got fouled out. Like, what are we talking about? Well, the last foul was kind of bullshit, if we're being real. I mean, Wemby definitely flopped. He leaned into him and then fell back as though Cat actually fouled him. That was a bullshit call, but it doesn't matter. Like, I mean, there were plenty of calls that the Knicks got as well that were beneficial for them. My point overall is this. Wemby and the Spurs team are too young, and they choked. They choked every single game. They could never recover. I think part of that is because Wemby's gas tank is not big enough to lead for 4 quarters, and not every player can do that, and he's still 22 years old. But, like, think about it. Their top player is 22. Their second top player is 20. Like, barely turned 20. It was like 19 not that long ago. And yes, I will stand by that statement, okay? And then to top it off, if Castle's ass, what are you supposed to do? They had, I mean, look. Fox is 28. Yeah, he's 28. And he also was dog shit. 7 points in the last game. Unbelievable. Okay? Unbelievable. I mean, it was Like the Spurs have the makings, have the fundamentals, and will probably have an incredibly dominant team. They just have to make changes. And they have to focus on certain things. And I think some of their failures came from a lack of experience. Okay? Some of their failures you can directly attribute to a lack of experience. Okay? That's it. Okay, now talk about how barely 6 foot Jalen Brunson cooked everybody and anybody. Jalen Brunson is, I think, a hope and a dream for regular folk. He is the most irregular guy stuck in the most regular body of all time. Standing at 6'2", as they claim, he's probably like 6 foot or maybe 6'1", and not exactly the most like athletic build. He is the sturdiest motherfucker of all time. It is incredible. 45 points. 45 points. The rest of the team had 49. It is, I mean, he was the Knicks offense, okay? He was 6'2" in shoes. Who cares? His angles are undefeated. He loves dribbling that motherfucking ball. He is so, his reverse is so fast. It's incredible to watch. I don't know why people say he has an ugly game, because I don't think it's ugly at all. He plays basketball like a normal dude would. A normal dude who just lives off of hopes and dreams, and somehow he plays so fucking hard and he gets the job done. Okay? It's not he plays how he has to with his size. Dude, what we're talking about is something physically that you don't see in the NBA, okay? I'm sorry. Are there a lot of 6 foot guards who fucking... are there a lot of 6 foot dudes out there who are like 200 fucking pounds who literally will body check people like Wemby? It's not replicable. What are you talking about? It's exceptional because of how not exceptional he is. You cannot compare Allen Iverson to Jalen Brunson, chatters. Allen Iverson plays very different game. Or played a very different game. I mean, he's like there are people throughout NBA history, NBA legends that have never had like a similar build or anything, but he is an exceptional he's an exceptional player due to how unexceptional his overall build is. He's the sturdiest motherfucker around. He uses low gravitational pull to his advantage. Anyway, I'm sorry, but I saw a copy of Wemby shoving and pushing through the playoffs, and maybe this is leftist infighting, but Wemby is so ass. Oh my God, he's just talk. No, they were... No. Wemby definitely played a nasty game of basketball for sure, but they were beating his ass too. Yeah, Jalen Brunson is 100 pounds with the rest of his body, and then another 100 pounds just for his fucking ginormous ball sack. Okay? That's how it is. That's how he's done it. I mean, there's also obviously, I'm obsessed with storylines of players as characters. So obviously Jalen Brunson has a fantastic one, getting fucked over, and then feeling underappreciated, and then you also have the very same team that basically forced him to go to the New York Knicks, like where he made that decision to go to the New York Knicks to become a legend. Right, is the guy that they kept around no longer there. Last box house for Wemby were inexcusable. He's a Nepo baby? Oh, come on, dude. Is this true? Oh, what the fuck? I didn't see this. He said if the Knicks win again next year, he'll move to New York City. Bro's shifting the goalpost. Just stay in New York. I didn't even know. He lied. This motherfucker lied to me. He's like, oh, this is for my family. Let's snap a pic. I was like, sure. Jokic was 28 when Denver won and get the shit kicked out of him every game. It will come to Wemby. Just takes time and experience. No, I agree. That's what I'm saying too. I think Wembanyama, if he, doesn't get injured, hopefully, will have an amazing career ahead of him. I mean, he already has had an amazing career thus far. It's just, it takes something different. Okay? It takes something different to not just get your team to the finals, but to win. And it's very clear from game one that the Spurs didn't have that. So they have to make changes. Yeah, also, Wemby and Jokic play very different games. But yeah, Stavros the best for passing out free pieces like a true socialist. Yeah, I saw that. Anyway, where was I? So yeah, there's a lot that took place. We're gonna obviously talk about all of it and more. First, let's hear some analysis from Good Morning America, and then I'll use that as a jump-off point to talk about some other things.
Knicks fans, this is not a dream.
This morning, a 53-year drought has come to an end.
The Knicks are finally NBA champions once again.
The New York Knicks clinching their first championship since 1973, completing another fourth-quarter double-digit comeback to take down Victor Wembanyama and the San Antonio Spurs in a stunning Game 5.
These tears are tears of joy, and they are well-deserved.
In what was a struggle offensively all night for both teams, Jalen Brunson playing like the king of New York.
Brunson drives, Brunson shoots, ties the game.
He finished the game with 45 points.
He's so good.
15 of them in the fourth quarter.
The photo's up and good. Jalen Brunson with another answer.
Jalen embraced by his father and Knicks assistant coach Rick Brunson, sharing that championship moment.
Yeah, Rick Brunson also famously was a player, from what I understand, not a particularly good one, but a player nonetheless on the Knicks bench the last time the Knicks were in the finals. So this is a really, this is a great moment for him. Obviously, his family's from New Jersey. This played a role in his decision to go to New York to be closer to his family. And so like this, it ties together so perfectly is what I mean. It's like it's a full circle moment, right? I love shit like that. Yeah, he played a total of 9 seconds in the 1999 finals. Yeah, I'm telling you, he wasn't great.
What does it mean to you to get to experience this with your dad alongside you?
The world. But to be able to do this with him, I would not trade it for anything.
In the 5 NBA Finals games, Brunson averaged 32 points, 4 assists, and 2 steals, earning him the honor of the Finals' most valuable player.
Obviously, we accomplished one thing that I had written down for a long time, and it means the world to me.
And Karl Anthony Towns met by his fiancée Jordan Woods to celebrate, getting his hands on the championship trophy.
I know you picked up that trophy. You haven't put it down for quite some time.
Yeah, Knicks went and got his best friends from college as well. Yeah, winning team NCAA championship, right? What is it, Villanova, right? I'm not that big of a basketball guy, but
sometime I imagine you're not going to be putting it down anytime soon.
Hell nah. I told JB before, he'll go get his MVP, I'll go get the trophy. We made a deal.
Towns also remembering his late mother, who passed away from COVID in 2020.
When the adrenaline and the cheers subside, I wish I had a chance.
It really is a team that's anchored by the power of friendship, and also anchored by, like, it doesn't make sense on paper. It doesn't make sense. Okay, I'm telling you right now. It's just like, it's not. It's just Like, the Spurs on paper have a superstar, star-studded team. Like, their fucking rookie is dumping 26 points in game 4. You know what I mean? They got their bench points as opposed to the Knicks was like 2 versus 30. Okay? Like, it's insane. That's insane. Right? And obviously, Spurs have won more and won more recently, as opposed to the Knicks. So, this was in many respects an underdog story. Obviously, Knicks is a New York team, so there's that element of like, it's a larger market, all the stuff, nicer city, yada yada. So there's like people point to things like that. Or even point to the fact that 40%, almost 50% of the entire Spurs arena was occupied by New York Knicks ticket holders, which is part of the reason why during the game, as the Knicks turned it around, you could hear it. It literally sounded like a home game for them, which was crazy. Okay?
To hug my mother in this, but I know that she's here with me. She's giving me the hug. Energy never dies. The physical may not be here, but the energy never dies. The spirit's always here, so.
Now the celebration continues as the team heads back to an electrified New York City that can't wait to welcome them home.
What does New York mean to you?
Everything.
So the Knicks won all 3 of the games that they played here in San Antonio in this series, and especially last night, the Knicks fans.
That is pretty fucking crazy. That is pretty crazy. And they would have had a streak. They would have had a legendary streak if it wasn't ruined by someone. I don't know who, but someone had to go around and ruin their fucking streak. You know? Certain birthday boy ruins everything. I'm just saying, dude. I'm just fucking saying. Seems odd. Seems odd to me. Funny how that happens.
Really cut into the Spurs home court advantage. It felt very easily like a 50-50 split between Spurs and Knicks fans, and that meant the crowd was going back and forth, roar for the entire game until that last buzzer sounded, and we heard that enormous cheer from Knicks fans celebrating.
Did you say happy birthday to your mod Lake Remove? Yeah, I did. Happy birthday, Donald Trump. Donald Trump, I have to reveal something. Donald Trump is Lake McGroove. Same birthday. Suspicious? Well, now you know. Yeah. Lake's probably having a great birthday today. UFC event, memorandum of understanding. He's got a lot on his plate today. So, he won't be moderating as closely as he normally would. Yeah, genuinely hilarious. The only game they ended up losing in 2 entire months was when that decrepit Mango showed up. Jalen Brunson is the first player since Magic Johnson to win a high school state championship, NCAA championship, NBA championship. Other players such as Christian Braun and Dante DiVincenzo have won a high school state championship, NCAA, and an NBA championship since Magic Johnson. Why are you sending me fake news? Greg Abbott posted this cringe. Ugh, I mean, yeah. I'll be honest that, yeah, the Spurs definitely are set back a lot by the fact that it's a Texas team. I'll say it. When your biggest like ride or die political representatives is fucking Ted Cruz and like Governor Greg Abbott, it just kind of makes sense. Apparently, Trump has a record of... Wait, what? It's surprisingly more common than you think. San Francisco 49ers Super Bowl. Nick Bosa, one of the best defensive players in football, publicly flashed a MAGA hat during a post-game interview and doubled down on his Trump support. The 49ers lost to the Kansas City Chiefs 25-22 in overtime. Washington Commanders versus Detroit Lions. Trump was in the broadcast booth rooting for Washington, saying they have to get a touchdown. The Lions won 42-22. Trump predicted Chiefs would win and offered lavish praise for Patrick Mahomes. Eagles won 40-22. I mean, with the Knicks one, all I'll say is this. With the Knicks, MAGA Mitch played a much better game in Texas. Something I just noticed, I'm not pointing any fingers, but it's just something that I did see with my own two eyes. I thought that was awfully suspicious, that he felt comfortable in his natural environment. You know? Yeah. Strange behavior.
That well-earned title. Rhiannon.
Even watching at home, you could see the orange and blue.
You could hear it, too.
You could hear it as
Yeah.
well. But Trevor, what was it like for that championship game to happen?
Yeah,
while they were on the
reverse
road?
9/11.
It was still amazing, Rhiannon. I mean, generally when a team clinches a title on the road, of course, the home fans don't usually stick around for the ceremony. But there were so many Knicks fans and Spurs fans being respectful that the stadium was still well over half full as the trophy ceremony was playing out. And also, we have so many celebrity Knicks fans who are synonymous with the team who were there.
Okay, it's time to say something. I think this is the most annoying aspect of the Knicks fandom. Like, they basically treat superstar celebrities as though they're like, you know, the sixth man on the team or something. I think it's annoying. You know, I get it. Like Timothy Charlemagne has been a fucking ride or die Knicks fan when it was its most ass. Okay. That's different. That's important to recognize. That's important to give credit to. This motherfucker is not a bandwagon fan at all. I will never say that. I'm a bandwagon fan. I'm not even I'm not even that big of a fan of the Knicks, obviously, as you guys know. I'm shameless about it. I just enjoy good basketball. But Timothy Chalamet literally looked at the Knicks at its most ass post 99 and literally was like, I'm a fan of this ass team. I don't care. I will stand by this team and I will see it through. Same with Will as well. So, you know, respect to them. Spike Lee too. Spike Lee as well, his whole life. I know, I'm not chatters. I'm not talking about that. But there are a lot of celebrities that are just like, oh, I love the Knicks. And everyone's like celebrating how much these celebrities love the Knicks and how awesome it is. Donald Trump is one of those celebrities that happens to now be the president. Okay? And I don't know. I think it's fucking annoying. Bro, you've become the biggest New York City hater. No, I just, cool on that. Maybe controversial opinion, but I feel like the real superstars are the ones who should be highlighted unconditionally across the board, and that is the team. Right? What is this? You see this idiot talking shit? What the fuck is this? Oh, God, here we go. Oh, dude, I don't care about the fucking Barstool guy who found it in his, found an opportunity to fucking get a dunk on me. Who gives a shit? Fuck him. Wemby will do great on the Guangdong Tigers. Yeah, oh, come on, dude. Okay, some of you motherfuckers are out of your dang minds, okay? Some of you motherfuckers are so insane for saying shit like that. Wemby is still one of the best players in the NBA. You're insane for that.
Court as well. Spike Lee, Ben Stiller, Timothy Chalamet, all of them going wild, really celebrating this title. But one thing we heard from every single Knicks player, though, they couldn't wait to get back to New York City to celebrate with the fans. Whit.
Great stuff and great interview too. By the way, Trevor, we appreciate it. Joining me.
All right, before we get to Zoran Mamdani's interview with Jacob Soboroff, friend of the show, there was a call out. By the way, I just did Throwing Fits as well. Shouts out to Throwing Fits. I did another episode with them while I was in New York City. But yeah, let's take a look at Zoran calling a shot like motherfucking Babe Ruth.
Yeah. All right, here's a foolproof way. If you answer this question correctly, I guarantee you will be mayor tomorrow. Forget the primaries. We're already done with that.
Here we go.
If elected mayor, can you guarantee a Knicks championship in your first term?
Ooh.
Come on, dog. Please.
We're dying.
Please.
My family is dying.
Inshallah.
Okay.
What does that mean? To be decided.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, here's a foolproof way. If you answer this question correctly, I guarantee you'll be.
And he did. And he did. Okay. This is why, as I've said over and over again, like, no matter who wins, we all win. Because let's be real, this Knicks victory is one that the whole world is paying attention to. But outside of the whole world, it's a victory for the working class. Why is it a victory for the working class? Well, let me tell you. Because since Zohran Mamdani became mayor 6 months ago, New York has been on the come up. Obviously, New York is a beautiful city, okay? And yet, its reputation has been tarnished. It's been cast aside. It hasn't had a very good run under the banner of Eric Adams, a charlatan. And ever since Zohran Mamdani won the mayoralty, it has literally entered a new phase. And I can feel it. Anytime I go to New York, I see it with my own two eyes. I experience it. And I think people from outside of New York City can also feel it and experience it as well. It's surreal. It truly is a surreal experience. Like, it feels like the rest of the country is on a downward trajectory. And the only place that's actually doing tremendously is New York City. And that, my friends, has a lot to do with democratic socialism. With socialism, with communism, with Sharia law. Okay? I believe that places all around the country, places that you would have never expected, are now going to be looking for their own Zohran Kwame Mamdani. That's what I predict. It's over. Every other township in the country, no matter what their favorite team is. If it's NFL, that's fine. If it's NHL, it's fine. If it's like college football, even better. They're going to be looking for a socialist Muslim. They're going to be looking for their own Muslim socialist. They're going to be like, I don't care. Give me a Muslim man socialist. Give me a Shia 12er to come and run this goddamn town so we can run this goddamn team. Okay? War Eagle, brother. War fucking Eagle, brother. That's right. Inshallah, War Eagle, we will win. This is what happens to your city. It's crazy. It's crazy. During the campaign, I thought it was a little weird and racist for The Atlantic to say Mamdani was promising magic realism, but now I see what they meant. Impossible, wonderful things are just happening every day in New York City. I mean, it has been an incredible come up, okay? New York is already look, New York is already a wonderful, yeah, Jalen Brunson espousing Gramsci's pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will, brings the championship to socialist New York City. You're allowed to think about the worst case scenario, but you got to do something about it. Things are happening in New York that I just don't even understand. I feel like it's too good to be true. Now, a lot of people are saying just move there already. But here's the thing. I want to bring that everywhere. Okay? I want to bring that joy and that celebration and that upwards trajectory to other places as well, because we all deserve it. Okay? This is not a socialism in one city only attitude. At the HasanAbi broadcast, we want everyone to gain autonomy in their workplaces. We want everyone to get a little bit, a crumb back.
Was over. These are people
Look at this.
that were watching on the sides of buildings as the game was projected onto the sides of buildings. People wheeled out screens onto the sidewalks, again, across multiple neighborhoods here in New York City, with the anticipation that the Knicks would do what they just did, winning their first championship since 1973. One of those locations is where our Mark Morales is, who joins us from Central Park right now. Mark, if you can hear me, what's going on out there? Was over. These are people that were watching on the sides of buildings as the game was projected onto the sides of buildings. People wheeled out screens onto the sidewalks, again, across multiple neighborhoods here in New York City, with the anticipation that the Knicks would do what they...
Is the lighting better this way? Or worse? I can't tell. Worse? Too bright? Let me see if I can fix it. Hold on. How about now? Even worse. What the fuck? What is happening? Oh, wait. It's because of this. Hold on. No, that's not working either. You make your light bluer? Yeah, I think I can. Oh, there we go. We balanced it out. No, it's too... There it is. That works, I think. Okay. What the fuck is going on? Tasnim announces the closure of the airspace in Western Iran. Oh, buddy. Oh, boy. People were hating on AOC for this? Yeah, because it was a terrible move. Like, I just don't know why. Like, even if she's doing it, like, allow herself to be snapped. Like, this is crazy. I mean, I know it's her... Hey, it's just like the leader in the house. But Pope Leo's new Archbishop of New York, Ronald Hicks, celebrates the Knicks title with Mayor Zohran Mamdani at the city's Puerto Rican Festival. Getting to the point where I'm starting to appreciate how Jeffrey says the posture and expression of an axe murderer in every photo taken of him. Yeah, he doesn't know how to post, but you know, can we talk about De'Aaron Fox? Streamer Archer Speed just jumped over De'Aaron Fox at the World Cup. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. It's true though. Yeah, I mean, I don't like that she's I don't like that she's you know, like openly getting snapped like this. Please stop with the corny, jokey leftist analysis of sports. No, I will not. Also, you can't fucking gatekeep the NBA finals. Okay, I'm sorry. Like, if there's, I know that there's a lot of people who are like, no, sports is my thing, but you're literally talking about one of the most publicized events on the planet. Okay. Of course, people are going to take whatever their own personal interest is and you know, meld it together. Okay. It's just a pick, no shade. No, it's important. AOC also was with Zoran last night. That's an important pick too. Anyway, so yeah. Of course, Israel had to do the Israel thing and engage in theft. But before we do that, here's another fun moment from a fun moment that brings both of our worlds together. I Show Speed realizes he's sitting beside New York Mayor Zoran Mamdani, and Mamdani says he's been listening to Speed's 2022 World Cup song every morning.
Who the mayor?
Bro, he's literally sitting in the mayor's seat. It says Mr. Z Mamdani.
What am I saying? Mayor. You the mayor? Oh, nice to meet you. My fault.
We're both the mayor.
Oh, y'all both the mayor?
He's the mayor.
Let me proper introduce myself. My name's Speed. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, mayor.
Lovely to meet you.
Lovely, lovely, lovely.
I've been listening to your World Cup song from 2022 every morning.
Thank you. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that.
He's such a good glazer. It's crazy, okay? He is such a spectacular fucking schmoozer. Oh my God, he is so good at glazing. He's so good at glazing. Look at that. One moment, insta-locked. Everybody goes, he knows ball. Everybody goes, he knows ball. Because it's true. His 2022 song, I think, was better. Croatia. World Cup. World Cup. World Cup.
W mayor, chat. We just met the mayor. I didn't even realize I was next to the mayor. Small world, man. Oh.
Denim's right. Yeah, Speed is literally Luffy. It's true. Anyway. Yeah, it's Speed's world. We're just living in it. Zoran Mamdani just got a little taste of the greatness. It's all good. Are you going to address Turkey getting beat 0-2? No, I'm not going to address that. Why would I address that? This is, you know, that was revenge for Gallipoli, okay? That's what it was. That's what it was. It was revenge for Gallipoli. I don't want to talk about it. It's fine. It happens. Okay? It's fine. It fucking happens. Anyway, Israel also wanted to throw their hat in the ring and be as corny and as unbearable as possible. Your bagels are Jewish and they are delicious, but don't forget about hummus by the seaside, Israel in 5. What does that fucking mean? I said, these motherfuckers can't do anything that isn't a war crime. Classic theft here. Okay? Yeah. Not enough. Hummus, falafel, and now also this. Okay. Israel's trying to desperately dispel the stereotype that Jews are clever writers. Yeah. No, there's no better representation that Israel does not represent Jews in the Western world than that. There's just nothing going on there. Nothing in the tank. Anyway, where else? What else were we gonna do? Okay, so yeah, here's Mamdani on Jacob Soboroff this morning.
City Mayor Zoran Mamdani. Mr. Mayor, it's great to see you. How you doing?
You know, what an incredible night. What an incredible morning. I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing good. It's good to see you again. Did you get any sleep?
You know, I went to sleep at 3:45 a.m. and like most New Yorkers, woke up asking myself, did that really happen?
and it did happen. I can confirm. I saw it at a bar on the Lower East Side. You are such a diehard Knicks fan. It has been so fun to watch you go through this playoff run. I saw a video of you celebrating in the streets a few hours ago. I think you were in the West Village. Is that where you were?
Yes, that's where I was. And I think it was the same thing no matter what part of the city you were in.
I think it's really funny that, you know, Brooklyn has his own team. What? Fox News declares that Hasan Piker is a prophet and Abdul El Sayed is his disciple. He's a disciple of a guy named Hasan Piker, America hating, Israel hating. What the fuck? Dude, they're fucking insane, dude. All right, we'll look at that in a little bit.
People have been waiting for this for 53 years. And there have been so many heartbreaks, so many near misses, so many years, every year where we've told ourselves it's the year. And for it to actually happen now, I mean, there's nothing more we can ask for as New Yorkers.
Talk to me about the energy in the city right now with the World Cup going on, with the Knicks winning the championship. Have you ever felt this way in New York City before, seen New York City so united before?
The fuck?
Quite beautifully, where it said that oftentimes this kind of unity comes in moments of tragedy, and to see it coming now in a moment of joy, it's something that I've never seen before across our city, where the nation's largest city has...
That's what happens. That's what happens when you're a Muslim New Yorker. Immediately he goes, the only time I've seen New York this united was in hating people like myself after 9/11. So I'm glad. He's like, I'm glad that we're just united in our hatred of Wembanyama and a Texas team instead. One time New York is united in not hating Muslims is a good opportunity for all New Yorkers, you know?
What feels like the world's smallest town, where everyone is thinking and hoping and praying for the same thing. And now here we are, and we're just pinching ourselves and asking, is it real?
I feel like the parade announcement dropped in the seconds after the championship being clinched. What can you tell us about what we can expect for Thursday?
Well, I think first and foremost, as a fan, I'm always hesitant not to jinx anything, but as the mayor, we do have to prepare for all the logistics. So thanks to the team and partners at MSG, as well as at the NYPD, this work has been happening behind the scenes just in case we were to win Game 5. And we're going to have a parade on Thursday, and it's going to be a parade that has a ceremony at City Hall. We'll be presenting keys to the city to the Knicks team, and then it will be the first ticker tape parade in Knicks history, where New Yorkers will be...
Eric Adams presents Key to the City to Diddy. Zoran Mamdani presents Key to the City to Jalen Brunson. You decide which political movement you want to be a part of, okay? Just saying. Just saying, dude. Who do you think was making better use of the Key to the City distribution? He announced the parade at 12 a.m. Law. I know, right after the Knicks won.
Able to celebrate a moment that...
Ain't no way Adams gave Diddy the Key to the City. Yes, that is real. He did do that. Iconic New Yorker. I mean, this is a real thing that happened. So this is genuinely a thing that happened. I watched it happen. I watched it happen numerous times, actually. It's incredible. After the allegations? No, not after the allegations.
Feels like we waited an entire lifetime for, because when it comes to people my age and a little bit older, we have.
Yeah, so he's going to do the parade, and then Thursday after the parade, he's literally going to do the Bernie Zoran rally in Brooklyn for the congressional slate with Claire Valdez, Brad Lander, and Daria Liza Avila Chevalier. I was with Claire and Dari yesterday, as you guys know. I'm very proud of you, by the way, for raising 20 grand in a matter of like, an hour and a half. It was awesome. That was very cool. And I hope you guys enjoyed that. That was a fun little experience where I was in the Canvas operations, doing some phone calls, calling up volunteers to get more of their support, and also bundling, which I failed at. We won't talk about that, obviously. What is this? Of course, he'd write off of Knicks win to capitalize on visibility and push his personal and political agenda campaigns same day, but after work, it's dirty play. But on the edge of legality, he toes that line dangerously. This is ChatGPT. Everyone does ChatGPT. Stu Smith enjoyed it. Hasan Piker is the DSA's cheerleader in chief. I don't think I can physically support the DSA more. The Supercut is a perfect look at how Hasan Piker goes to bat for the DSA. Hasan phone banks for the DSA back congressional candidates, recruits volunteers, amplifies their campaigns to his massive audience, and tells one viewer, I don't think I can physically support the DSA more than I already have. After a few days in the Big Apple, Piker says he is still in New York because there's a lot happening in the city for socialism, while praising the DSA for what they've built and for chipping away at the Democratic Party machine. Now he's taken the act to Denver today, where he's appearing with Melat Kiros, the Democratic Socialist running in Colorado's 1st congressional district. Dude, Stu Smith, I feel like, has gone from being my number one hater to a Stan account. Okay? It started off as a guy from, a right-wing think tank, Manhattan Institute, clipping things out of context and trying to make a controversy where no such controversy should exist. And now he's become a fan. My haters are becoming my waiters at the table of success. Shout out to Eric Adams. It's very funny. Like, he's like promoting events that I'm doing. Young, bold, and unbought, but lacking the critical thinking skills to avoid swallowing foreign regime propaganda hook, line, and sinker, he says. He had to add something in there to be like, yeah, he still sucks, by the way. It's looking quite suspicious Islamically. Ooh, I'm Zoran Mamdani. My wife is Ha. My favorite soccer team won the league for the first time in 22 years. My favorite basketball team won the championship for the first time in 53 years. Fuck you, man. It's true. Two Eric Adams mentions. He was really him. I mean, you guys know, obviously, like, Zoran, I like. Eric Adams, well, that's my brother, okay? That's my kin. That is a man that is my blood. He's Albanian, he's Turkish, he's Eric Adams, okay? Tough for Zoran to ever match up tough for Zoran to ever fill Eric Adams' shoes, okay? Like, all of these victories that are piecing together right now, that are strung together piece by piece, by not just Zoran Mamdani, but like, Democratic Socialists of America, New York City. All this stuff is it can't hold a candle to Eric Adams' legacy. I mean, Eric Adams was a giant, right? He was not a regular man. He was a legend. He will be talked about for generations. Like, we might forget about Zoran after a while. Probably not, because he's doing really well. But Eric Adams is unforgettable. The rally, titled Young, Bold, and Unbought, starts at 5 p.m. Sunday and is now scheduled for the Ogden Theater on Colfax Avenue after being moved twice from smaller venues. By the way, yeah. It got fucking sold out multiple times, so they had to keep moving the venue. They had to keep shifting the venue, I think. Yeah. Until Zoran Mamdani makes a YouTube video about popular knapsacks with many different locations that your next of kin could be hiding guns and drugs inside of, he will never be the GOAT. Ogden got canceled. It moved from the Ogden to, I don't even know where it is. I think it's at the Capitol building now. Ogden pulled out. I don't know where it is. I have no idea where it is. No, bro. Diane to get made boss calls to cancel the event. The venue owners blacklisted us. Wait, really? Damn, you guys know more than I do. It's at the Capitol building on the lawn. They sent out a mailer yesterday saying it'll be announced today after the move to Ogden. It's a protest now? Wait, what? What the fuck happened? Wait. I'm not familiar with what's going on at all. Yeah, they mailed us. It got moved again, but that email doesn't say the new location. Bro doesn't know his plans are gone. Okay, I just texted some people to see what the fuck is up. What Capitol protest? What is or isn't it happening at Ogden? And is it a protest? I don't know, bro. Just check the Insta links. They keep chat keeps linking you. What the fuck is this? When did this get posted?
Class to silence us. The Ogden, RealWorks, the Stanley Marketplace, all of them canceled our contracts at the last minute. All because we're calling for Medicare for all, for housing first, for universal child care. They are so goddamn scared. So you know what? We're taking this to the people's house. Join us at the Capitol at 4 p.m.
You can lock us out of the buildings, but you can't stop us from building this movement.
What
the people's
the
voices must
fuck?
be heard. Together, let's take our power back.
Bro, this just happened 20 minutes ago. What the fuck? Yo, what the fuck? Dude. So we moved, they moved venues over and over again. I just accepted the collaboration post. What the fuck? I didn't realize this was happening. Welcome to Denver? Dude, that's so fucking lame. Yo. AEG has a monopoly on all Denver venues. Look up who owns them. Live Nation blacklisted us? Wait, what? Welcome to Denver, baby. Yeah, but Denver is supposed to be fucking woke. What the hell? I thought Colorado was like run by the wokes. Why are they all canceling? I think part of it is because I'm appearing. God damn, dude. This shit is so ass. Like, oh, God. It's so fucking nasty. Nah, it ain't woke. It's lipped up. It's just... That is whack as hell, dude. That actually is whack as hell. Denver itself is blue. I mean, dude, they're saying no to our money. You know what I mean? Like, what the hell is this? Wokes have no power, man. There can be woke people, but they're not controlling shit. No, man. Listen, they got the fucking moneyed interest, okay? They got the moneyed interest, but it doesn't matter. We have the people. Someone fill me in. Why is Hasan pissed right now? Because I just found out. There were like venue changes because I thought it was because like, people were showing a lot of interest, and there were numerous venue changes. And the last venue that we arrived at, they canceled last second. And Julie also dropped out. Senator Julie Gonzalez statement. Today, I'm deciding to no longer participate in the rally with Hasan Piker at no fault of the event organizers. Multiple venues who canceled the 11th hour, and I have been told that it was a violation of the venue contracts. I appreciate Hasan Piker, Melat Kiros, and Justin Pearson, and Representative Donna McKinney for inviting us to engage. In my remarks today, I plan to speak about the toll that crisis after crisis, outrage after outrage, and the trauma after trauma inflicts on Coloradans, while both Democratic establishment and MAGA extremists either take voters like us for granted or even worse, fail to take our pain into consideration at all. I'm hearing from Colorado voters livid and exhausted about our politics, a broken healthcare system, and ICE, thugs, the genocide in Gaza, the climate crisis, forever wars, lawlessness, and corruption, corporations surveilling and monetizing our every move. Colorado voters are rightly outraged by about our tax dollars being used to tear down institutions and values we hold dear, while working class voters are working harder than ever just to survive and afford the basics. However, instead of holding the billionaires and the corporations they control to account, increasingly we're seeing the classic divide and conquer strategy that leaves us all less safe. Too many of us are all too familiar with the alarming rise in anti-Semitism and anti-Arab hate in Colorado, in the United States, and across the globe, which leaves many feeling like they do not have a home within our movement for safety, self-determination, and peace. As an organizer who has committed my life to fight for racial and economic justice, I know that there's nothing more powerful than standing in solidarity with our neighbors and allies, not only when it's easy, but especially when it's hard. Through collective action, we must address the crises of our time. I'm huge L for this. She'll get a lot of coverage because it was canceled like 3 times. She's missing so many eyes on the campaign. Yeah. I think the protest is the right decision because it will get media attention too. I mean, who knows? I tried to coordinate with having it at the University of Denver, but they wouldn't take us. What is the fear? What is the fear that these people have? Like, are all of these institutions at the end of the day going to cave and capitulate to Trumpism? To MAGA fascism? Are liberal institutions going to do the same thing? Is that what it is? Are we living in a planet now where these guys, instead of fighting back against these right-wing forces, these reactionary forces, no matter where they're coming from, they're going to turn around and say, sorry, we're going to do everything we can in our power to disrupt your free speech, to Is that a surprise? You know the history? YouTuber, what? No, this is business, big business owners capitulating to, these are big business owners that are capitulating to at a time when there's unprecedented amounts of attacks on free speech. These are big business owners that seemingly are supposed to be apolitical or liberal adjacent, turning around and leaning into the right-wing smears. And chatters who say, there's no such thing as free speech, brother, it's time to learn it. Like, I understand that. But if there is this principle that we are supposed to maintain, and there's constitutional protection around this, then yeah, it's totally preposterous to try and do this kind of thing. And it has been happening more frequently with my appearances, as you guys know. In Stanford, they did the same thing when SJP invited me to speak on campus. They literally canceled the venue that we had sold out last second. It was a 1,500 person venue. They sold it out it was sold out, and they changed the venue to a much smaller venue last second. They did that in Stanford as well. I still went and I still spoke because I think it's important to do this sort of thing. But it is actually like this kind of disruption does not happen to right wingers, man. This kind of disruption, regardless of the amount of pushback that they receive from actual student groups and actual protesters and actual organizers, schools never do this kind of thing. Venues never do this kind of thing for Ben Shapiro. They never did this kind of thing for Charlie Kirk. It only goes in one direction. I find that very odd. I find that very strange. Yeah, like Milo Yiannopoulos, like people who are rabble-rousers and firebrands, but spew hateful rhetoric on purpose. Those people never got their venues canceled. There was never an instance where these venues were canceled. And what's better yet, here's what's interesting about this, okay? Here's what's interesting about this. There wasn't even any like real protests. No one was like, oh my God, Hasan's coming to Denver. I protest that. It's just phone calls. It's just shady backroom deals. That's what makes it even crazier, because it's not like there are a lot of people there. As a matter of fact, there are a lot of people who were excited to participate in this event. There were a lot of people who were excited to participate in this event, and instead, although there was no like real grassroots mobilization, real pushback whatsoever, these venues have, due to, I guess, pressure from big donors, pressure from the Trump administration, potentially pressure from establishment Democrats that didn't want this event to take place, turned around and canceled their contracts last minute to gum up the works, to move people around. It's actually shocking. Yeah. Live Nation Entertainment. Live Nation Entertainment leans blue, technically, with their donations. It's establishment Dems. There's a lot of dark money here. It's AEG, not Live Nation. It's Anschutz. They're running scared because the entire DSA Colorado slate is surging and they're desperate to stop it. Just what a sad state of affairs, man. Anschutz is a mega GOP donor, dog.
With his disciple. He's a disciple of a guy named Hasan Piker, an American hate.
It's so funny to show this. First of all, what a ridiculous thing to say.
He hangs with his disciple. He's a disciple of a guy named Hasan Piker, an American-hating, Israel-hating, Hamas-loving podcaster who's got millions of followers. So what's happening right now in this primary season with Democrats, to me, is astounding. He hangs with a...
Dude, what the fuck? Is Abdul even a socialist? He's not. He's not. Ever since you started campaigning with and rallying with insurgent candidates, especially winning ones, the attacks have ramped up significantly. Yeah. I wish I had, I'm going to be honest, I wish I had more, I wish I had more allies amongst liberals. It's kind of wild. It's kind of wild that like they're genuinely taking advantage of the Republican attacks, the reactionary attacks against the left flank. Not like, you know, not the heart of the established Democrats. Obviously, they understand this as a threat to their power, because they don't want to stop doing business as usual politics. I mean, you should talk to them all the time. No, I'm not talking about like fucking establishment Democrats. I'm not talking about like, I don't know. I'm not talking about like Hakeem Jeffries, okay? I'm talking about the actual liberal institutions, liberal voters, like people who self-identify as liberal. I don't think these guys understand. I'm not the reason why people hate Israel. I'm not the reason why people hate capitalism. People hate capitalism because they live in it. And they're desperate for a change. People hate Israel because they saw what Israel did with our tax dollars. And they want that to change. So it's not like this is going to go away. Ugh. But what I mean is this. If any Republican went through this process, if any Republican commentator, no matter how right-wing they are, had a similar process like this, the entirety of the media apparatus would make a fuss over it. The entire Republican media apparatus would be up in arms saying, see, the liberals hate free speech. They're doing it again. We don't have a similar system. That's what I'm talking about. Even if it's like beneficial, there are moments where you bury the hatchet, okay? Even if there is like factional infighting amongst the left and the liberals, this is an instance where you bury the hatchet to fight back against the Republican forces that we are supposedly aligned in combating. Okay? That's how it works. Republicans understand that, and they let bygones be bygones all the time. They put their differences aside when it comes down to combating liberalism, leftism, and all manner of progress. Is it, what is this? Your increased vocalizations at the beginning of the media attacks have skyrocketed your popularity. They're scared of your speech. They're cornered now, and they lash out with attacks on free speech. Moneyed interest is scared of you. This sucks, man. Also, I had a speech. Now I got to write a new one. How the fuck am I going to write a new speech? I'm just going to freestyle. Is Hasan aware of candidates getting kicked out of the rally? Which candidates? No candidate has been kicked out of the rally. From what I understand, Julie dropped out because she didn't want to do a protest, like outdoor protest thing, and that's it. God damn it, dude. So fucking annoying. Anyway, apparently Haley Stevens is also coming after me and Abdullah Sayed. So Craig Mauger on UM charges. So University of Michigan, there was an incident at University of Michigan with pro-Palestinian protesters, okay? And the judge dropped it, and yet Kash Patel's FBI decided to restart the prosecution and advance it. Abdullah Sayed was asked about it, and he said, it's a lot more about what you're advocating for that gets you indicted or not indicted rather than what you did.
There's no world where you can target an individual, you can target their family, or you can target their business or their property. That's just wrong, full stop. And at the same time, you gotta let the justice system do its part, right? This is an indictment. And then also, did we not see the vandalism that the January 6th terrorists did? We're all pardoned now. Did we not see all of that? And now they're trying to give them a $1.8 billion slush fund. I mean, let's be clear, like, if we believe in justice, then justice should apply equally, correct? And we literally saw what they did on January 6th, and they got pardons. So I'm just saying that, like, I believe in justice because I believe that when you break the law, you should be held accountable to the law. But I don't love watching our justice system treat people differently, right, based on what it is that they were advocating for. So I just want to be clear, like, that's what we're seeing under the Trump administration. So yes, targeting people, their families, properties, businesses, wrong. Of course it's wrong. But it's also wrong when January 6th terrorists do it. And to watch the same Trump administration use these terms in certain ways, I think we all need to be asking big questions about.
Here was Haley Stevens' response.
Well, look, I'm concerned about repeated patterns of embracing political violence and being out of step with Michigan voters. I was very disheartened to see my opponent bring Hasan Piker right to the college campuses, given that Mr. Piker has said horrible things about Jews and has questioned whether America deserved 9/11.
Oh my God. Brother.
It's not who we are in Michigan. Why bring that level of divisiveness to the campuses when we know that they have been rife with division?
Does she actually talk like that? Yes, she does. It's not a bit.
We need leaders who are going to showcase leadership and be the leaders that we deserve, not continue to divide us and compensate for when people commit violence or threaten violence for political purposes.
You're going to be eating crow for a while with the blowback messaging? Own it, bruh. Take a week off instead of getting permabanned? Dog, are you fucking stupid? Do you think she sincerely thinks that this is a issue that needs salience? Why would you ever give your opposition's framing any credibility whatsoever? Are you fucking stupid? Are you the stupidest person on the planet? What kind of idiotic nonsense is this? I said what I said and I clarified it in that immediate moment in 2019. The only reason why they're bringing it back around now is because they think it's a decent line of attack. It's not. So why would you turn around as a quote unquote leftist and be like, well, you're going to be eating crow, bruh? Like, this person is a fucking AIPAC stooge, an Israel first congressperson or running for Congress. And you're over here being like, yeah, this person who actually loves the genocide and will participate in the continuation of it if she's elected into Senate is actually being sincere about her problems here. Are you okay? Is your brain all right? Is it functioning? Look at what's going on, man. You think the AEG, the AEG venues also had a decent reason to fucking cancel these events at the last second, literally this morning? You think I'm such a dangerous radical? You think that's actually legitimate? That's legitimate framing? Are you fucking stupid? Wake up. Events that pertain to foreign policy have a lot of domestic impact. Yeah. Search from Haley for Michigan, Gaza to see if this principle applies to all violence against all people equally. Have a little bit more faith. Have a little bit more faith in your fellow Americans too, because they understand what it is. They don't give a shit. So why would you turn around and lend it any credibility whatsoever? Especially because they tried to do this line of attack in Michigan and it failed. Abdul went from third place to first place in the primaries. It didn't work in New York City, of all places, when Andrew Cuomo thought this would be a decent line of attack. So why would you ever in a million years act like this is in any way, shape, or form a legitimate line? Why would you ever lend it credibility? Yeah. She's only sinisterly deploying this message in a last-ditch effort to pull voters from El Sayed since it's a two-person race at this point. She doesn't give a fuck. And it's not going to work. It's not going to work. Yeah, this isn't hard. Condemn Israel's genocide without equivocation. Israel's violent ethnic cleansing of Palestinians is wrong. This is simple, and any leader should be able to say so. The fact that my colleague cannot bring herself to say this is concerning. The USA is full of pro-Israel people? No. That's not true. Congress is full of people who are pro-Israel. America is not. If that was the case, AIPAC wouldn't have to hide their funding vehicles. AIPAC wouldn't have to run ads that have nothing to do with Israel against critics of Israel. You're just wrong. Congress is full of pro-Israel people. Americans are not pro-Israel at all. That's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous statement. There's a reason why. There is a reason why the Israeli lobby never openly mentions that this particular candidate they're funding is actually pro-Israel in their campaign ads. They never touch on it. Why? Because they understand that most voters either don't care about Israel or despise Israel. And Israel's popularity has already shifted in the direction of Palestinians, and it will only get worse. You talk about the older generation. You talk about the older generation. Even the older generation is turning around on this. But yeah, understand what's taking place here, okay? You have a Chuck Schumer-backed candidate running for Senate taking credit for the Trump administration's unjust prosecution of student protesters with trumped-up charges and defending it while simultaneously criticizing her opponent, who is showcasing the disparity between January 6ers and those who are now in the crosshairs of prosecution by the FBI. This is where that uniparty approach comes into play. This is who we are trying to defeat. You have to understand this. Eyes on the prize, please. Never give Nazis ammunition. Never. Never allow your opponent to frame the conversation, ever. Here it is. Haley Stevens' consultant is siding with the Trump administration's prosecution of anti-genocide protesters. When people tell you who they are, believe them. Abdul, once again, cannot condemn violence without keeping score. Leadership is not about keeping score. On the one hand, these people are supposed to be running against Trumpism. On the other hand, when Trumpism actually comes after critics of Israel, they're on board. So I guess there is a fucking higher priority here for people. That's why I don't have issues saying some of these people who are running for office care only about Israel. And Israel is a holdover for numerous corporate interests as well. It's not just about Israel. When I'm talking about Israel, it's, in some instances, it is literally about Israel, but in many other instances, it's also about where the candidate's priorities are. Will this politician represent your interests as Michiganders, or will they represent the interests of corporations? Will they represent the interests of foreign lobbyists? And it's very clear where Haley Stevens stands on this issue. And that's precisely the reason why AIPAC is dumping like 20 million so far into this race to prop her up while simultaneously attacking Abdul. It is disgusting. For how much longer are we going to allow a foreign country to subvert our democratic process? We are not a country if we allow corporations and foreign lobbies to dominate the democratic process. Okay, I don't care that people are defending her voice on Twitter, man. God, you're fucking so stupid. Who cares? It's got 72 fucking likes. Who cares? Hasan, do me a favor and shut the fuck up, you weirdo Nepo baby. Don't worry, brother. Donald Trump is actively trying to make that happen. You need Zen, Chill Pill, Grill Max, my friend. I mean, I just found out that this rally that I was supposed to participate in, that we set up for a month now at this point, got canceled fucking for the third time. And the last venue that we landed on canceled this morning. There's a reason why that happened. And that reason is because they don't want people to fucking participate. They don't want people to show up in large numbers. It's incredible, dude. Yeah, it's at City Hall now. Yes, I will still. I'm here for that reason. Cries I was going to go. You still can. So yeah, show up at the Capitol. That's where it's going to be. God, it's so fucking annoying. The next play, my guess, is the deny protest permit, knowing these scumbags. I don't fucking know, man. I don't know. I don't know why they're so afraid. It's insane. Liberals doing this is extra insane. Liberals doing this is I'm not gonna lie. And before people go, oh, I told you so, don't be fucking annoying, okay? Now is not the time for I told you so's.
Your first sport. Yeah. And you're walking with a congresswoman. Yes, oh my gosh, please.
Well, thank you so much for your community service.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was wondering, with all the support of Republicans and people who are anti-choice and people who are working to disrupt our election systems that APAC is doing, I'm wondering why you're accepting their support. My family lives here in this community.
Yeah.
And I really think that those kinds of candidates are making the Jewish people less safe. I'm wondering why you're accepting there.
Well, thank you so much for coming and bringing your kiddo. Yeah. It's so nice to meet with you.
It's nice to meet you. I'm just wondering, I want to make life and this country safe place for him to grow up in. I'm wondering why you would want to accept their endorsement and $800,000 in ads this year.
Yeah.
Guys, I have received, how many endorsements have I received this election?
I think I've got a lot of local labor and
You are a great representative, and we really appreciate your support. I'm just hoping
you guys.
Oh my God, guys.
Anyway.
Thank you so much for joining me this morning. Appreciate you being here. So what does it say, Mr. Lander, about the mood in the Democratic base that we're seeing these very progressive and even left-wing candidates winning in a number of key primaries over candidates backed by party leaders?
Yeah, I think it says voters are fed up with corporate Democrats who haven't fought hard enough for working people. Price of housing going up like crazy, childcare, healthcare. People want to see Democrats who stand for something, who put their bodies on the line, who play politics as a team sport like our Knicks did last night, and not like a cage match like Donald Trump is putting on today.
You had called yourself back in 2016, a Brooklyn Democratic socialist. Do you still consider yourself a socialist?
Now, I'll note that that was my endorsement of Hillary Clinton, so I would do that one different if I could do it again, honestly. I am not a DSA member. I'm a longtime progressive, a Working Families Party member. But yes, if by democratic socialist, do you mean, do I want Medicare for all? Do I want to make sure that folks can organize unions? Do I want to make sure we're getting to universal childcare and investing a lot more in housing everyone can afford? Yes.
On the eve of a potential US-Iran deal that could end the war, Israeli missiles hit southern Beirut this afternoon, raising fears that such attacks could derail and undermine negotiations. 2 people were killed and 4 others were injured in the strikes, but the survivors refused to give in.
We stayed here and didn't flee throughout the whole war. We're not afraid. We will not leave our home no matter what happens. But today, we didn't expect this targeting to happen.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said this is in response to continued attacks from his...
They did this on purpose. For those of you who are wondering why this happened, it's because Trump kept floating the idea that the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding, is close to being finalized, close to being signed by Iran. And Benjamin Netanyahu could never let it happen, of course.
On northern Israel. Iran has repeatedly insisted that Lebanon must be part of any broader agreement. With Iran's top negotiator, Mohammad Khalibaf, posting on X today, saying the United States either lacks the will to fulfill its commitment or the ability to do so.
I think Prime Minister Netanyahu is trying to assert his authority and separate the U.S.-Iran negotiations from the Lebanese-Israeli negotiations. And this uptick of military activity could very well be designed to derail the signing of this memorandum of understanding and perhaps spoil the prospects of an agreement.
And U.S. President Donald Trump agrees. But he was less polite, telling Fox News he called Prime Minister Netanyahu and said, "What the F are you doing?" He also posted on Truth Social and said the attacks on Beirut should not have happened, particularly on a special day when we are so close to a peace deal with Iran. The agreement will extend the ceasefire for 60 days, but crucially, it will reopen the Strait of Hormuz immediately. In return, the US will lift its naval blockade and release frozen Iranian assets. But Iran's nuclear program will still be negotiated within the 60 days. Tehran, in the meantime, will agree to neither produce nor acquire nuclear weapons.
This is the beginning of what could be the end game. But like we've seen in the Gaza peace plan, there is a nominal ceasefire, there continues to be violence, and there hasn't been any movement forward from phase 1 to phase 2.
Today, President Trump will celebrate his 80th birthday on stage at the White House. But as he awaits an Iranian response, he may be realizing, like many presidents before him, ending a war is far more difficult than starting one.
Sarah Swami, that. Our foreign affairs correspondent Secunda Kamani is in Beirut. Secunda.
Well, Aisha, for the second time in a week, we have President Trump using, let's say, colourful language to express his anger with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu over a strike in Beirut. It's pretty clear that Israel is not happy with the prospect of an agreement between the US and Iran. And so many, as you heard in that report, see this strike as an attempt to derail the negotiations at the last minute. We have to wait and see if the Iranians now decide to launch their own strike on Israel. That would, of course, likely see Israel launching further strikes against Iran, further complicating the picture. Tonight, the Israeli military say Hezbollah have fired further drones and rockets across the border into
It's important to understand that, True to Parsi says, contrary to Donald Trump's quip to Barack revealed that Netanyahu has no fucking judgment, the Israeli prime minister knows exactly what he's doing. With a set of strikes at the Dahia neighborhood in Beirut, he's trying to kill both the pending U.S.-Iran peace deal and the fragile peace between Israel and Lebanon that could come with it. There's further strategic dividend. Netanyahu is also seeking to preempt Iran's attempt to establish a new regional deterrence equation, one in which attacks on Beirut and potentially on Lebanon more broadly would trigger a direct Iranian response against Israel. By striking now, he's not merely targeting an adversary, he's challenging the emergence of a regional order that would constrain Israel's freedom of military action. Almost none of these concessions actually cost anything to U.S. interests. Israel's ability to bomb Lebanon is not America's problem, and lifting sanctions is a positive sum. Don't we want cheaper oil? The only real damage would be allowing a Hormuz toll booth, which won't happen. Yeah, Benjamin Netanyahu not only bombed Dahia in Beirut, targets far beyond southern Lebanon. Southern Lebanon is already, the areas that they occupy is already unacceptable, but this is extra unacceptable, if that makes sense. These are, civilian areas, densely populated neighborhoods. it was done deliberately as a provocation. Netanyahu is bragging about defying Trump's red line and trying to kill the U.S.-Iran deal openly, actively agitating against Donald Trump, actively agitating against Iran. Trump seemingly, according to Maariv, has recently pushed back on Netanyahu to order a withdrawal from southern Lebanon and Syrian territory occupied since 2024 as a part of the Iran deal, and Netanyahu has refused. Who's the boss? Who's the boss here? Who's the superpower here? Who's the country in charge? What the hell is going on? Actually, you speak out against Israel, you're not allowed to speak at all. You're the motherfucking president of the United States of America, and you have a pending deal. Israel gets to ruin it. What the fuck is happening, man? Trump told Israel's Channel 12 that he passed a message to Netanyahu saying he was very unhappy with Israel's strike in Beirut, which he said came shortly before he expected signing on the Iran agreement. Why did Bibi do this attack? Trump said, according to Barak Ravid. Hezbollah fired and hit the middle of nowhere. No one was hurt. And then he had to do this fucking attack. And in Beirut, it made me very angry. Trump said he received a call saying Israel was attacking Beirut an hour before we were supposed to sign the agreement, adding, I couldn't believe this was happening. This is very bad. Trump also said Netanyahu showed no fucking judgment and said he made clear to him that he was very unhappy. Despite the delay, Trump said he still believes the Iran agreement is good for Israel, saying it would ensure Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. Dude, are you stupid? It has nothing to do with the nuclear weapon at all. How is this guy still, I can't tell if this is theater or if he genuinely thought that, Israel's goals here were to denuclearize Iran. If that was the case, they wouldn't have called Barack Obama the biggest Jew hater of all time over and over again. You know? It was never about nukes. What the fuck's this guy talking about? I think it's just theater. He knows it's not about nukes. Trump said the agreement was supposed to be signed this morning, but was delayed by the Israeli strike in Beirut. I think the signing will still happen today in a few hours, he said, but the Israeli strike shook things up. Major point of the deal, as I have stressed since the first ceasefire conditions were sent out by Iran, is restraining Israel, restraining Israel's actions in Lebanon. What did I tell you? I told you that that was the most consequential aspect, and it's the hardest one to accomplish. It shouldn't be, technically, it's the easiest one to accomplish, by the way. You just tell Israel to fucking cut it out, and then they're done. And yet, Trump refuses to fucking do what must be done. Iran rejects deal signing today. Iran says no deal will be signed by Trump deadline, according to FARS. Trump keeps saying a deal is imminent. Iran keeps saying they're not going to sign it. If the U.S. closes its eyes to Israel's interests, said the Iranian ambassador, Iran and the U.S. can be very good friends. When it comes to regional stability and access to critical resources, a friendly relationship with Iran is obviously in our interest. Of course, as a part of the deal, any criticism of the Iranian government will be treated as anti-Persian racism, and you'll be fired or expelled. That's how we treat our allies. Harrison Mann wrote this last time Netanyahu bombed Beirut to disrupt a U.S.-Iranian deal 1 week ago. First, a reminder of where exactly Israel's military power comes from. The Israeli Air Force jets that bombed Iran this morning were U.S.-built, likely carrying U.S.-made bombs, and couldn't get off the tarmac without U.S.-produced repair parts, maintenance from U.S. defense contractors, and critically, U.S.-supplied jet fuel. They were able to land safely because their bases are protected by Israeli air defense systems using U.S.-made interceptors, augmented by U.S. air defense units deployed to Israeli soil and around the region, including some that tried to shoot down the most recent Iranian missile volley. Trump could effectively ground the Israeli Air Force anytime he wanted, if he wanted. If Trump is in the passenger seat for this war, he's there by choice. According to FightTix from Channel 12, Iran has rejected Trump's offer for money in exchange for restraint, saying they will respond soon. The U.S. is offering Iran economic... Oh, my God. It's literally happening in the exact same ways that I... If you were in here for the last 107 days, you've heard me describe this process. I said, America is going to try to bribe Iran to get them to stop with this, like, demand over restraining Israel. Because that is the most consequential element of the Memorandum of Understanding. That is the most consequential demand. And I told you that the American government was going to give them money. I told you that they would unfreeze assets. They would try to bribe the Iranian government to move away from their demands to force America to restrain Israel. And it's clear that that is what they are trying to do. And to the Iranian government's credit, the Iranian military's credit, to give the Iranian government credit here, they understand that that is the most consequential element, and they're not budging, at least so far. Netanyahu seeking an urgent meeting with Trump after the G7 amid growing tension between the two leaders, an Israeli source tells CNN. Israeli officials are complaining to Channel 12. An Israeli official accuses Trump of normalizing fire at Israel. Senior Israeli official tells Channel Trump's Truth Social post is a resounding slap in the face. The restrictions have gone up a level. The expectation that Israel will not strike anywhere in Lebanon does not align with the narrative of a strategic ally. Oh my God, they're such fucking babies, dude. They are so spoiled, so entitled, so unbelievably arrogant. Again, this is... You know who this is actually a slap in the face to? The United States of America. That's who this is slapping in the fucking face. Never have I ever seen a country, a political movement so fucking arrogant. One that relies on unlimited support from the most powerful nation on the planet. And if it doesn't get a fraction of that, even when the most powerful nation on the planet has a different design for how it wants to do foreign policy, the smaller party, the junior partner in the coalition, gets to fucking cry and yell and freak the fuck out. The arrogance, the entitlement, the hubris. What will it fucking take? What will it take?
Northern Israel. No side, I think, really wanting to leave any blow unanswered for. Israel had previously said it would not attack Beirut if Israel did not, if Hezbollah did not fire across the border. But what we've seen President Trump pointing out today is that the drones Hezbollah fired did not cause any real damage, and so he said did not necessitate the kind of strike we saw in Beirut. All sides, I think, trying to test each other's resolve.
Sek, are we any clearer on what the ceasefire might mean for Lebanon, where you are?
Well, not really. It's one of the big unanswered questions. I'm sure that the Iranians will have been pushing for a full withdrawal of Israeli troops along with some kind of ceasefire. I'm sure the Israelis will have been pushing back against certainly withdrawing all their troops from southern Lebanon, where they're occupying a swathe of territory. Perhaps the Israelis will make any kind of withdrawal conditional on the disarmament of Hezbollah, which is something that I think, frankly, we're unlikely to see. And so if we do not see a full withdrawal, perhaps it's quite possible, even if there's an agreement reached between the US and Iran, the conflict here in Lebanon will continue.
Sekunde, thank you very much. Sekunde Kamani in Beirut.
On the day Donald Trump said the U.S. would sign a deal with Iran to end the war, its ally, the U.S.'s ally, Israel, has hit Beirut's southern suburbs. The attack has angered negotiators in Tehran who say an end to Israel's assault must be part of any agreement with the U.S. And now President Donald Trump has asked Israel and Hezbollah to stop attacking each other. A few moments ago.
Yeah, this is Bill Clinton had the same who's the fucking superpower here moment with Benjamin Netanyahu way back in the day, ironically enough. And lo and behold, Bill Clinton did everything that Benjamin Netanyahu demanded. So we learned, we should have learned back then who the real superpower here is. Trump tells Ravid that Netanyahu has no fucking judgment. In reality, Netanyahu knew exactly what he's doing and is judging that an attack on Beirut rather than southern Lebanon is exactly what's needed to derail the pending U.S.-Iran deal. Listen, man, if you don't use the capabilities of restraint that you have with the unbelievable amount of control you have over Israel, if you don't use it, then you lose it. I'm telling you guys, as we covered earlier from that one analyst, like every aspect of Israeli defensive and offensive capabilities comes from the United States of America. Without the United States of America's unlimited support, Israel doesn't get to do anything here, which is precisely the reason why the United States of America could stop Israel's operations right now if it chose to do so. Unless Israel decides to go complete suicidal mode and try to use what remains of their munitions that they got from the United States of America without U.S. aid, without additional U.S. help, without any political cover in the international stage, which would revoke all other contracts that Israel has with all other Western allies as well, because that's the only thing that holds this thing together. The rest of the world is looking to pounce on Israel. Even Western countries are recognizing how frustrated their populations are. It is in everybody's best interest to say, all right, Israel, you're done. Trump is prepared to offer Iran additional concessions beyond those already agreed in order to keep his word and sign the deal today. It's not going to happen. As I've said since week 2 of EF, restraining Israel, demanding the U.S. restrain Israel has always been Iran's most important priority, and perhaps the one that's proving impossible. Everything else is bribery for short-term gains that will be utterly meaningless in the long term. From a statecraft perspective, it makes no sense for Iran to sign if the USA can't keep Israel leashed. Yeah, of course not. Galibaf has a new statement saying they can never catch any part of the pillars of resistance alone and isolated. The valiant struggles of Lebanon's brave fighters and the powerful diplomacy of the Islamic Republic of Iran guarantee the sovereignty and territorial integrity of dear Lebanon and will dismantle the crazy antics and warmongering of the Israeli regime. Spin as we spin. Trump, 5 minutes ago from Truth Social, says this. Senator Jack Reed, a Democrat from Rhode Island, lied when stating the deal we just made is not as good as the Obama disaster known as the JCPOA. Reid is either an outright fraud or incompetent. The Obama deal was a road. Oh, God. Bro, you can't be tweeting funny shit like this, okay? This is not funny. I'm sorry. I don't see the humor in this. If there's more chaos inbound because of your lack of interest in fucking restraining our attack dog, dude, who gives a fuck? Democrat, Obama. Like, this kind of stuff is funny when you're, dealing with domestic affairs or whatever, when there isn't a potential catastrophic situation that's imminent. Okay? One of the worst and dumbest, hence Democrats, deals ever made by the U.S. Our deal is a wall against Iran ever having a nuclear weapon, the complete opposite of Obama. Obama impeached Jack Reed. It's meant for his base, not you. I mean, even his base has to fucking recognize at a certain point that, even his base must recognize at this point that, like, Benjamin Netanyahu is just fucking straight up whipping his dick out and slapping Trump in the face with. A senior Israeli cabinet minister tells Channel 12, as far as we are concerned, Iran is Trump's issue, and he has the right to pursue an agreement, but Lebanon is ours. We must not agree to the Iranian equation, even at the cost of a severe confrontation with the U.S. A severe confrontation with the U.S.? Has been stated Iranian policy for years, also something Iran has committed via its status as an NPT signatory. Not much of a concession to them to state it again in writing. Yeah. Original Iran nuclear deal. Under no circumstances will Iran ever seek, develop, or acquire a nuclear weapon. If the nuclear weapon was the main point of contention, the JCPOA would not be ripped apart. So whenever Donald Trump says, oh, Israel, what are you talking about? We're actually fucking following through on getting Iran to commit to no nuclear arms. Trump is behaving like a fucking moron. Everyone who's engaging in sober analysis here understands that denuclearization is not the fucking major point here. The major point for Israel is to destroy Iran, to rip it apart piece by piece. That's why once you fucking pulled the trigger, once you actually cast aside the past 4 decades of American foreign policy and decided to, take the action alongside Israel and blow up Iran, and it failed, you had to recalculate. Severe confrontation with the U.S. The entirety of Israeli military operations are dependent on U.S. intelligence and logistical support, and Israel would not be able to operate even a few days without this. Exactly. There is no operating without U.S. involvement for Israel. The level of cooperation within the Israeli military, even without our merger of the militaries, as the American Congress is seeking to push right now, is immense. This also proves vulnerability for Israel. Israel has never been a fully sovereign nation. That's part of the reason why they have to dump billions of dollars into this sophisticated influence peddling operation in the Western world. Israel cannot operate without unlimited American support. Okay? They don't have jet fuel for their fighter jets, and their fighter jets are actually our fighter jets, ironically enough. The munitions that the American fighter jets that are dumping, that Israel is using on Iranian soil or on Lebanese soil, are our munitions. Hence why Israel wants to merge with the U.S. military. Once they have access, they won't need our permission. I mean, they seemingly don't need our permission right now, as you can see.
He posted on social media saying this morning's attack on Beirut should not have happened, particularly on a special day when we're so close to a peace deal with Iran.
Yeah, this fucking moron just wanted a W on his birthday, by the way. That's what makes it even crazier. He doesn't even care about, like, staving off additional death and destruction. He doesn't care about regional stability. He doesn't care about global stability. What Donald Trump cares about, and he's been very clear on this, is He wants to have a nice W for his birthday. He wants a birthday gift. It's incredible. That's what the whole point is. Oh, I have my UFC event. I have a memorandum of understanding. It's my big special day, and I'm a big special boy, like a fucking toddler. That is what he cares about. That's the reason why he's pissed off. But clearly not pissed off enough to tell Israel to fuck off. Instead of telling Israel to restrain itself, he's turning around and trying to bribe the Iranian government into inaction here, instead of creating military deterrence, establishing and reestablishing military deterrence. That's what's also important to understand. If Iran takes the deal, if Iran takes the American deal with like the additional funds or whatever Trump is offering, he says he's going to offer even more. I suspect it's just going to be like direct pallets of cash or unfreezing assets that are trapped in regional banks and whatnot, assets that Iran already owns, in an effort to get Iran to not reestablish military deterrence. This would be a major mistake for Iran. If Iran doesn't retaliate in this circumstance, then Israel is the big dog. Israel is not only the senior partner in the American-Israeli coalition, but it's the only country that matters in the region. Its ambitions, no matter how bloodthirsty, no matter how ridiculous, no matter how belligerent, is the primary focus of the United States of America, and it will inevitably lead to their ultimate goal of destroying Iran. So if Iran understands that this is an existential threat, then they have to force America's hand into restraining Israel. President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu spoke a little bit ago. Trump updated Netanyahu on the progress towards signing with Iran, possibly as early as tonight. There's reports of Trump immediately lifting the naval blockade as a concession. Dog, there is nothing that matters here. Nothing that matters more than restraining Israel. I'm telling you, there's a reason why Iran sees this as the top priority. Because Iran understands that Israel is the reason why America bombed Iran to begin with. Breaking, Iran Supreme Leader Special Advisor says the order has been issued and 0 hour has arrived for Israel with missile launchers being prepared right now. Iranian state TV says Israel will be heavily bombed tonight. Yes, I have talked about Jeremy Scales reporting that Iran has a senior psychologist to understand Trump's pathology in the deal-making process. And he also said Iran wasn't the only country doing that.
We're close to a deal that will bring peace to the region, including to Lebanon, and all sides should stand down. There should be no more attacks by Israel, he says, anywhere in Lebanon, but there should also be no more attacks by any other party, including Hezbollah, against Israel. This could be the beginning of a long...
Victoria Codes of the Heritage Foundation is absolutely fantastic. She gets it like few others do. Thank you, Victoria. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, and the Strait of Hormuz will be opening up for business very shortly. President Donald J. Trump. He's watching Fox and posting through it. Yeah. The U.S. plan for drawing down its presence in the Middle East was locking in a new security architecture with Israel, allied with the Sunni Arab countries via the Abraham Accords, working together to manage the region. The Gaza and now especially Iran wars have completely upended this idea, such that the U.S. is faced with a choice of many more years or even decades of close involvement in the region, or simply exiting the situation without a solid day after concept in mind. Yeah. Post-October 7, this calculation was thwarted, destroyed. It's true. Abraham Accords were supposed to allow America to withdraw its forces and allow its military cooperative agreements that they have with these other countries, these Gulf nations, in close coordination with Israel to maintain regional stability against Iran or against like whatever kind of limited militancy that might pop up with only American support if necessary. October 7 changed that dynamic. It made it impossible for the Gulf nations to come out and offer full support, political support to Israel, right? As it was conducting a genocide on the Palestinian population, the Arab population, on Muslim populations. And then outside of that, Israel's increasing belligerence in the region has made it completely impossible for the Abraham Accords to continue. So now America has to actually double down on its efforts to either defend Israel or recalculate its relationship with Israel and force Israel to restrain itself. Fuck.
And beautiful piece, let's not blow it. We begin with Heidi Jocastro in Washington, D.C. Tell us more, Heidi, about how President Trump has reacted to the latest Israeli actions in Lebanon.
Foley, this seemed to be a pretty full-throated condemnation of the Israeli attacks on Beirut coming from Donald Trump and coming just hours after one was essentially requested by the Iranian military leadership, saying that the U.S. should have seen this coming and should have told Israel not to attack. And indeed, the tenuous nature of the moment with this extension of the ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran on the line here, all of that is the context for these words of condemnation from the U.S. president, saying that initially the Hezbollah rocket attacks on Israel, he called those meaningless and small because it did not result in a loss of life or injury, and him telling all sides to stand down, which includes, of course, Israel's attacks on Lebanon as well as Hezbollah's attacks on Israel. Again, all of this is happening as the minutes tick by, and Donald Trump yesterday promising that the extension of the ceasefire would be signed today, which, by the way, happens to be special in another sense that it is his 80th birthday. And now Mike Waltz, the U.S. ambassador to the UN, blaming the delay for this signing, saying that it still could happen today, that it's the president's intention for this deal to be signed today, but blaming it on Iranian negotiators. And
she's part of Chorus. Melat reposted her.
Coming to you live from Denver, Colorado, where we are in town for the Power for the People rally for Melat Kiros, for Justin Pearson, for Donovan McKinney, and Hasan Piker is there, and that is why we're walking around outside, because we don't have a venue.
Yeah,
Cassie?
they kept canceling because we're all enemies of the state now.
I always kind of think when people are talking about Hasan, I think they're doing a bit. When they're like, oh, he should be banned from the UK. I forget that people like actually say that shit, but like everywhere in Denver canceled.
Not a bit, not a bit.
Apparently,
there is no venue.
Apparently they're taking it seriously, but...
and by the way, venues are really canceling to like... No. Venues were like threatening to cancel their lease in order to like not host the event.
They're like lying about like the technology of the video. You know what? We have bad news, which is that people are apparently being serious about this. But we have good news, which is that event was completely sold out. And now it's going to be on the steps of the Denver Capitol at 4 p.m. and all of y'all can come.
Period.
So come by, say hi, and throw some money to Melat, throw some money to Justin Pearson, throw some money to Donovan McKinney, because they're being real serious about not wanting these people to win, y'all. They're being real serious.
Throw me some money too. I don't need
No,
it.
don't. Okay, bye.
Dude, this is like, I didn't even realize that this is like just the open situation. I don't like this. There's something strange taking place here. I'm going to be honest with you. I mean, there's a new element of danger involved with this situation now that it's like literally an unsanctioned outdoor event. I don't like it. Like these major venues, these massive venues are indoors. There's a level of security involved. I mean, the security calculation has changed dramatically. It sucks that I'm literally live while this is happening too, so I can't even like gather my fucking thoughts to figure out what the next steps are here. It feels like a level of coordination that I did not think. It feels like a level of coordination that I did not fucking think would take place at all. What's the difference between this and protests you've gone to? The major difference is there's always an element of danger in the protests I go to, but this is like there was a different risk calculation, a different risk profile, and an established when you a month ahead of time when you say you're going to go to a certain location rather than a protest that's taking shape in like the last week or so. There's a lot less pre-planning involved in it. Okay? This is an instance where if someone were to plan something and they could very quickly move it to a much easier venue where they could actually do something that they planned, as opposed to a much more difficult situation to create some kind of risk if it's indoors. Yeah. Out in the fucking open. It's a huge, wide open area. It's very different. Just do it at your hotel with speakers? What are you talking about, man? That's not how this works. What? This is the dumbest conversation to have with a bunch of fucking chatters on Twitch chat too. So I don't know why I'm entertaining it currently. Anyway, let's continue with this coverage for now.
Divisions between the military and civilian leadership there. Now, there's still a lot that is unclear about the text of this memorandum of understanding that the two sides are looking at, but what has been reported is that it would be a 60-day extension of the ceasefire in which the Strait of Hormuz would be reopened. A lot of disagreement, it appears, on exactly how or when that would happen or what it would look like. And also the greater question of what to do with Iran's nuclear material and nuclear program deferred to later negotiations. So still a lot of mixed messaging in terms of when this deal might be signed, today or later, but certainly you're seeing President Trump putting his thumb on the scale forcefully, trying to make this happen today.
Just spoke with President Trump. He tells Fox News he believes a deal with Iran will be signed in the next 2 to 3 hours. I asked him about the Israeli strikes earlier today against Hezbollah in the Lebanese capital of Beirut. He tells me he spoke on the phone with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, asking him, "What the F are you doing?" He told the Prime Minister not to conduct additional strikes against Hezbollah so that it doesn't affect this deal from moving forward. Now, the Israelis are bracing for the possibility of incoming Iranian ballistic missile fire, according to the IDF. And President Trump tells Fox News he will ask Iran not to respond with missile fire toward Israel, with this deal on the horizon expected to be signed tonight. All of this taking place amid the backdrop of these latest conversations to get this final agreement across the finish line. The president talked about the strikes in the middle of last week when he was hammering many of those Iranian positions, pushing the Iranians back to the negotiating table. You might remember, Kevin, I was on the phone with the president as he was in the Situation Room, and the Iranians called him and asked him to stop the bombing. The president believes that moment was able to shift the equation and again get the Iranians to make these concessions. President Trump says if they sign the deal tonight, he will immediately order the blockade on Iranian ports to be lifted and then move forward into these more detailed discussions as it relates to Iran's nuclear program.
Let's go back to the Middle East now, and Donald Trump is criticizing Israel after strikes on southern Beirut undermined peace talks with Iran. He said on social media the attack should not have happened. Well, Tehran says America isn't living up to its obligations. It comes after Israel launched strikes on Beirut this morning. At least 3 people were killed, several more wounded. Well, let's get more from our military analyst, Sean Bell, who joins me in the studio. And Sean, before I come to you, I just want to read something, some breaking news coming into us from the Reuters news agency. That's from the head of Iranian Parliament's National Security Committee. Now, he said a strong response is coming about the Israeli strike on Beirut's southern suburbs. So the head of the Iranian Parliament's National Security Committee saying a strong response is coming, which ties into the Israelis saying that they were preparing for a strike from Iran. It seems like there's a bit of a déjà vu here.
Yeah, Barbara, good evening. I mean, literally a few hours ago, President Trump's birthday, were Iran going to hand a present to him, get the signature done? It all felt we were rushing towards some sort of deal. But these Israeli strikes on southern Beirut, it's not the first time they've done that. They've claimed this as a stronghold of Hezbollah. That's why they've justified it. It does risk compromising the peace process. The really interesting point is there are reports that saying Prime Minister Netanyahu's done this quite deliberately to try and provoke that. What is clear is President Trump desperately needs an off-ramp to the war. He needs to get the Strait of Hormuz open, get energy prices down, control inflation in the US for domestic reasons, whereas Netanyahu sees a once-in-a-generation opportunity to deal with Hezbollah. He doesn't want this war with Hezbollah to be included in the main deal with Iran. And despite the fact Iran is now threatened to retaliate, the harsh reality is it's going to be a real test of President Trump's influence or indeed control of Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Yeah, because obviously this deal isn't even fully a deal. It's a memorandum of understanding. The main thrust of it initially would be the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, and then they would talk about sanctions, a nuclear deal, etc. So, I mean, even if it's signed, and Donald Trump would say it's amazing and the best deal ever, one would wonder what has actually been achieved by all of this.
Yeah, I think what's going to happen, we're not there at the signature yet, but it feels exactly that question at the moment. Strait of Hormuz opens, that's great. What price will the US have to pay for that? Sanctions relief, unfreezing assets. But as you say, the key issue is nuclear. I mean, what's fascinating is that Iran's always claimed that it has no ambition for a nuclear weapon, whatever we may think about that aim, but it's all about verification process. It's all about negotiation and time. And it's the details that matter. The last time that this was all done, it took nearly 2 years. It's fully expect that to take that long again. But there's no, no realization at the moment they're getting anywhere close to deal length. So practically what the war were about. If you look at the cost of the war, though, it's starting to be astronomical. The US, just the military means alone, I think it's about 25 billion they reckon it's cost. If you include the wider, the cost of energy, the cost of inflation, and the repairs that are required, you're up to almost £1 trillion. This flow of arms to Ukraine has dropped dramatically. And if you look at the US casualties, 13 US servicemen died and hundreds have been injured. If I look that through the Iranian lens, very different.
We have security and marshals. I love that you as a DSA chatter think that you have more insight into what's going on than the actual fucking organizers that I'm currently talking to. But thank you. I know that, dude. I know that. The fuck's wrong with you, man? Why are other chatters also literally fucking highlighting this shit? Are you guys stupid? Hello? I know everything, okay? I didn't when I first landed. When I first landed in Denver, Colorado, I didn't know shit. I only found out a couple, at this point, 2 hours ago, 40 minutes into my fucking broadcast, how much things have how much things have shifted. They're just trying to help. I know, but it's not helping. I'm dealing with it right now. Things didn't just change. They changed dramatically. Like, it wasn't like a little bit of a change. Oh, we're going to a different venue over another one. I'm so confused what happened. Every single venue that this rally was supposed to be at is canceled last second. It was always sold out. It got canceled last second. I thought it was because I thought they shifted venues because of the size and the interest. It turns out it wasn't because of the size and the interest. It was because the venues kept canceling, including the last place we landed at that canceled this morning. Okay? And it's not like they canceled these venues. It's not like they canceled the venues because of some additional concern or there was like a lot of fucking people. Yeah, this is the fourth, I believe, venue. I'm not entirely sure. But this is the fucking fourth venue, and it's the morning of the event that they canceled it. Unsanctioned event with you speaking sounds like a pretense for an arrest. No, I'm not worried about being arrested, dude. What are you talking about? I'm not worried about getting arrested because I'm speaking at a fucking rally. That's not a cause for concern. There wasn't any negative pushback against this rally at all, which means that there is some level of coordination taking place.
difficult to get hard numbers, but we're talking about well over 3,000 Iranians have died as a result of that. Many thousands. That school incident, remember when the school children got killed, the economy, poverty, and the like. But Iran, of course, has emerged from this with the leadership still intact. They've still got the Strait of Hormuz in control, and actually they've got a lot of leverage ready for them. So you do wonder what this war has actually achieved.
Yeah, I mean, militarily speaking, though, there's no question that the U.S. is the biggest power out of everyone. And yet we see President Trump, and I found the post on Truth Social very interesting. He's almost trying to coerce Israel not to keep on attacking Beirut, which he already told them not to do, and then they've done it again. He effectively calls the attack disproportionate. He says they were responding to an attack by Hezbollah, but that attack was very small and meaningless. Nobody was hurt, and effectively telling them, you know, stop doing this, but they don't seem to be listening.
No, and I think part of the problem here is they've now clearly got different agendas. Right at the start of the war, they were lockstep together. Now it's very, very different agendas, and therefore Prime Minister Netanyahu doesn't want to get his... I think President Trump must be sitting back and going, fully expecting to win, you know, superpower at war. That's not deliver success. I think what's fascinating, I think on the 8th of April is when the ceasefire's called. It's when America suddenly realised this military option wasn't working. And actually history will show that that's the point at which failure happened. I would even argue it happened earlier than that, probably the 1st of March. Why that early? Because the strikes happened on the 28th of February. They initially killed Khomeini and all the leadership. And if they paused then, remember there was the potential for an uprising. The Iranian leadership, #1 priority is to survive. If America kept its powder dry then, it might have encouraged a change of tack. They saw through the military action. As a military guy, we've played that before. I've played Iran in those war games. It was entirely inevitable what was going to get to now. So now you end up with Trump needing an off-ramp, Iran feeling emboldened. None of that bodes well for the nuclear negotiations. And I think the history books will be laden with what on earth was this all about?
Or even the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz.
Well, it wasn't an issue before the war.
No, it wasn't.
It absolutely
is now. Sean Bell, a military analyst. Sean, as always, thank you.
We face a key decision point today that has implications for the global economy and potentially could stop nearly 4 months of conflict with Iran. As we come on the air, a preliminary memorandum of understanding between Washington and Tehran has yet to be signed. But if and when the agreement takes effect, it would extend the ceasefire, reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and kick off 60 days of negotiations to resolve the other big issues. Yet, even as both sides signal a deal is within reach, hostilities in the region continue. This morning, the Israeli Defense Force conducted strikes in Lebanon on Beirut's southern suburbs to target the Iranian-backed Hezbollah leadership. The IDF called it retaliation for strikes on Israel. CBS has learned the potential U.S.-Iran truce includes a vague reference to ending the fighting in Lebanon, which may not be enough for Iran's leaders. And Iran's failure to cut off support for its proxy force Hezbollah may not be enough for America's partner, Israel. For the latest, we begin this morning with Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, who joins us from Tennessee. Mr. Secretary, welcome to Face the Nation.
Good morning, Margaret. Thank you.
So did the Hezbollah-Israel strikes disrupt any of the plans to have this memorandum signed today? Are we on track for a Sunday signing?
From all I know, we are on track. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. There's logistics involved into how these things happen. Ultimately, obviously, we're attuned to what's happening with Hezbollah firing rockets into northern Israel, which they need to stop doing, and Iran needs to encourage them to stop doing that in very adamant ways. And Israel was very measured in its response, understanding that a deal we're on the verge of a deal. So I don't expect that to disrupt. I also expect more robust talks there. The negotiations business is not really mine, but I think those talks will continue. And if Iran wants this to hold, they need to pull back Hezbollah, no doubt.
So this memorandum would be an extension of the ceasefire, as you said, with a promise to keep talking. Given how clear President Trump has been that he wants to end combat, will the U.S. troops come back home? Will those 2 aircraft carriers be pulled back?
Well, Margaret, what I would say the president's been most clear about is that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. Never, full stop. And this deal, as we talk about aspects of the deal, some of which have come out publicly are totally wrong, it's performance-based. No money released to Iran until they perform. There's no trust and verify. There's no trust here, and we're going to verify everything. Nuclear material will be destroyed and removed. The nuclear program will be dismantled. The straits will be open, no tolling. This is not the JCPOA was a path to a bomb. What this deal will be a wall to a bomb. And that was the objective from the beginning, very clear from the beginning. So as far as our military posture, we'll maintain what we need to. The blockade has been a devastating success for us and impact on the Iranians. So think of this chain of events militarily, just for a second. You had 45 days of overwhelming combat, which Iran could not manage, and their Navy's gone, Air Force gone, air defenses. Then it led to a blockade, which was impenetrable now for a couple of months. And then you had the underground Project Freedom, which allowed now 125 million barrels of oil to transit the straits, showing that we control the straits. And then we did 2 more days of bombing because they weren't really coming to the table. So it's been military pressure and strength from President Trump that's compelled Iran to this deal, which will be performance-based when it's signed shortly.
Right, but we're not at that deal yet. We're not even at the memorandum. That's what we're waiting on being signed today. The U.S. and Israeli militaries, no doubt, did devastate the conventional military, as you are arguing there. But the IRGC terrorist-controlled regime, they control this country. They would be pocketing the financial benefits of being able to sell the oil if the blockade ends, as you just indicated. They didn't capitulate. They're negotiating. So how do you reassure allies who are in the region and say they still feel they are at risk? Are you keeping the force posture in place through the 60 days of negotiations and beyond?
Oh, we'll make sure the military option is there. And that's the big difference between this and JCPOA and the way Obama did it. Obama, they begged Iran for a deal, and we bombed Iran and then put in a blockade and then ran ships through and then have restarted when necessary to ensure that they come to the table for a great deal. So our military posture will be whatever it needs to be to ensure they're compelled over this 60 days through the memorandum of understanding that they live up to what they said they would do. The document says Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, won't seek one, won't buy one, won't have one.
JCPOA said that
days,
too.
There'll be negotiations to make that final. But they didn't have the threat of military force the way that we do, that Iran respects in a very way that their regime is more devastated than it's ever been in its 47 years. And that's why they're at the table. So the huge difference is we did this from a position of strength. President Trump led with military might. That military might will stay as long as necessary. You know, if the blockade comes off, then you pull back and you allow shipping to flow, just like Iran needs to allow shipping to go through the straits. But we can snap that blockade back at any point, and they can't do anything about it. And Iran knows that, and that's why we have the leverage in these talks, and we hope they'll go well. We really do.
Well, as I understand it, the first part of this deal would involve the clearing and reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. How quickly will the U.S. blockade on Iran end? How quickly will they be able to sell their oil?
Immediately is what the president has said, and that'll be our expectation of the Iranians, is that
so
it's
tomorrow
not us that
you'll end the blockade if they sign it
the
today.
problem here. So when it's performance-based, Margaret. So we're not going to, unlike Obama, President Trump is smart about these things. He's not going to just give it away. So ultimately, the blockade will stay as the strait opens, and then the blockade will open, and then the straits open. And if that takes 30 days to fully mature or 2 weeks to fully mature, but it will start immediately, as the president has said. And by the way, I think your viewers need to remember, Project Freedom never stopped, and we've run 125 million barrels of oil through the straits, and Iran couldn't do anything about it. How many ships from Iran have transited our blockade? Zero. We have controlled the straits this entire time.
Right,
this
but you're going to negotiate with them to
immediately and gradually.
Reopen it. So, okay, you're saying immediately, but Secretary Rubio had said the U.S. would help to clear mines.
There's no consistency in their messaging on this issue at all. It just doesn't make any sense. Like the Strait of Hormuz is going to open immediately. We've actually blocked it. We're going to open it. Iran is moments away from signing off, but Iran is saying they're not. I mean, what we wait for at this point is whether or not Iran is serious about reestablishing military deterrence against Israel. The only way to do that, obviously, is by striking Israel. So we'll see. If they don't do that, that means... Here's the thing. Israel is gambling with Iran's strategic restraint, its capacity to just eat the cost of making a strong stance about Lebanon and then backing away from said strong stance. For Israel, the new security posture where Iran's retaliations force America to force Israel into restraint is completely unacceptable. Because here's why. Iran's ballistic missiles program is not an existential threat to Israel. Iran's ballistic missiles program and its paramilitary forces in the region have simply been an existential threat to the greater Israel project. Okay? Israel has nukes at the end of the day. Israel has unlimited support from the United States of America. Israel knows that Iran can't just like kill a shit ton of Israeli civilians and like make the cost far too large for Israel to no longer exist or anything like that. If Iran gets to, through the economic penalties that it dishes out to the rest of the world, to the global energy markets, if Iran can get America to restrain Israel, then what that means, and Iran is certainly not Iran is certainly not a threat to the United States at all, obviously. I think we all know that. But if Iran can get America to restrain Israel by utilizing by basically enforcing its blockade over the Strait of Hormuz, then that's an existential threat to the greater Israel project. That's an existential threat to the sovereignty that Israel has over the region, the dominance that Israel gets to have over the entire region. So it's basically a much more successful way of forcing restraint upon Israel when Israel does not want to be restrained. It's not just a matter of influence. It's not just an example that Iran gets to show. Okay? It stops. It basically abides by the whole principle of why they have a ballistic munitions program to begin with, which is to restrain Israel. If they can get America to do it, then great. Perhaps, from their perspective, getting America to do it is far easier. Bro, this is weirding me out, too. A lot of first-time chatters. Same day followed. Account created, followed, same day. A lot of first-time chatters being like, dude, the Iran deal includes a ceasefire in Lebanon. Wall Street Journal reports Israeli officials were caught off guard by Trump's post declaring that there should be no more Israeli attacks anywhere in Lebanon. Wall Street Journal.
from the Strait of Hormuz. You just used 30 days as like a period of time. Can you clear the mines and remove the security threats in the Strait within 30 days?
We can do any of those things within 30 days in a permissive environment. So the ball is in Iran's court at some level.
So we would get
agree
back
to this
to
deal.
pre-war
We're already
shipping?
doing things I can't. We're already doing things I can't talk about on this program, and that to ensure that safe passage happens as quickly as possible. So we're all over this. We know exactly what the dynamics are. Iran probably doesn't, because they can't see and sense their capabilities around the Strait, especially these last couple nights were very devastating for them as far as their ability to understand what's going through the Strait. So if they have capabilities and can do it, great. If not, if international partners who've said they want to step up and contribute, great. But once this deal is signed, our expectation is that Iran will stop shooting, drones at commercial shipping. It's been them shooting at shipping the entire time.
Yeah, they did that just on Friday. And in fact, a drone collided with an Apache helicopter last week. They fired drones into Bahrain. They fired missiles at a U.S. base in Jordan just a few days ago. They still have the capacity to
And that's why you
hurt our
have to
friends and
deal with
partners.
these folks with strength and not just ask them at the table. And it's the military strength that compelled them to this point where they're making a deal which will be great for the security of the United States of America. And that's why this is such a big moment. And only President Trump's strength and clarity of mission to say no nuclear weapon will ensure that now and underneath the MOU, the terms are set that are performance-based for Iran to ensure that they never get a nuclear weapon. That's what's critical.
So once the 60 days of negotiations, and I know that could be extended, start, that's when the nuclear program gets dealt with. President Trump posted on social media Saturday that, quote, at the appropriate time, when all is calm, we will go in and get the nuclear dust. That's how he refers to the highly enriched uranium under the bombed sites. He said, we'll downblend and destroy it, whether in Iran or the U.S. Is the goal, is the plan to have the UN do all of that?
I don't think the UN's been really effective in anything here.
The weapons
we'll
inspectors
handle
from
it
the IAEA?
as we need to. Ultimately, that could be part of it. The reality is President Trump has already set back Iran's nuclear program in devastating ways, from Midnight Hammer to this campaign, to ways that we know how far back we've set them. We're watching that material as we have this entire time.
Yeah.
And any arrangement, as I said from the outset of the program, will be performance and metrics based. You'll have inspections, you'll have oversight, whether they're U.S., whether they're international, but it'll be a throttle set by the United States through our negotiators with the military and strength as the guarantor of this. If Iran does not want to comply, then they can deal with the War Department again, which we'd rather not have to do, and President Trump would rather not have to do, but they know the type of devastating effects that have occurred on their military and on their air defenses and on their capabilities. They don't want that again. And so when we restruck twice, don't
Following intensive talks, we are pleased to announce that the peace deal between the United States of America and Islamic Republic of Iran has been reached. Both sides have declared the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon. The official signing ceremony will be on Friday, 19th June in Switzerland. We would like to thank the United States of America and the Islamic... What the fuck? We would like to thank the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran for their commitment to finding a diplomatic solution to the conflict. We would also like to extend our sincere appreciation to our brothers in this mediation effort, the great leadership of the state of Qatar for their support in reaching this agreement. I would also especially thank the visionary leadership of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Republic of Turkey for their immense contributions in this regard. With the agreement now in place, mediators will facilitate a series of meetings this week. This is literally a memorandum of understanding that hasn't been signed yet, that'll be signed in Switzerland. And it is the Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan that's stating this. I don't know. I don't know how reliable this is. I don't know how valid this is. Again, especially considering that Israel, from this point on, is going to do everything in its fucking power to completely pummel. This is an MOU for an MOU. With the agreement now in place, mediators will facilitate a series of meetings this week. These pre-implementation discussions will lay the foundation for technical talks in the official signing ceremony. What are the Iranians saying about it? Let's see what Dropside is reporting. Because only 30 minutes ago, a Khamenei advisor warned that a 0 hour had arrived after Israeli strike on Beirut. Ali Akbar Velayati, the senior foreign affairs advisor of the Iran supreme leader, warned Sunday that Tehran's patience had run out after the Israeli strike on Beirut. Now, this might be posturing, specifically because this might be posturing because they will still sign it, but they want to engage in tough talk. But what I do think is, no matter what happens, if Iran doesn't establish military deterrence, if Iran does not establish military deterrence, then Israel is going to effectively ruin this until Geneva happens. Long time between now and Geneva. 5 days, 5 whole days where Israel can consistently pummel Lebanon. And every single time, including this last time when Israel hit Dahia, Israel hit Beirut, and Iran doesn't retaliate, that's another notch for Israel. That's another blow to any kind of, that's another blow to whatever military deterrence Iran had created. I remember a tweet exactly like this from the Pakistani prime minister before Israel declared it was not bound by any such deal between the U.S. and Iran with regards to Lebanon, and Lebanon continued to be bombarded with even more ferocity. Yeah. This literally looks like the exact same Gaza ceasefire deal where America is trying to get the opposition to Israel to cease its hostilities, and then Israel continues to
Netanyahu. It appeared, at
right,
least,
we'll
that this was a genuine attempt to derail the deal. Now, I've said before, this is quite a birthday gift, given this is Donald Trump's 80th birthday from his so-called friend. What this appears to look like is very fancy diplomatic language hiding the fact that this virtual signing is not going to happen today and is simply buying time of a few days more. And so what we have is the Pakistani mediators that have been playing a role in trying to get Iran and the United States.
By the way, this isn't even a temporary ceasefire. This is a temporary cessation of hostilities before the temporary ceasefire is implemented, where there's a memorandum of understanding that will be signed, which will then kickstart the 60-day negotiations process for a full-blown facilitated ceasefire. So this is a ceasefire before the actual ceasefire. It's unbelievable what the fuck's going on. And it's very clear, in my opinion, I think this is, some people will say Israel did this to fuck the ceasefire up. The ceasefire is beneficial for Iran, and their militant posture here was simply to get a better deal out of Donald Trump. I think ultimately this is still the very same existential threat for Iran, as Israel will absolutely, in my opinion, perhaps I'm wrong, but Israel will absolutely fucking continue to push the boundaries over and over again. And as long as Iran does not retaliate, it's just giving Donald Trump everything he wanted without Donald Trump actually committing to real security assurances for Iran.
Reportedly has indicated to the Wall Street Journal is agreed to. But again, it's that all-important signing. And it appears that what's going on right now is that the White House, along with the assistance of Pakistan, is buying time in order to achieve that by saying that the official ceremony won't be till Friday.
Okay, Kimberly, I may well be back with you. In the meantime, let's bring in our correspondent, HasanAbi bin Javed, who's on the line right now with us. He's in Doha and possibly can give us some insight into this statement from the Pakistani Prime Minister, who appears, Osama, to be saying that there'll be more talks about talks before the agreement is signed.
Well, after what we saw the Israelis do this afternoon, where essentially all hopes were dashed and the deal felt like it was torpedoes and Iranians would react, it appears that Pakistan and Qatar, the two countries who've been in the mix of things, sticking their necks out, have been able to pull it through, albeit for a later date. It is not the virtual signing that the Americans had hoped for, but it is not the complete breakdown as was feared today. So once again, these really frantic mediation efforts have now been bearing fruit for a couple of times now. Remember the ceasefire that was announced initially when Bagher Ghalibaf and J.D. Vance met. And then the extension of the ceasefire because of these efforts that have been continuing. So it appears that now there is going to be a sigh of relief for all sides. There is going to be further detail that needs to be ironed out about the language. But this has also been made possible because the National Security Council in Tehran has, in fact, voted in favor of the negotiations. Now, it appears that now the Iranians have the backing of the hardline elements, which were so far opposing any deal with the United States. Still, there is a lot of mistrust between these two sides, but just the fact that there is an agreement now in place, which the National Security Council of Iran, Donald Trump, and is being announced by the Pakistanis while the Qataris were present in Tehran, kind of gives it more impetus than because we've been here so many times before, it gives it more impetus that there might be something in the offing which is more concrete and more reliable.
All right, Osama, let's just remind anyone that may have tuned in the last few minutes that Pakistan's Prime Minister has said that Iran and the US have reached a peace deal. He said, following an intensive talks, we're pleased to announce that the peace deal between the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran has been reached. Both sides have declared the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon. But the official signing ceremony will be on Friday, the 19th of June in Switzerland. With the agreement now in place, mediators will facilitate a series of meetings this week. These pre-implementation discussions will lay the foundation for the technical talks and the official signing ceremony. Let's go live to Tehran. Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val is there. What are we to make of that statement from Pakistan's Prime Minister, Mohammed, especially in terms of the peace deal covering Lebanon?
It's very interesting because of the atmosphere here in Tehran and across Iran is very highly charged. There have been statements about imminent strikes. I mean, I'm not here confirming, I'm not talking about confirmed deadline or announcement that at this time or at this hour we will launch missiles against Israel, but high readiness, and that has been expressed by various components of the Iranian armed forces and IRGC in response to the recent to today's strikes on Beirut. So, I mean, this is a huge development, this announcement by the US president, particularly when we know that there is no confirmation so far from the Iranian side. So it's a completely reverse orientation to the escalation that has been that is being expected and expected tonight. Which means that something behind the scenes is going on across the board. We know that the Qatari delegation has visited, probably still here in Tehran. So there is a race against the time to counter the efforts of escalation that are being deployed by the Israelis when they launched those strikes in Beirut. I can understand, people here can understand that there is a strong message in this announcement by President Trump. He is anticipating the situation, and he's probably sending a strong message to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that whatever he does to disrupt this process, the Iranians are adamant that will go ahead. 4 days from now, that signing is still 4 days away from us, and there are many hours and many minutes and many seconds where anything can go wrong. We don't know what the Israelis are going to do. We don't know whether the Iranians will now calm the situation and desist from attacking Israel. So everything depends on the reaction that is expected here in Iran, whether they are along with what President Trump has said, whether there was an agreement behind the scenes before this announcement has been made, or whether it has been unilaterally made, or by the Americans without any consultation with the Iranians. That's going to be really a dangerous scenario, because the Iranians are in full gear about this situation in Lebanon, and it's just like a very interesting development emanating from that statement by President Trump. It's almost late in the night.
I don't understand
here in Tehran. We don't know
why people, including Trita, are claiming that this is definitely done. I don't know why. Because if the calculation is, and Trita is saying this as well, the deal's cut, Netanyahu failed. If the calculation is that, what's his face? Israel gets to do whatever it wants, and as long as Iran doesn't retaliate, there's a deal cut. But a key part of the deal is for America to restrain Israel, then the deal is not done. The deal with the Islamic Republic of Iran is not complete. Congratulations to all. I hereby fully authorize the toll-free opening of the Strait of Hormuz and simultaneously herewith authorize the immediate removal of the United States naval blockade. Ships of the world, start your engines, let the oil flow.
Was, especially in Lebanon, that this was an attempt to sabotage the deal, and it wouldn't be the first time Israel has done so. Israel was either trying to provoke a retaliation from Iran, because, like I mentioned, Iran was trying to implement a deterrence equation. It was also trying to send a message that it retains freedom of operation in Lebanon. And this is why there's also a lot of concern here. While a ceasefire would be welcomed, there is little trust that Israel will fully implement it, or at least Israel has repeatedly said it believes any ceasefire would still give it the right to strike or to act against Hezbollah, even if it sees a perceived threat.
Al Jazeera's Zaina Hodder on the line there from Beirut. Breaking news now on Al Jazeera. President Trump has just posted on Truth Social that the deal has been done. Earlier, the Wall Street Journal had reported that President Trump was planning to issue a statement imminently confirming that the U.S. had agreed to a deal with Iran. And then a few minutes later, Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif tweeted saying that following intensive talks, we're pleased to announce that the peace deal between the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran has been reached. Both sides have declared the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon. Let's go live to Washington. Our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett, is there. So, Kimberly, President Trump, at last, as we've expected for the last half an hour or so.
There's two different modes Israel has here. Either this is the last big boom that they always commit to before a permanent cessation of hostilities is imminent, or Israel is totally not going to abide by this, and they're going to continue escalating to try to draw Iran back into conflict. And at a certain point, Iran is going to have to retaliate, or else Trump's calculation is correct that they don't want the smoke. Therefore, making the ceasefire an impossibility. Because on the American side, military deterrence isn't a part of the calculation. But on the Iranian side, which is fighting an existential battle, military deterrence is an absolute necessity for the ceasefire to take place. There will never be a ceasefire if the Americans and the Israelis calculate that Iran will not retaliate and Israel can do whatever the fuck it wants. Once you establish that Lebanon is a proxy and therefore must be a part of the total ceasefire calculation, all this does, in my opinion, all this does is simply engage in the active theater in an effort to stop Iran from retaliating against Israel.
After having covered Donald Trump's first term and 2 years into his next term, this appears to be Donald Trump buying time, saving face, given the fact he said it would all happen today, and it's clear that there was a need to buy more time.
All right, Kimberly, for the moment, many thanks. Let's go to Tehran then. Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val is there for his take on what this statement from the Pakistani Prime Minister means, Mohammed, when he said that mediators will facilitate a series of meetings this week. These pre-implementation discussions will lay the foundation for the technical talks and the official signing ceremony, which we now understand is going to be on Friday this week. What are we to make of all of that?
Well, I think we make of it that President Trump has already...
No response from the Iranian side is interesting. Except the Iranian media has officially announced it. But I don't know. Has the Iranian media officially announced it? Or is there some kind of manipulation taking place? I haven't seen a high-level Iranian official say anything. I do think that concessions at this point to Donald Trump without any restraint on the Israeli side from Donald Trump is utterly meaningless. Okay? I think it's utterly meaningless. Donald Trump sees even an Iranian willingness to negotiate as weakness. For the record,
effort behind the scene by the Qataris and the Pakistanis to prevent that deterioration in the situation. So that to me is the meaning of this this announcement by President Trump, even before the preparations are over and even before the discussions and the talks about the signing are over. So, I mean, we can understand on the one hand that things are not yet ready 100%, but the sides, the Iranians and the Americans, would like to send this message and to express this strong support to the peace deal, just to make sure that the Israelis cannot stop it and cannot disrupt it.
Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val reporting live from Tehran. If you're just joining us, US President Donald Trump has confirmed that the deal with Iran has been reached. He says that the deal with the Islamic Republic of Iran is now complete. Congratulations to all. I hereby fully authorize the toll-free opening of the Strait of Hormuz and simultaneously herewith authorize the immediate removal of the United States naval blockade. Ships of the world, start your engines. Let the oil flow. That statement coming after a tweet from Pakistan's Prime Minister saying that the deal had been completed following intensive talks. Let's bring in our correspondent, HasanAbi June, who's on the line right now and can tell us more about what Pakistan has been saying about this. Osama?
Well, we've been getting some more details from a number of sources, both in Pakistan and in Qatar. I've just got some word from a diplomat with the knowledge of the situation telling us that the Qatari delegation is still in Tehran as this announcement has been made. It's worth noting that the Iranians are still weighing on what the words to use for their announcement of this. But as you see the words coming out of Donald Trump's social media post, it's essentially that the Strait of Hormuz will be open and the ships should start their engines. It might not be as simple as the U.S. president is putting it, but it appears there's a lot of diplomatic activity that has been taking place in the last week. Just to give you a recap of what has happened, after the Eid holidays, there have been Iranian delegations in Doha holding indirect talks with the Americans. Then there was a Qatari delegation which was in Tehran, and at the height of that escalation that we saw a few days ago, where the Iranians were firing missiles at Tel Aviv, while they were attacking Bahrain and Kuwait and Jordan, the Qatari delegation remained there. There have been a number of visits by Pakistani officials as well. So this was a two-track, two-tier diplomacy using every lever that was in their power. And obviously, as a diplomat with the knowledge of the situation has told us, this was essentially the vision of the leadership of Qatar, including the Qatari Emir, that they were sent there to get a deal done, to make sure that the apprehensions by various factions within Iran, especially those who are not in the favor of peace, especially those who do not trust the United States and Israel, have a voice of reason in the room, and they're able to listen to the guarantees that have been put into place that at least for the next 60-day period, whenever this deal comes into effect, we're hoping that it will be Friday, but whenever it does, for the next 60 days, there is going to be relative calm.
Your nose is whistling. It's not me, Chatter. It's the host of the Al Jazeera broadcast.
The world economy will see positive changes, and especially for this region, which has been reeling under a war of choice, it has been a
the mouth noises are coming from the fucking host, dumbass.
Participant, which has been dragged into war, they'll be able to take a sigh of relief.
Al Jazeera's HasanAbi June on the line. There many thanks indeed, Osama. Let's bring in Al Jazeera's senior political analyst, Marwan Bishara. He joins us now live from Paris. Marwan, what do you make of all of this?
Well, look, I can understand the skepticism and the cynicism on the part of many because, as we've been reporting already, President Trump some 36 times have broke the news about a deal is coming, been crying deal for more than 2 months now. But finally, the deal has come. So, I mean, this is important. It's important that there is a deal, memorandum of understanding, a basic deal, general deal, guideline, whatever you want to call it. It's important that there is something in paper, that something has been reached and something is going to be signed. And that is certainly better than war. The question is, for us, yes, if this could end war, it's great. Could it then pave the way to peace? Will it bring peace? That's a far more complicated question, and that does require some skepticism, knowing the gap between the two sides. And that's why one would expect that the deal will probably be not that too many pages, and it will probably have 4 or 5 key words like Hormuz, like nuclear, like Lebanon, like regional security, and so on. but it wouldn't have more than a few objectives, a few adjectives and generic language, because this is meant to be a sort of a general statement lacking in detail that allows both parties to declare victory if they must, but opens the way for the next 60 days or whatever, how many days, in order to negotiate a more pronounced, if you will, roadmap to peace.
Mohan, looking at what Pakistan's Prime Minister said in his statement, both sides have declared the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon. President Trump said that the Strait of Hormuz is open for business once again. But Pakistan's Prime Minister said that with the agreement now in place, mediators will facilitate a series of meetings this week. These pre-implementation discussions will lay the foundation for the technical talks and the official signing ceremony.
It's literally a memorandum of understanding to sign a memorandum of understanding to sign a cessation of hostilities that will then create a permanent cessation of hostilities. Literally, the MOU is supposed to be signed to sign off on a 60-day ceasefire, which would be, at the end of it, would create a permanent cessation of hostilities. This is a memorandum of understanding before the signature of a memorandum of understanding. Every step of the way, Israel will do everything in its power to destroy it.
Chaos in the Middle East. Now we are coming to some sort of a sense that this doesn't make sense anymore, and Netanyahu's grand design for the Middle East that he manipulated Trump into accepting is, of course, wishful thinking. Iran has not been destroyed. The regime has not been changed. It still has a hold in its nuclear materials.
So propaganda bullshit, it's entirely dependent on what Israel does next. Israel's the key player here. Israel has been successfully the spoiler in these endeavors. It's entirely dependent on what Israel does. Okay? Israel has successfully played the role of a deterrent, and it tried to spoil it this morning by striking Dahiyeh. Iran said they would retaliate. Trump freaked out. I don't know what they offered Iran in exchange for not retaliating, but clearly, as it stands currently, Iran is still going forward with the memorandum of understanding. So far, we haven't heard from any key Iranian leaders, just the media. So we shall see. Israelis being unhappy about it doesn't mean anything. Yeah, Trump sold out Israel. They're babies. Trump and Bibi go home. A disgrace to the state of Israel. A disgrace. The whole country needs to take the streets. What a shame. Israel news from the field. Yeah, Israelis are babies. They behave like children. They always get this way whenever there's talks of a ceasefire, because their ultimate goal is the complete destruction of Iran. And if they don't achieve that, then there is no victory. There's no victory condition for them beyond the destruction of Iran.
Well, in the Israeli media, Adrian, there is a lot of chatter. There is a lot of discussion and basically a lot of lamenting about what has happened. In fact, we saw and we tracked commentary from senior security correspondents. These are people who are usually thoroughly and accurately briefed by the Israeli security establishment. And they said that instead of collapsing...
Did this work? I can't tell. I'm trying to fix the lighting a little bit. It's really busted, unfortunately. Yeah, it's not good. No, immediate. Note, immediate lifting of the blockade, not phase. Israeli media had reported that Trump was offering Iran that in exchange for not bombing Israel. Iran has called off the planned attack on Israel.
The Iran-U.S. talk we're seeing, Israel is expected to comply. Now, of course, the devil is in the detail. The signing, as we saw, will be on the 19th of June. That's a few days from now, and that's a lot of time to try again, if the Israeli government wants to collapse the talks or to collapse the deal altogether.
Al Jazeera's Noor Odeh reporting live there from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. For the moment, Noor, many thanks indeed. Let's go back to Washington and our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett. Kimberly, a lot seems to have happened in the last, 50 minutes. Marwan was echoing a few moments ago, Marwan Bashara, echoing your reporter's skepticism here about at least what President Trump was saying.
That's right. And, you know, I'm going to apologize and be the Debbie Downer, as we say here in the United States, and continue with that skepticism. And here's why. We've been here before. I was looking back through my notes, and Donald Trump has announced breakthroughs before. As far back as October of 2025, he said the U.S. and Iran were ready to reach an agreement. Here in Al Jazeera, June 11th, just days ago, within the last week, the U.S. president once again announcing breakthroughs and agreements with Iran before there's been any sort of implementation or signing of the Memorandum of Understanding, saying on June 11th, discussions have been approved at the highest level of the Iranian leadership. And as a result, those strikes that the U.S. was launching against Iran just in the last week, he canceled the final day of them. So the U.S. president has repeatedly since then been suggesting a deal is imminent. He said that it would be signed virtually on his birthday, today, Sunday. That obviously is not occurring, and it has a lot to do with the fact that the U.S. president outraged that the Israeli prime minister, the American ally, allegedly, basically derailed diplomacy with the attacks on Lebanon just within hours of this virtual signing that the U.S. president said would usher in 60 days of talks to reach the ultimate deal with Iran, as he called it. But given the fact that that diplomacy was derailed, my reporter skepticism in covering Donald Trump for so many years is that he needed to save face. And so he's doing one of two things. Not only is he doing that, but he's also trying to do something else he does when he projects in his True Social statements what he hopes to achieve, and that is calm the oil markets. Why? It's Sunday. They're set to reopen in the coming hours, and he hasn't made good on the promise that this Memorandum of Understanding was going to be signed. So as a result, when the U.S. president in his True Social post is saying the deal is now complete, he's aiming that at the financial market, saying, ships, start your engine.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is, from the Trump side, it's very clear what's going on. Obviously, he wants the markets to recover, the markets to breathe. And this is a huge concession from the Iranian side to Donald Trump. What they got in exchange, we will find out. Far as the official statement for the Secretary of the Supreme National Revolution Council about the ceasefire agreement will be released shortly. According to this report, after the attack on Dahiyeh, an area of Beirut, Iran canceled this negotiation and was preparing to attack the Zionist regime. However, in the end, with last-minute concessions offered by Donald Trump, including preserving Lebanon's territorial integrity, Israel's withdrawal from the Lebanese border, and the immediate lifting of the siege, Iran was persuaded to refrain from carrying out its attack. It was also decided that the legal system for navigation in the Persian Gulf would be arranged in cooperation between Iran and Oman. So, Iran called off a planned attack on Israel in retaliation. First strikes on Beirut following intervention by President Trump. So Iran is saying that there's a toll system still. It has been decided that marine traffic through the Gulf will be regulated by Iran in coordination with Oman. Iran will still control the strait. And a complete withdrawal from Lebanon, from the Lebanese borders, That seems insanely unlikely. I mean, the entire point of this last Dahia attack by Israel was to deliver a big fuck you to Iran. I don't think Israel is going to retreat from even striking Dahia. I suspect Israel won't even stop doing that in an effort to spoil it. Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister, the immediate and permanent end of the war and military operations on various fronts, including Lebanon, will be announced starting tonight. No nuclear deal, market manipulation. Iran gets to build nukes for 60 days undeterred based on this deal. Yeah, but they never were going to do that anyway.
As they are ready for peace. I'm saying this even though I don't know yet what that official statement from the Supreme National Council will say, whether it is going to agree and accept what President Trump has just announced, or whether it is going to say something contrary to that. But the understanding is that this delay and this subsiding of the war rhetoric over the last couple of hours after the Iranians announced that the finger is on the trigger and that the response is coming shortly. Those are Iranian leaders saying that just a few hours ago. Now there is some hushing of this language. And we have talks, we have the Iranians saying to the news agencies that the leaders here are discussing and discussing these statements by the Americans. So understandably, there is something going on, not just the war rhetoric, not probably the strikes, something related to the peace deal. We don't know what it is, but it is something different from the language of just a few hours ago.
And Mohammed, while you've been speaking to me, so you won't have seen it, Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister, according to Newswires, has said that the immediate and permanent end to the war and military operations on various fronts, including Lebanon, will be announced starting tonight. He's also quoted as saying that from tonight, the end of the U.S. naval blockade against Iran will begin.
Well, that means that the Iranians have now balanced their act. They have come to the conclusion that probably this announcement of a peace deal tonight is going to be a much stronger blow to the Israeli disruption process than retaliation with missiles. The understanding now is that the Iranians are going to go along with the Americans in this process, and there will be discussion.
According to reformist-affiliated Intikhab, the Beirut strike may have become a turning point in the negotiations. The claim is that Kadyrov informed Trump via Qatar that the talks were being suspended. Trump then allegedly intervened directly and offered additional concessions, including on Lebanon, not clear which one, to keep the process alive. I mean, but the whole point of it was initially that if Israel strikes Beirut, if Israel strikes Lebanon, then Iran strikes Israel. I don't see this happening. I'll believe it when I see it. I'll believe it when I see Israel retreat from Lebanese borders.
Interesting what he said. He said, we will not bow down to any power, but we consider ourselves responsible and accountable to the Iranian people and their legitimate demands. Of course, by people, we mean all the people of Iran, not a specific movement or group. This, I think, answers to your question. There is anticipation and there is high expectations, high hopes pinned on the Iranian government to come to listen to the voice of reason and to consider the suffering of the Iranian people. There is a lot of voices that haven't even been expressed since the beginning of this war. The huge component of the population who are not only opposed to the government, but also opposed to probably the approach that has been taken over the last several decades in the Middle East by the Iranian leadership, and they think that it's because of the Iranian policies in the region that Iran is suffering the way it is suffering today. So these statements by the Iranian president indicate that there is some listening happening, some listening going on to the people in the street, to their demands, to their needs. Not all of them are on board. Not all of them are supporting this war, even if they didn't talk about it. And those who support it, many of them support it out of a feeling of nationalism, not because they support it in principle, even though it is a war of aggression and it hasn't been triggered or started by Iran itself, but they think that Iran could have avoided it has it adopted different policies in the region and in its relationship with it.
Does this mean Iran abandoned Lebanon? I don't know, because for all intents and purposes, Donald Trump says there's a deal. Iran says there's a deal. And Iran says, or at least the Iranian side is saying, that, I mean, Iran's deputy foreign minister says the text of the MOU will be published after official signing. Iran's deputy foreign minister says MOU does not mean trust in the enemy. Iran's deputy foreign minister, negotiations for final deal will be held in a period of 60 days. And the claim is that Trump is going to force, the claim on the Iranian side is that Donald Trump is going to force Israel to retreat from Lebanon. I don't believe it. I will believe it when I see it. I think Israel will do exactly what it's done so far, which is keep bombing Dahiyeh, keep bombing Beirut, keep pushing into Lebanon.
Free opening of the Strait of Hormuz, and simultaneously herewith authorize the immediate removal of the United States naval blockade. Ships of the world, start your engines, let the oil flow. Iran's deputy foreign minister has responded in the last few minutes. He says that the immediate and permanent end to the war and military operations on various fronts, including Lebanon, will be announced starting tonight. Well, mediators Pakistan have also announced that the peace deal is happening. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif said in a statement, following intensive talks, we're pleased to announce that the peace deal between the United States of America and Islamic Republic of Iran has been reached. Both sides have declared the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon. The official signing ceremony will be on Friday, the 19th of June, in Switzerland. With the agreement now in place, mediators will facilitate a series of meetings this week. These pre-implementation discussions will lay the foundation for the technical talks and the official signing ceremony. Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val is live for us in Iran's capital, Tehran. Noor Odeh is following Israeli reaction from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. And Al Jazeera's White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett is live for us in Washington. Kimberly, let's start with you. Walk us through what has happened in the last hour with this, first of all, a Wall Street Journal report stating that President Trump was going to make an announcement, and then he did. What did he say?
That's right. I've been in touch with the White House back and forth in the last few minutes, trying to just nail down where things stand and how all of this is playing out. And what is clear is that there is a breakthrough here in terms of the agreement with Iran, even if the timetable and what we expected might happen is now looking a little bit different. And as you point out, that has a lot to do with events that have transpired in the last few hours. What happened in the last hour is that the Wall Street Journal here in the United States began reporting that the U.S. president would issue the statement you just read out, that there had been an agreement reached between the United States and Iran, and that the U.S. president in that announcement doing a couple of things he said wouldn't happen until that memorandum of understanding was signed. But again, because of the incident that occurred hours earlier, that attack by the Israeli military in Lebanon, it did start to look like things were falling apart and that there would not be that agreement that the U.S. president suggested would be signed on Sunday and that would be signed virtually. But we now know, given the fact that the U.S. president has put out this statement, that the agreement still stands despite any attempts to derail diplomacy. Things are in place, but that virtual signing is not going to take place on Sunday, but according to Pakistan's prime minister, it will now take place in Switzerland on June 19th, and that there will be discussions leading up to June 19th in order to get things things, those T's crossed and those I's dotted in the Memorandum of Understanding. So this is significant because the U.S. president promising that by Sunday there would be a deal laid out, and now announcing in the last hour that that deal with Iran has been finalized.
In his Truth Social post, the president said that the Strait of Hormuz is open. Just how important is that for him and for the United States right now?
You can't underscore how important it is having the Strait of Hormuz open for the U.S. president. There are a couple of reasons why. First of all, Donald Trump is keenly aware of financial markets, and being that this is Sunday night, those financial markets are opening up in Asia, and then it will continue on. And this announcement, many in the financial world, the oil traders, the insurers, were all holding their breath, waiting for this signing to happen, and also for the Strait of Hormuz to be open, for the U.S. to end its blockade. If that didn't happen, the impact on the financial markets would be devastating. So Donald Trump, knowing that, was good on his promise that this would be delivered on Sunday. But he also had another reason he needed to do that, and that was because of domestic pressure here in the United States, not just because of the price of oil and the concern that that would translate into higher consumer prices, but also politically. The U.S. president not only under enormous pressure to deliver on this deal because of his Democratic critics, but also for those hawks within his own Republican Party who insisted the U.S. president needed to get this done.
Earlier when we were talking, Kimberly, you sounded a note of skepticism about all of this. What are we to read into the fact that this announcement that the deal has been done comes on President Trump's 80th birthday?
Well, there's no question that it seemed like the Israeli prime minister delivered not a very nice birthday gift to Donald Trump on his 80th birthday. No question about that. And there is reason to be skeptical of this accomplishment, given the fact that Donald Trump has announced before that an agreement has been reached with Iran, only to see it derailed. And so the skepticism isn't just on the part of the media. There are also Donald Trump's critics that will also suggest that as well. But the bottom line in all of this is that what Donald Trump often does is, and this is why he's called the deal maker, is that he projects what he wants to have happen. And in this case, there may be an element of that, but at the same time, and I don't want to step on the toes of my Iranian colleague who's coming after me, it does appear that some of what has been agreed to is now starting to be confirmed from the other side.
Al Jazeera's White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett reporting live from Washington. Kimberly, I'm sure we'll be back with you within the hour. Within the last few moments, Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister, Qasem Garibabadi, has been giving an interview to a local Iranian television channel. We were reporting on some of the things he said about 10 or 15 minutes ago. That interview has gone on, and the Deputy Foreign Minister has said that this memorandum of understanding doesn't mean that there's trust in the enemy. He said, "We did not agree to the MOU until we incorporated our final demands into the text." He said that Iran's armed forces will always, quote, have their finger on the trigger, and that the 60-day period negotiations will focus on the ending of sanctions. Let's go live once again to Tehran. Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val is there for us. So we've been hearing from the Iranian president today, as well as military commanders. What are we to make of all the comments that are coming out of Tehran right now, particularly from the Deputy Foreign Minister?
Well, I think he struck a positive note in his statements to balance those that you have just mentioned about suspicion and about precaution and so on. He struck a positive note in some of the lines here. He said, "Today we spent long hours with the Qatari delegation in Tehran to discuss the Memorandum of Understanding and our observations on it. Two issues will happen immediately as of this morning. The first is the end of the war on all fronts, permanently and immediately on all fronts, including Lebanon. The second is the lifting and termination of the naval blockade that the United States had imposed on the Islamic Republic of Iran. And then he said after that, Iran's commitments will begin after the official signing on Friday. It's interesting that this day has seen the utmost level of alert and emergency feelings here in Iran, escalation imminent with the Israelis, and hours later, just a few hours later, we have this language coming from the Iranian leaders, that understanding that they have agreed to this memorandum of understanding and that they have agreed to begin the implementation starting from this morning. So this is something that is going to supersede most of the rhetoric that has been repeated throughout the day and the last few days. But it's not going to be a final mood here in Tehran. There will be suspicion all the time, as you mentioned in his statements. There will always be suspicion towards the Americans until they see a final peace implemented and until they see the Americans make good on their promises within the framework of this memorandum of understanding.
To what extent, Mohammed, might Iran feel that it's been railroaded into this deal? What concessions might Iran have been forced to make to get this deal?
Well, up until now, they are refusing to admit that they have been forced to give any major concessions. Quite to the contrary, they are saying that all the points, or most of the points, at least those that are in the Memorandum of Understanding, boil down to something that is good for the future of Iran, the lifting of the blockade on the Strait of Hormuz, and they are still talking about future ability for Iran to collect fees on the ships passing, even though the Americans are saying no toll is going to be involved in that situation. So this is something that is not finalized. The Iranians are saying only good things about the Memorandum of Understanding, the including of Lebanon, if it holds.
Listen. If Israel continues the posture, which I expect it to, that means that Iran just gave a birthday gift to Trump and they're dominating Iran. If Israel actually retreats from Lebanon, as is being discussed on Iranian media, then Donald Trump made the boss call to Israel finally. Judging by past performance, I don't expect this deal to hold. I don't understand it. I don't know what kind of concessions America offered Iran. There you have it. Netanyahu told Trump the IDF will not withdraw from Lebanon and that Israel does not consider itself bound by the Lebanon clause in the U.S.-Iran agreement. Right as I was in the midst of explaining this, senior Iranian political source tells Amwaj Media, as concession following Israel's attack on Beirut, Trump agreed to expedite the lifting of the naval blockade. The U.S. blockade will now be lifted immediately. Until 24 hours ago, plan was to phase it out over 30 days. Iran will also end restrictions on maritime traffic immediately, whereas the previous plan was to do so gradually. There's a 98% chance the Trump team will deny that any last-minute concessions whatsoever were offered. So there's nothing on the Lebanese front. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. This is looking like major concessions from Iran, which will backfire on them. You're just giving Trump the upper hand for no reason. And Trump does not see that as a good faith negotiation. Trump sees that as a concession born out of your weakness. And perhaps he's right. No one is more shocked than Kaya. I'm as shocked as Kaya. That was crazy, man. Glad to see this is where your focus is right now, you know, while we're covering adult events. A comedian in our midst. Israel's withdrawal from the Lebanese border looks very much like it will not be signed until Israel is compelled to withdraw from Lebanon, which brings us straight back to the problem of incorrect assessments. The two sides have left the ball in a third party's court, and that third party does not want any fucking deal. Yeah. You know? The entire bombing Beirut. Try and spoil the U.S. into full conflict with the hopes of destroying Iran. Yes, I know what the Iran deputy foreign minister is saying. It doesn't really mean much. I'll be honest. It doesn't mean anything at all. Who's won the situation? Nobody. This is just an additional concession that Iran gave the United States of America, just a birthday gift that Iran gave to the United States of America, and a birthday fuck you that Benjamin Netanyahu gave to the United States of America.
Hezbollah sites in response to the group firing into northern Israel. Lebanon has been a major sticking point in the negotiations with Israel.
Marandi saying that Israel will withdraw from Lebanon is, I'm sorry to say this, utterly fucking meaningless. Okay? Utterly meaningless. Even the foreign minister of Iran saying America gave us assurances that Israel will withdraw is utterly fucking meaningless unless they have the sufficient military deterrence to back up, to actually force Israel to do this. It's not, this is, I'm sorry, this is just wish casting. Okay? This is just wish casting. Netanyahu's stupidity broke the deadlock at the negotiating table. Contrary to some speculation, there was no final text until his criminal attack forced Trump to accept Iran's demands, especially on Lebanon. Yeah, except he's not going to, Benjamin Netanyahu's not going to retreat on Lebanon.
It's going to be with us for a while.
Until they do.
Appreciate the time and perspective.
Until Israel withdraws from Lebanon, even though Netanyahu just said he will not withdraw from Lebanon. If Israel does not withdraw from Lebanon and Iran does not actually establish military deterrence once again, then all Iran did was concede to Israel's demands and America's demands. That's it. The demand to open the Strait of Hormuz.
Agreement or an agreement of some kind. We will follow the details here in the CNN newsroom.
Greg Ferguson.
Yeah. I know. Iran Deputy of Foreign Ministry. MOU will be signed Friday in Switzerland. Delegation heads will discuss arrangements for future talks. U.S. commitments, ending the war, lifting the blockade, and releasing assets will be verified. Entering 60-day negotiations is conditional upon U.S. fulfilling these commitments. Why would Iran agree? I don't know.
To end, and that's what we're seeing happen. And certainly there's a lot of pressure, not just from the U.S. side, not just from the Iranian side.
I mean, my honest assessment of it, do you want to know why I think Iran agreed? Because America fucking bribed them. That's what I think. I think America gave him a sweetheart amount of unfrozen assets that gave them enough confidence. That was what I suspected could happen, as I warned about over and over again. You know? I suspect that's what took place.
Businesses, they do not want to see the war ended. So it would not be surprising if in days to come you hear about drone strikes, missile attacks. Remains to be seen. Is this a memorandum of understanding that we're signing here for the next 60 days, a wait-and-see effect? I think everybody needs to take a breath here just to see how this deal works itself out, because we've been here before, maybe not with a full signing of something, but before we pop the champagne here, particularly in the West, we.
If Israel refuses to retreat, doesn't that free Iran to strike Israel without America intervening? They have the deterrence, don't they? They have plenty of missiles, and America's shortage on defensive missiles is the reason America might decide not to defend Israel and claim it's Israel's responsibility to leave Lebanon. Yeah, I don't think that that's ever going to happen. I think America would defend Israel down to the bone. Okay? I don't think there's a world where America tells, because you know what's easier for America to do? Get Israel to retreat from Lebanon. A country that can't stop its junior partner in air quotes, from retreating on its belligerent foreign policy in the region, when the cost is not only for America far too great, but the rest of the world far too great, is not going to stop defending that country militarily. America will literally deplete their munitions till the very end to defend Israel. The much simpler move here would be to restrain Israel, which America's not doing.
The crux of that. And what we've seen actually in the last 48 hours is Hezbollah continuing to launch rockets into Israel. And so what we have to see in the next few days, of course, while Iran and the United States say that there's a ceasefire, are we...
Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister Qasem Gharibabadi. Yesterday, a Qatari delegation was in Tehran to help finalize the negotiations. More than 15 hours of talks were held, during which we proposed amendments that were ultimately accepted. 2 immediate steps must take place in the early hours of this morning. First, an immediate and permanent end to the war on all fronts, including Lebanon. And second, the end of the naval blockade. Our own commitments under the agreement will take effect beginning on Friday. Despite successive official denials by the Americans based on parts of the negotiations, the UAE is committed to releasing $10 to $20 billion of Iran's financial resources, with the recent $3 billion shipment counting as the first part of this agreement. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think they just like decided they're not going to punish Israel if Israel does whatever the fuck it wants in exchange for money. The money in and of itself is seemingly a good enough sweetener for the Iranian side to believe that America will abide by some kind of longstanding commitment, which they won't. We're at the bone. We don't have enough missiles left to defend. Okay, chatter. I don't disagree with you. I think that America's munitions have been depleted. However, don't you think that a much better way to save face in this circumstance would be for Donald Trump to restrain Israel? This way, Benjamin Netanyahu gets to say, look, what can we do? We got restrained by the United States of America. This way, Trump looks good in the United States of America. It's literally a win-win-win. So the fact that they're not doing it means that Israel, I think, still is seeking out the continuation of the conflict. Israel's goals here have always been to draw the United States into more and more escalation that will lead to a full-blown military invasion of Iran. No matter what the cost is to the rest of the region, no matter what the cost is to the United States of America, this has been Israel's goal, because Israel recognized early on that they didn't have enough espionage capabilities to infiltrate Iranian society and cause mass unrest and protests. The Iranians, with their unbelievably heavy hand, were able to basically destroy that movement. And kill a bunch of civilian protesters on the side as well, for sure. And outside of that, Iranian nationalism took root after the American-Israeli bombing, which then further eroded any kind of civil unrest. The different ethnic groups that Israel thought it could rely on chose not to intervene. Yeah. The memorandum period is going to look a lot like the ceasefire period did. Everyone testing the lines of what they've actually agreed to, but the economic pressure on both sides is reduced. That's what I think as well, which is, again, as Trita correctly analyzed last time the ceasefire took place, is very bad for Iran. It shreds the Iranian leverage. Every day that the Strait of Hormuz is blocked, Iran gains more leverage. Every day that the Strait of Hormuz is open, Iran loses said leverage. This is somewhat of an admission on the other side of the story that, we didn't cover that much, that Trump constantly postured about, which is the effectiveness of the Trump blockade. Part of the reason why I think the Trump blockade must have been somewhat effective, because if it wasn't, Iran would not have been open to ending the blockade on the Strait of Hormuz.
Put more of this into context. Let's speak now to Trita Parsi, an international relations expert and the executive vice president of the Quincy Institute, responsible for statecraft. Welcome to BBC News. There were a few moments through the course of the last few hours where we all wondered whether this deal would actually get over the line, particularly after what we saw in Lebanon. Are you surprised that they've managed to reach this agreement?
I'm relieved. I'm not surprised. At the end of the day, I thought that the structure of the situation was such that the two sides really, really needed this type of a de-escalatory exit out of this war that should never have been started in the first place. But this was clearly a last-ditch effort by the Israeli prime minister to not only destroy any deal between the U.S. and Iran, but also destroy any deal between Israel and Hezbollah and make sure that he could continue the war over there. I suspect that behind the scenes, beyond some stern language, the United States actually put some real pressure on the Israelis and some threats, and perhaps also gave some additional concessions to the Iranians in order to get the deal without the Iranians retaliating against Israel.
And in terms...
So what would have been the alternative? I mean, the alternative option from the Iranian side is to nix the deal. Was to nix the deal and reestablish military deterrence against Israel. That was the alternative from the Iranian side, as they said they would. Because remember, when you set red lines and you don't follow on them, Israel learns a very important lesson. And that lesson is, you ain't shit. They're going to continue doing what they're doing. Okay? And Israel is very good at violating those red lines to see what they can get away with. And as we've seen from the last 3 years, the only language Israel responds to is militancy. First, they fight back hard. And once the pain and losses are far too much, they change their risk profile. They change their risk analysis and they retreat. They'll do one last big bang and they'll inevitably retreat. Why are you assuming that this is a tangible deal that all parties will adhere to? I'm not. I'm actually saying the opposite. I'm saying that it's not a tangible deal that all parties will listen to. I'm saying the exact opposite. You're not hearing me.
Of how secure, if that's the right word to use, that ceasefire will be. There are some people who will remain skeptical, particularly when it comes to the conflict.
How do we know Iran will not strike back? They said that they would sign this memorandum of understanding instead of following on their promise that they would strike Israel earlier today. Up until 30 minutes prior to the Pakistani prime minister coming out and saying that a memorandum of understanding will be officially signed in Geneva on Friday, all of the Iranian top brass were talking about how they're going to strike Israel, that our rockets are ready, that kind of thing. Guys, the point is the spoiling party here is Israel. And it's very clear that America will not offer deterrence, or America will not offer any sort of restraint to Israel. And if a part of the ceasefire is a requirement that America offer restraint to Israel, force Israel to scale it back. If that's the entire point, and Israel is not, then there is no deal.
In Lebanon, because we've seen many violations when the ceasefire was previously announced in Lebanon.
Absolutely. And we have a clear track record of the Israelis violating every ceasefire that they have signed from Gaza to Lebanon. This time around, however, even though I do agree that skepticism is warranted, it is a very significantly different situation, because if the Israelis violate a ceasefire, it's not their own deal with Hezbollah that they will be scuttling, it's Trump's deal with Iran. And Trump clearly wants to have this deal. He clearly wants to be able to end this war. I think he recognizes, at least his base recognizes, he should never have started in the first place. And if Israel now acts in a manner to keep the United States in a war that the U.S. does not want, that I think will be extremely costly for the Israelis, and I think they will think twice about it. That does not mean that they won't try to sabotage it. It's just not clear whether it will be as blatant as the effort to sabotage it was today.
Okay, let's bring in Professor Yossi Meckelberg into the discussion as well, a senior consulting fellow of the Middle East and North Africa programme. I'm not sure where that is. Sorry, I haven't got the full title here, but welcome to BBC News nonetheless. Yossi, I want to get your reaction to what I've been discussing just there, because, of course, there are some questions about how secure this ceasefire will be, given that we've seen violations in the past.
Good evening. I think it will be fragile, because it's, at the end of the day, we don't know the details, and we don't think that all the details ain't been hammered out, which means there are a lot more to discuss in the next probably 60 days, which we understand the ceasefire is for the next 60 days. So whether, the most likely immediate outcome is the opening of the Strait of Hormuz, and that more and more ships navigate through the Strait of Hormuz. But the question is, of course, where it all started. What happens with Iran's nuclear program, with the highly enriched uranium, with the future enriched uranium, even of lower levels, supporting of proxies, ballistic missiles, and then come the issue of Lebanon and Hezbollah. So we need to see more details, and we saw the question if this is not the case of kicking the can down the road.
And Trita, I'm just going to bring you in as well, because we've just had a statement on the Reuters news agency quoting Iranian state television saying Iran has forced to the US to accept the peace deal. I'm not really sure how it's phrased it, forced to the US. I'm assuming that means forced the US to accept the peace deal. What do you read into that? Of course, it's unclear. We're just monitoring state TV ourselves. But what do you make of that half sentence there?
Well, I think on the Iranian side, in the last couple of days, there's been an effort by hardliners or ultra-hardliners to really scuttle the deal. They even organized protests outside of the Iranian Foreign Ministry, calling for the execution of the Iranian foreign minister because of his role in negotiating this deal. So I think the Iranian government itself, because of its ultra hardliners, are going to do everything they can to frame this as a win for the Iranians. And Trump will do the same. Both sides will try to put forward a narrative of victory. What's important, however, is to make sure that that narrative does not negate the other side's narrative, that both sides can have a narrative of victory without necessarily contradicting each other. That will be tricky, but it will be important for both sides because of their domestic audiences.
I'm just going to bring you that now in full, because we actually have it from our BBC colleagues who've been monitoring Iranian state TV. So let me bring that to our viewers now. We are hearing that in that announcement on Iranian state TV, a presenter said that the US was forced to sign an agreement to end the war with the Islamic Republic of Iran. So certainly state television and some Iranian outlets are framing this deal as a victory for Iran, but we've yet to have an official comment on that. Yossi, I'll come to you in a second, but I just want to get Trita's comments on that. I mean, of course, everyone is going to be framing this as a...
I mean, look, the only thing I see here's what I think. I think that as long as there's military presence in the Strait of Hormuz, if Israel violates the ceasefire again, then I guess Iran can reestablish a blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. So from their estimation, they're giving peace a chance, right? I don't think that America will abide by this because America holds all the cards, and they've refused time and time again to restrain Israel when it's a perfectly valid reason. I mean, this is, ironically enough, Iran, this foreign adversary, this country that we call a terrorist country, trying to force America and Israel, two far more powerful adversaries, to abide by international humanitarian laws. Okay? So, I personally think that this is a brief respite for the markets and a major W for Donald Trump, because I don't think that the cessation of hostilities and a removal of Israeli troops from Lebanon will ever be followed. Israel will do whatever the fuck it wants.
Victory. I'll come to Yossi in a second, but just your reaction to that extended statement now. We've had a bit more on what State TV is saying.
Look, at the end of the day, it's really going to be important to see what the details of this memorandum is, because both sides have been sending around various versions of it. Some of them seem to be quite exaggerated. But once we have the actual plan that we can take a look at, then perhaps there's a way to discuss who won the most. But I think, to be fair, both sides won here. This was a bad war. This was a war that should not have been started. It should have been ended as soon as possible. And if both sides find a way to extract themselves out of that situation, it's a win for them. And it's a...
Like, the question is, do you think Trump is petty enough and stupid enough and childish enough to just wave a shiny deal that is not actually going to happen just for his birthday? Yes, I think that is a reality. I think that's a realistic scenario here. I do believe that Donald Trump is that childish, is that narcissistic, is that much of a fucking baboon. Like, Donald Trump and Israel could have just had a conversation where Donald Trump's like, listen, I don't really give a shit about any of this. You can keep bombing Dahia. You can bomb whatever random Arab country you want to bomb. But just for the day, you really fucked up my birthday. Just for the day, we were so close to getting an MOU signed by Iran. You fucked my birthday up. Once my birthday's over, you can go back to doing whatever you want. I feel like that's such a dumb way to do political analysis. But when the actors are that fucking stupid, when the actors are that childish, I don't know if it's that dumb. Dude, what are you even saying? I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens. It's pretty obvious what I'm saying to anyone who's paying fucking close attention to what's going on here. A lot of people are presenting this as a W for Iran. That's only a W for Iran if Israel is actually restrained. And I just don't think Israel is actually restrained. Israel already came out and said, that they are going to, their decisions on Lebanon are their own. They just said that. Benjamin Netanyahu came out just now. What did that chatter say? I missed it. It's a small W if Iran gets the money, but nothing major changes. No, where's the other chatter who responded to me? Yeah, Netanyahu told Trump that Israel does not consider itself bound by the Lebanon-related part of the proposed U.S.-Iran agreement. According to Israeli sources, Israel plans to keep troops in Lebanon, continue operations against Hezbollah, and respond to attacks as needed. The Iranian side claims that within the Memorandum of Understanding, that Israel is actually pulling back. Hold on. Then Iran will retaliate. No. I said then Iran attacks back. No. Yes. But then what happened? That we're in agreement then. Yes. Potentially. But that's my point. My point is then all Iran did was give Donald Trump a birthday gift. That's what I'm saying. For like just the duration of his birthday.
Win for most of the world because they have been suffering tremendously from this economic repercussions of this war, particularly countries in Asia who are very dependent on oil from the Persian Gulf and who had absolutely nothing to do with this war.
Yossi, let me bring you in now, because, of course, what we heard in the moments before, the hours before, was President Trump saying that he had had a very stern conversation with the Israeli Prime Minister in the aftermath of that strike on Beirut. There were reports he'd used very strong language. Where does all of this leave Prime Minister Netanyahu? And in some ways, was he pressured into agreeing to this?
Yeah, and I think this brings back to the question of how to frame this deal. And again, when we see the details, we'll see also who come, better off out of it, but definitely not Netanyahu in this sense. Because the promises, and not only in the case of Iraq, it's also Iran, forgive me, but also in Hamas and Hezbollah is promising absolute victory. And definitely this is not the case in any of the fronts. What actually Israel finds itself, that with open fronts and still right now with troops occupying parts of Lebanon, unfinished business there, and the north of the country is not protected. Israel is occupying 60-70% of Gaza. The situation in the West Bank is deteriorating, and Netanyahu is few months before election, while there is an obvious, open and very public rift with President Trump, the closest ally of Israel, the United States. So this put him very open to criticism from opposition in election that probably will take place sometime late September or early October.
Okay. Thank you very much, Yossi. We'll be back with you both in a second. Don't go away, but we've got some more updates on this breaking news story, because we now have an official reaction from Iran on the announcement of...
I was on the phone, chatter.
...of that ceasefire agreement between America and Iran. Iran's deputy foreign minister saying the immediate and permanent end to the war and military operations on various fronts, including Lebanon, will be announced starting tonight. And from tonight, that statement continues, the end of the US naval blockade against Iran will begin. So now we've had reaction from all the relevant parties. Of course, this news was announced by the mediators, Pakistan. Let's bring you back in, Yossi. I mean, the timing of this mustn't go unnoticed. This is President Trump's 80th birthday, and he has some very good news to share. He's been trying to get this over the line for a long time. He's been applying pressure, particularly, as we've discussed just then, on Benjamin Netanyahu. There are many sticking points, but for now, it looks like they've been overcome.
Yeah, it's a bit of an artificial deadline for negotiations, the birthday of the president, but obviously we know when it comes to Trump, it mainly is about him. It's also the World Cup, which he wanted to end this war before the World Cup started, and it doesn't happen. And most importantly, it's the time that's leading to the midterm election. There are pressure within the United States. So all of this.
I just think that this is a birthday gift to Trump. I'm not even joking when I say this. I think it's for dumb guys like Patrick Bet-David to be like, I predicted the president would have this deal done by June 14th. This was never going to be a long war. Congratulations to the president and his team for getting this done by his birthday. Happy 80th birthday to real Donald Trump. I'm Patrick Bet-David. I'm a numbers guy, and I think Donald Trump was going to do this deal and was going to finish this deal by his birthday, and now I'm seeing him finishing the deal by his birthday, and I'm looking at the numbers. And I'm seeing 80. 80 is the number, which is a round number. It's Donald Trump's birthday number. And I think he's a brilliant guy. I know you like the number. He's a brilliant guy. This guy had 80 years of deal making. 80 years of deal making. And he did it again.
It's good news from Trump's point of view. But again, when the details will come out, on the one hand, obviously, most people will welcome an agreement that is stop this war, open the Strait of Hormuz. But when the details will come out, then is some kind of the scrutiny, the close scrutiny on the most important issue, whether it's the enriched uranium, generally the nuclear program, support of proxies and the rest. And some will also argue if the best achievement of this agreement is opening the Strait of Hormuz, well, the straits were open before the war, so was it necessary at all?
And what do you make of all of that, Trita?
No, I think that's a very fair point that Yossi is raising, that at the end of the day, even if certain things are achieved here, some of them were creations of this very war that should not have been started. But I think if we take a look at it from the position of where Trump is right now, having been able to stop this war, and hopefully this will lead to a final deal, I think it's very important to remember this is just a pit stop towards a final deal. But if he manages to end this, and if he manages to get at least some of the terms of the nuclear deal, the final nuclear deal, to be firmer than that of the Obama administrations, then he will be able to say that he got a better deal. Now, it will be good to ask questions. Was it worth the price? Could there have been a better way? There were actually better terms in the deal that was on the table in February of this year that the Omanis had mediated, that Trump could have taken. He could have declared victory. He could have declared a better deal than Obama's, yet he chose to declare war instead.
Okay.
So I think history will still judge him pretty harshly, but at the end of the day, ending this war is still a win.
Indeed. And of course, let's not forget all of the lives that were lost in the conflict across the region. And of course, the economic turmoil as well. I'm just going to thank Trita Parsi as well as Yossi Mekelberg for joining us for reaction to that breaking news. Amanda Walker in Washington, D.C. is going to be taking
I don't know why Trita can't upload videos without making them 4x3. Yes, the Power to the People rally, you should donate to. I'm going to be heading over there in a little bit to interview the candidates. Okay, we have that link, the Act Blue link. Yeah, if you're pissed off about all these venues canceling, if you're pissed off about the actions being taken by all these private venues because they're terrified of the type of things that Melat Kiros is fighting for, Justin Pearson is fighting for, go to secure.blue.com/donate/Power to the People rally. Justin J. Pearson, Donovan McKinney, and Melat Kiros will get your donations distributed evenly amongst themselves. Raining on the East Coast. I did see the blue horse. I posted it on my Instagram. This was the rally crowd. It was massive. That's amazing. Let's go. We were over 60K people. 60,000? I doubt it. I mean, it does look massive, but I don't think it was 60,000. There are people to the left and right too. I would say maybe 6,000. That's an incredible number. I'm waiting on March. We're going to be heading over.
Against that. That's not the goal. And I'm certain that's not what President Trump's trying to do. Okay, but in the list of things that are distinct possibilities, I think remnants of the hardline IRGC leadership are going to cause trouble. And they're going to have to be dealt with one way or the other. Maybe they can be dealt with internally. Maybe there's a deal that keeps them in their lane without, turning this into a quasi-shooting war. Or maybe, some missiles need to fly in through some bedrooms again, and they need to be taken out. Either way, it's better for us to be dealing with the civilian government, because that to me shows a path towards the potential for, say, a national referendum. Let the people of Iran choose what they want for their next government. Dangle a bunch of carrots, a bunch of Gulf money, a bunch of.
Okay, well, these guys are fucking irrelevant. Their analysis is irrelevant. Everything they're saying is stupid. Kazem Garibabadi says we will take our own measures. We witness breaches from the other side, as I said, but I mean, you did witness a breach this morning from the other side, and you continued along with the memorandum of understanding. So clearly, it's not working.
Because there are new realities on the ground in the region, and the arrangements in the region, and even the order has changed. It is not going to be the previous status quo. So that's why I think the United States is dealing with Iran based on the terms that have been mentioned in the MOU. And I think what is important currently is that we are facing three angles to the MOU. One is the drafting, which has been done and is complete. The second is the interpretation. We are in the phase of interpretation. Every side will try to somehow give a narrative in its own favor. And the third will be the implementation phase. Adrian, it is important to take note that this is not about the end game. This is just a new beginning.
Iran's mayor says the 14-article draft memorandum of understanding between Iran and the U.S. includes complete lifting of U.S. naval blockade within 30 days, would suspend sanctions on Iranian oil and petrochemical sales, immediate permanent halt to war on all fronts, including in Lebanon, reopening the Straits of Hormuz within 30 days under Iranian arrangements, necessary for U.S. and allies to present reconstruction plans for Iran amounting to at least $300 billion, envisages 60 days of talks on nuclear issues and full sanctions. I mean, this is just the Iranian. This is the Iranian assessment. This is the Iranian demand. Draft excludes Iran's missile program and support for resistance groups from final talks. Calls for release of $24 billion in Iranian block funds during talks. Half of Iran's $24 billion block funds must be available before final talks start. Final Iran-U.S. agreement would be endorsed by a UN Security Council resolution. Netanyahu can't stop the wars because the Israel that he created is a momentum entity where Zionism is fanatically aggressive ideology like Bolshevism or Nazism that needs to keep attacking and expanding in all directions. Why would you compare it to Bolshevism, man? Nazism is right there. You don't have to fucking compare it to Bolshevism. At the same time, the IDF cannot fight without U.S. intelligence, arms, and logistical support so that it's somehow severed in Lebanon to maintain a deal with Iran. I expect Israel will pivot to attacking Syria or attempting to finish the genocide and ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians. All right, March is here. All right, we're gonna roll out right now. Well, because the fucking lighting was so ass, dude. And there was nothing you could have done about it. It's fine. No, you take the camera out. I already swapped it. Yeah, Soviet Nazi Germany. Classic centrism. We need more donations for Justin Pearson running in Memphis. I've lived here my entire life in 29 years, and this city's always been Democratic. Please donate what you can to help. Unfortunately, Hasan hasn't highlighted this race, and Justin hasn't been mentioned nearly as much as the other candidates. Okay, man, why are you... Like, I literally came out here to fucking interview him. I'm about to go interview him in, like 10 minutes. Why are you... The fuck? Like, I'm literally about to go see him in person. That's crazy. Yo, I'm one person. You know that, right? Like, I'm not Magic Man. I'm one guy. There's literally a donation link right there, right above the chat, which directly donates funds to his campaign. You get offended easily? Okay, Timber Sycamore. Does Fight Agency accept applications for entry-level leftists? Why the fuck would I know that? Like, this is the new meta, right? This is I'm like a Fight Agency guy or some shit. Fight Agency is a fucking ad agency, you absolute moron. You think they have fucking any sort... It's not a political organization. I hate these fucking dumbass leftists, dude. God damn. They've literally dropped all pretense of fucking rational thought. They are getting increasingly more and more schizo. I have no fucking connection to the Fight Agency. Fight Agency is an advertisement agency. They work with fucking like Michael Asher in New York 12, for example. People I would never endorse or work with. Sure, some of their candidates are good. Myron took your side and had an interesting... What? Former federal agent surprisingly took your side and had a... Dude, you're literally defending Myron Gaines. Oh my God. I'm Iraqi, you idiot. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, dude. Dude, oh my God. If you're Iraqi, please, for the love of Christ, stop watching fucking Bad Empanada. He's literally poisoned your goddamn brain. You are losing sight of everything. You are literally you are getting further and further away from developing a decent understanding of American politics. Okay? I don't know why in so many instances guys like this also end up reaching across the aisle to the fucking insane Holocaust deniers and shit. Are we ready to go? All right, let's do it. All right, we're heading out. I'm going to call the Uber. Anyway.
The peace deal, Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif said in a statement, following intensive talks, we're pleased to announce that the peace deal between the United States of America and Islamic Republic of Iran has been reached. Both sides have declared the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon. The official signing ceremony will be on Friday, 19th of June in Switzerland. With the agreement now in place, mediators will facilitate a series of meetings this week, and these pre-implementation discussions will lay the foundation for the technical talks and the official signing ceremony. Well, Mohammed Val is live for us in the Iranian capital, Tehran. Noura Day is following Israeli reaction from Ramallah. Heidi Pett is live in the Lebanese capital, Beirut. And Al Jazeera's White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett is in Washington. Kimberly, first to you. So events have been happening thick and fast over the last 2 hours, with President Trump announcing the Iran deal has been done. Talk us through, Kimberly, the series of events that have happened over the last few hours to get where we are now.
Right. Well, the U.S. president announcing that this deal was complete is something that was predicted by the Wall Street Journal, saying that in the last couple of hours that there would be an agreement and that it would be announced in a statement by the U.S. president. What didn't happen, though, is what the president had promised, and that was for there to be a virtual signing on Sunday. As you mentioned, the signing for this will now take place, according to Pakistani officials on June 19th. And leading up to that signing, there will be, in fact, a series of talks. In other words, to potentially nail down some of the crossing of T's or dotting of I's. But this was diplomacy that looked almost as if it was being derailed, given the events that took place earlier in the day with the attacks by the Israeli military in Lebanon. That followed an angry phone call by the U.S. president, who the contents were made public in a number of reporters saying that the U.S. president angrily asked the Israeli prime minister what the expletive was he doing. Now, it's clear that in the midst of this, that the things have turned around. The U.S. president has been able to announce this agreement, but again, not being signed as promised. And very quickly, Darren, what I should point out is there has been praise for Donald Trump meeting his self-imposed deadline. His Vice President, J.D. Vance, saying that this will be a new era for the region because Donald Trump has created real space and a new era for Iranians. He said as well that he believes that we can safely say Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. But again, this is simply the beginning of talks for more talks, because while this does bring a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, an end of the blockade, what it also does is usher in a 60-day period where the difficult details have to be nailed down on Iran's nuclear program.
Yeah, Kimberly, and with Trump saying that ships start your engines and let the oil flow, how much is this being directed towards the financial markets to calm the uncertainty that has rocked energy supply chains over the last 2 months?
Well, there's no question that Donald Trump has been accused of manipulating the financial markets with his social media posts. Now, others are saying, no, this announcement is simply diplomacy in progress, maybe even timed with the fact that today is Donald Trump's 80th birthday. But there's no question that there was an impact as soon as the U.S. president made his Truth Social post. In fact, I checked, oil prices fell, stocks rose. Brent crude, which is the global benchmark, fell 4% to $84 a barrel as soon as Donald Trump announced there was an agreement. And we also know that the S&P 500, well, it rose modestly. It went up 0.9%. So there's no question that there has been an impact as a result of this announcement, just as those financial markets are opening.
Kimberly, how has Trump tried to sell this deal to the American public? I mean, ordinary Americans have struggled with huge rises in gas prices at the pumps. They've struggled with the cost of living since this war. So what's the domestic messaging here? How are they selling this?
Donald Trump has been under an enormous amount of pressure to sell this to the American public. Politically, he has been accused of making things worse, not better. And what I'm referring to is the JCPOA, that 2015 agreement that Donald Trump withdrew from, saying that it was a bad deal. But many argue that what Donald Trump had done was simply make things worse by the fact that there is now the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, which translated to higher prices for ordinary Americans, not just at the gas pumps, but also in the costs of their goods and services. So he was under an enormous amount of pressure to not only politically bring those prices down ahead of the November midterm elections, but Darren, he was also under pressure within his own Republican Party to prove that this deal that he is striking with Iran is going to be better than the JCPOA. And that is still going to be a challenge for Donald Trump, because what we know is while the Strait of Hormuz has been opened, the details about Donald Trump's agreement with regard to Iran's nuclear program still have to be worked out. The big important things are still looming. For example, we know that there is the issue unresolved of enrichment levels. Will Iran be able to keep that capability to civilian levels? Also, the current stockpiles, are they going to be moved? Are they going to be diluted? Are they going to be contained? That has to be worked out. And finally, the issue of sanctions relief, which we know that Iran is really seeking to have lifted because of the devastation to their economy. We know the United States says that this will be performance-based because there will need to be robust verification through the IAEA, and only then will those frozen assets be returned and those sanctions lifted.
Kimberly, we're just hearing now that US Vice President J.D. Vance has confirmed to Fox News that he will be attending the signing ceremony in Geneva on Friday. Kimberly, listen, before you go, just a quick one. How important then are the optics of all this, given that Donald Trump announced this on his birthday? It's his 80th birthday today.
Well, just to quickly pick up on the announcement about J.D. Vance, this is significant because, of course, J.D. Vance was present in Islamabad when the talks broke down with Iran, those direct talks. And since then, Pakistan has been critical in trying to get these two sides back together. So it's not surprising that J.D. Vance wants to be present for the signing ceremony on June 19th in Switzerland, given his direct involvement. And when he last saw the Iranians, things had fallen apart. Now, to your question about the optics, this is enormously important to the White House and to Donald Trump, not just because he said that he would meet this deadline on his birthday, but also because he has been mocked openly and criticized in the United States that Israel is getting the better of the United States, is getting the better of Donald Trump, and who is really leading and creating U.S. foreign policy. The fact that Donald Trump has been able to keep this on track, despite the fact that the Israeli Prime Minister allowed for attacks on...
Okay, I'm flipping it. All right, we're live. I'm back. Hello, welcome. We are currently on our way to an undisclosed location where I will be interviewing the three candidates that participated in the protest today after the rally that we were supposed to do together got canceled. And yeah, the fundraiser link is still up if you guys want to go and donate, if you're frustrated with what some of these powerful institutions have done as far as trying to stop the momentum of these progressive insurgent candidates. There's a link that you can donate to all three on. But yeah, the rally was, from what I understand, very well attended, so that's good in spite of everything. And I'm going to be going over there right now. To go link up with them. Yes, I'm in Colorado. I'm in Denver, Colorado. It's very frustrating. There was an article that was written about the rally being canceled. On the Denverite, I believe. What the fuck are these articles that are showing up when I search my name? Yeah, Denverite wrote an article about it. Hasan Piker and Melat Kiros rally moved at last minute after Ogden cancellation. Melat Kiros' earlier interview with Piker drew over 400,000 views and criticism from a prominent Jewish group. A rally featuring leftist mega streamer Hasan Piker and local congressional candidate Melat Kiros has been moved to the steps of the Colorado State Capitol. Kiros accused the planned venue, the Ogden Theater, of pulling out just before the event was supposed to take place. I mean, it's not even an accusation. That's literally what happened. In an Instagram post, Kiros alleged incumbent Representative Diane DeGette had called up her donor class to silence us, the Ogden, Real Works, and Stanley Marketplace. All three of them canceled their contracts at the last minute. So the rally literally changed locations 3 times. I initially thought that the venue changes, I mean, they didn't even communicate any of that to us, but I thought the venue changes happened because of the event, the interest around the event, and it turns out it was because the fucking venues had blacklisted us at the very last second. James Owen, spokesman for the To Get campaign, denied that the Congresswoman had pressured the venues to block Piker and Kiros. Obviously, that claim is ridiculous, he wrote in a text to Denver. If Melat Kiros wants to campaign with someone who said America deserved 9/11, we'd do nothing to stop her. Representatives for venues did not immediately reply to requests for comment. Kiros challenging To Get in the Democratic primary on June 30th, so that's coming up soon. Piker said that the U.S. deserved 9/11 during a live stream in 2019, later saying it was inappropriate. He's been accused by anti-Semitism by Jewish organizations, including for his statements this year that he prefers Hamas to Israel because it's the lesser evil. Piker contends that criticizing the Israeli government and its deadly military campaign in Gaza is anti-Zionist but not anti-Semitic. State Senator Julie Gonzalez, an influential local Democrat, has also dropped out of the rally. Gonzalez is challenging U.S. Senator John Hickenlooper in the Democratic primary. She did not detail exactly why she pulled out, but alluded to tensions over Piker's presence. That's not true. She literally did. I did a fundraiser with her, like, fucking last 2 weeks ago. Today I'm deciding to no longer participate in the rally with Stop Piker, and no fault of the event organizers. Multiple venues have canceled at the 11th hour, and I've been told that it was in violation of venue contracts, she wrote on Instagram. Her post continued that instead of holding the billionaires and corporations, but it's like, yeah, separately, Gonzalez said that she pulled out because she was not confident the event could be managed safely after the change of venue. Yeah, that's a perfectly understandable and reasonable reason to fucking pull out. It's not, there's no, I don't know why they suggested that this was in any way, shape, or form happening because, like, my presence, especially considering that she was at my house 2 weeks ago. I've been an organizer for 20 years and I've pulled together a lot of events on short notice. However, I decided not to participate today because there wasn't enough time to effectively plan to ensure safety of those present. I certainly won't fundraise off such an event, she wrote. I mean, that's not very nice to say I won't fundraise off such an event. Piker has nearly 3 million followers among the streaming platform Twitch. He's caught the attention of Gen Z by streaming for 8 hours almost daily, mostly talking about politics and internet culture. Kiros, 29, previously joined Piker in a nearly hour-long conversation on stream on May 9th. Part of their conversation was focused on Israel. Both Kiros and Piker have been outspoken about the U.S.-Israel relationship and Israel's military campaign in Gaza. Following an appearance on the stream, the Jewish Community Relations Council in Colorado wrote an open letter to Kiros, criticizing her for what it called a lack of nuance. I was struck by how little nuance you brought to the topic of Israel compared to other parts of the interview. Throughout the conversation, you spoke thoughtfully about systems, context, and the dangers of simplistic worldviews, the letter reads. When discussing China, for example, you called for measured diplomacy and did not feel the need to reduce either country of our relationship with it to its serious and ongoing human rights abuses. Yet when the subject turned to Israel, that instinct for complexity disappeared into moral certainty. Yeah, I wonder why. Because China is not doing the level of violence that Israel has committed against the Palestinians and the Lebanese, and it's certainly not doing any violence with our tax dollars, okay? Like, regardless of what you may think China is up to as far as its internal politics, and there's certainly plenty of room for criticism there, it does not meet the same standard of what Israel has done in Gaza, obviously, and it's not doing it with our fucking tax dollars. So, this is a ridiculous comparison. There's no Chinese lobby in the United States of America that gets venues to fucking cancel people's appearances. As a matter of fact, if someone was a deeply and vehemently anti-China personality, those venues would probably be doubly excited to honor any guest that would be outspoken enough and critical enough against China. Okay, we're pulling it. Okay. Anyway, it's fucking ridiculous. I hate this shit. That's right. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, well, the mic is still hot, but we're not showing, like, yeah.
That's good. Alright, we can show it from here on out, right?
Yes, you're good. Okay.
Alright, we're good here. And they're on their way back?
Yes, they are.
Okay, alright.
You can just post up here. Do you want a drink or anything?
I mean, what's the ETA?
10 minutes.
Oh, okay. So the rally ended?
The rally ended. It was a good turnout. It was like 600 people.
600 people?
Yeah. By the way, hi, I'm Deep. Welcome to my abode.
Yeah. Nice to meet you.
This is Donovan and Archie.
What's up, guys?
March.
Nice to meet you.
What's happening?
Yeah, they're on their way. We just wanted to make sure we got it.
Chad was saying it's 6,000 people, but they were exaggerating.
There was like 600 public people, 700 people. We had about, is it rolling?
Yeah.
Here, I can tell you the shenanigans that we went into there.
Yeah, so I didn't realize that there was, like, the venue had been canceled until I was live. I found out in real time.
So what happened is, can you hear me?
Yeah, they can hear you.
Okay, so what happened is, so I'm, my name's Deep. I am the organizer for DSA. I'm the co-chair of the working group and an advisor on our campaign. So we, as DSA and the campaign, have been trying to plan this for 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah.
We've planned political events before. Donovan here is like a professional event planner. He's planned hundreds of events. We threw like a huge conference here too, so we were really used to this. We book a venue, we do the walkthroughs, we talk to them, we do the down payment, and we're like, hey, it's Hasan Piker, it's for Melat Kiros, Julie Gonzalez is gonna be there, and all these other folks, right? We have these signs, all that. We're ready to go. That venue, RealWorks, pulls out, says it's an HVAC issue. And we're like, okay, maybe it's an HVAC issue. We had some suspicions, but he seemed genuine. And after that, we started scrambling, found another venue, the Ogden Theater, holds about 1,500 to 1,600 people.
Yeah.
Would have been a good time. Donovan, can you see what that is?
Yeah.
Okay, 1,500, 1,600 people. They cancel right after we signed the contract. So again, both venues signed contracts, they cancel on us.
So what was their response for it?
Their response was actually, they were like, in the email, they're like, hey, we're just getting pushback from the community, we can't do that.
But like, there was no pushback.
There
from the
was,
community.
so the third location is where we got most of the information about what happened. So third location,
but like, there wasn't any like
public.
There wasn't any public pushback.
So
So normally, if it's like a Ben Shapiro type or like a Milo Yiannopoulos, like there's like planned protesters, like people will attend like a day of action. There will be a lot of calls, like a lot of rallying calls to create some sort of what's going on to create.
This is Odiel, by the way. He helped us find a venue too.
Odiel Espinosa. Nice to meet you, brother.
Nice to meet you.
Well, we met at the DNC in the Creators Lounge, but good to see you again.
So there's a lot more like media frenzy around like, oh, we can't have this guy come or something like that. This seemed very hush hush and behind closed doors, and it was unexpected.
So this is what we pieced together, and the third venue is what really happened. So the third venue is at Stanley Market, and there is a venue inside of there. So the Stanley Market is a building that has a lot of like marketplaces inside of it. There's a huge like hangar spot in there called Local Drive.
Yeah.
That is owned by 2 dudes, as far as we know. We told them about the event. We told them it's Hasan Piker, Melat, all that kind of stuff. We book it. We say, hey, are you the owner? He's like, yeah, we're the owner. Got it. And we show up the day of, so today. We go in there, and he looks pretty emotional. And he's like, I've been getting blown up my phone all morning from people who own this place and the people who own like the lots, the people who own malls around here, like high up in like corporations, saying you can't do this event here. He said people were threatening him with defamation lawsuits.
Defamation lawsuits.
Defamation lawsuits. And then me and my wife are attorneys, and we're like, that's not how this defamation would work at all. That's not how this would work. And he was spooked. He's like, people blew up my phone. I've never seen this before. I'm a small business. I can't do this. They're telling me it's a safety risk. And this is the craziest thing, is he's like, you didn't tell me it was a neo-Nazi rally. And I was like, okay, what? And you were there.
I was shocked.
Yeah, I was shocked when he said that. And I was like, first off, look at the poster. It's like 3 black candidates. Julie Gonzalez was Latino, and then a Turkish Muslim man. What kind of neo-Nazi rally is that? Yeah. So he was shocked, and he's like, I don't really follow politics. I don't know what's going on. I called up another venue. He didn't even know, but I'm like, hey, let me talk to my partner. He's like, I reached out to my partner. Some folks in the business community were available, but I can't go with this. People are telling me not to book your event. Called another venue, same story. So there was something happening with venue owners that they were talking to each other that don't book this event. So it was very last minute. So this morning at 11 a.m., we started scrambling.
Ironically, they're engaging in fucking defamation. Holy shit.
100%. The fact that they're doing those type of phone calls and stuff.
Dude,
oh wait, did we call
Melat? Take a second to set up and maybe switch to the labs.
Yep.
Okay, fine.
Well, I mean, you can still keep talking.
Should we tell him to come, Deep?
Would you like something to drink?
No, I'm good, thank you. I'm good, I'm alright, thank you.
You only drink Celsius, I think.
No,
we
I
have
don't.
one.
I don't. I just, that was all I had in the room. That is fucking insane. I mean, is there like the level of like political repression that otherwise like what you would assume liberal people are also leaning into at a time when the Trump administration is actively putting people like myself directly in their crosshairs, you know, whether it be the White House lefty lunatics webpage that I'm featured on, or whether it be the fact that they're like trying to launch subpoenas against me. Like the fact that this is happening and liberals, instead of like showing support.
Check the curtain, who it is.
Instead of showing support and like fighting back against this kind of political repression, fighting back against direct violations of the First Amendment, the fact that they're leaning into it when it's their opposition, when it's you know, their left flank is terrifying. I don't understand how they don't see where this is going.
No, I mean it's strange. Well, one, it makes us feel that like Melat's made such a large movement that they are terrified of it, of losing power and losing control in that way. The attack ads that you've seen against her, they seem like they're kind of launching into that. So I've never seen anything like this again in like a decade's worth of politics.
Yeah, and our opposition is like nominal towards their worldview. Like we have the same. At the end of the day, we have the same enemies. If their enemies are also fascism,
yeah,
in this country, then we have the same exact fucking enemies. And they're spending more time.
Let me introduce you to Anna Mitchell, by the way. She's one of the creators that we have here.
Hi.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Welcome. Sorry, Denver.
But Anna and I were talking about this earlier, that like Denver is such a big progressive city, and we've never seen, again, this type of cancellation.
No,
you found out.
This is literally because of this is Israel related. I mean, it's the
Yeah.
same as like
No, 100%.
I've gone to the UK many times until this last time when a bunch of pro-Israel organizations made a big fuss about me going to the UK, and then the British government banned my travel. It's so ridiculous.
It's the people who own these venues who canceled. It's very much what you said, Israel related.
Well, it's the Colorado oligarch, you know, stepping in. But this is the thing, is like people think, Colorado and Denver is very blue, but we're seeing what kind of blue it is. It's corporate, established Democrats.
Yeah, totally. But I do think I think you're right. The number one thing that they were reacting to was that you are proudly vocal about Free Palestine.
Absolutely.
Right, that was the thing.
Dude,
do you want to add what you know, or you want to keep that?
So I mean, I know the venue owners. I know who they are, and I'm not going to say any names, but I just know that was a big reason why we saw the cancellations, is because of the Palestine. You're very vocal on Free Palestine, which we should be in this day and age, and it was one of those things that they didn't want this to be in their property. This opportunity. What we saw today, we saw 500 people at the Capitol. Within a couple of hours, we saw this people power. And they, I don't think, wanted to sponsor that. And they're willing to breach every single contract to do that.
So this is the craziest thing about the breach. There's signed contracts that don't have any provisions really to cancel like this. So these people knew, like, oh, we're gonna have to pay them the money, maybe a couple tens of thousands of dollars, but for them it's a drop in the bucket. So like you can only enforce these contracts at that level, right? And for them that's like not even a speeding fine. It's not even like a paper cut to them, right? Because they're worth so much money.
They'd rather burn like tens of thousands of dollars than allow people at their venues to speak out against Israel's actions.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So.
Dude, if there's no pushback against this, like Diane DeGette was. What's up, guys? Diane DeGette was asked by the Denverite if she actually applied pressure to these venues, and her spokesperson said, "Ha, that's laughable. We would never do that. We would love for Melat to actually do an event with a guy who said America deserved 9/11." Now, what's interesting is they didn't have any sort of forceful response to a clear-cut violation like a breach of contract at the behest of whatever kind of political expression that they didn't actually like. And if you're a Democrat, that should be your primary focus, right? The fact that these local establishments are deciding to allow certain kinds of speech in their venues, especially when it's not like disruptive, especially when it's the overwhelming majority's perspective. Because like Denver, whatever kind of blue the industry here might look like, the people of Denver, Colorado are obviously very much in support of a free Palestine, very much against Israel's war crimes, Israel's genocide. So like what I'm saying is not unique. What I'm saying is not marginal. Their position is marginal. So I don't know. It's somewhat discouraging, I'll be honest.
Yeah, no. Again, never seen anything, but the rally went great. So I mean, we still had like 600 plus people turn out for that.
I think we should be optimistic about that,
Yeah.
because in 2 hours, you all were able to turn a complete L into a win. Right?
Yeah.
600 people showing up to a rally like that shows that there's an opportunity here.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Okay, so we have some other folks here while we wait for the candidates who are on their way. They have a huge picture line. They just sent me one. So
yeah, tons of people.
Yeah, everyone's lining up to take photos of them. So this is Katie. Have you met?
Hi, nice
Hi.
to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
You want to sit here? Well,
Oh,
if
sure.
you want to be on camera.
That's okay. I don't need to be on camera.
Oh, okay. And then, Rachel?
She's peeing.
Also, Hasan, I feel like
Cassie's here too.
we should have went to the gym. I saw your shot with Abdul.
With Abdul,
Yeah,
they
so
they put it on Fox News today.
We do have a gym downstairs.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have 225. I don't know if you have 225 available for this downstairs.
No, I can't. I am so tired. I've been traveling nonstop. This was like the last leg of my very long time away from home. Hey, what's up? Nice to meet you.
Where were you?
I was in New York. I just got in this morning, early.
Are people coming here?
Yeah, the candidates are on their way.
On their way,
We had just wrapped up the rally, and as we wrapped up the rally, that's what we heard. We got the news that, well, at first we actually thought you were coming to the rally.
Yeah.
So we had a bunch of security, we had 13 security guards there, ready to go. We're like, just in case. But I don't actually think there was a security threat. I mean, like, looking around the crowd, there was the world's smallest counter-protest.
No, that's not the counter-protest.
This is Rachel Cohen.
Hi.
Hey.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Sorry, I just
What
watched
does your shirt say?
Rachel's in a...
Dick Cheney died on the day Zoran Donnie was elected mayor of New York City.
Rachel is an attorney who was fired.
No, I
Oh,
quit.
you weren't. You quit.
I quit.
A large law firm. I'll let you tell the story.
Yeah, you tell the story.
Oh yeah, no. I was working at a large corporate law firm when the Trump administration started like executive orders against large corporate law firms. So I did some organizing and then ended up like preemptively resigning when it was clear they weren't gonna do anything about that. So, and now electoral stuff, some tax resistance stuff, some anti-ICE stuff.
Dick Cheney, what does your shirt say? Dick Cheney died on the day that Zoran Mamdani
Have
was
you not seen
elected
this?
mayor of New York City.
You're so online.
I've never seen that shirt, but I know Dick Cheney died the day that Zoran Mamdani was elected mayor.
Which was? Famously.
Yeah, it's a great day.
Here, pop this on.
And it's only gotten better since then. I mean, things have
Candidates
been.
are, they just got in the car from the Capitol, so 5 minutes away.
Okay, cool.
Fabulous.
Cool.
You guys want to do the meantime for Scrabble or what?
Probably.
Want to do that?
We actually had more banners up.
We
originally
to
the.
you quit?
Oh yeah, no, I preemptively resigned.
Yeah, I was a Doge
Alright,
CDC
chat. I'm
scientist, so.
setting up the camera.
Oh, you got
It's gonna be
Doge?
shaky.
I got Doged.
Damn.
Can I sit on the couch? This was presumptuous.
No, we can sit on the couch until
Alright.
they come in.
People either like leaving their job, like so many people who have left their job or lost their job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta be honest, when people like try to cancel you, I really thought they were doing a bit for a long time. I was
No.
like, they can't be for real about
Did it
this.
start with the Cuba stuff?
No.
that
It's
wasn't
been.
the impetus.
Look, I have a lot of like neo-Nazi shithead haters from my many decades of combating far-right radicalization on the internet, and some of them are a lot more sophisticated than they let on, where they'll present themselves as like liberals if the opportunity sees fit. They're very good at like masking what their actual political perspectives are. Sometimes you'll hear from them being like, oh, he's actually really racist, or he's transphobic. Like, they'll launch whatever kind of attack they can to try to get larger advocacy groups on board. It usually doesn't work, but post October 7, 2023, everything changed, because there's only one group that actually has institutional motion, has institutional significance, that will also behave in the same way that like neo-Nazi shitheads do, as far as like Gamergate style mass harassment campaigns, brigading and the like, and that is the pro-Israel lobby.
Yeah.
The ADL, Canary Mission, all these different organizations, some of which are directly funded by the Israeli government, by the way, or get their notes from the Israeli government. They behave in the exact identical manner to the way that like Gamergate neo-Nazis do. And there was this weird unholy allegiance between these otherwise very anti-Semitic people.
Tucker Carlson, you don't think he's changed?
No, I mean, but this is not even Tucker Carlson. I think Tucker Carlson would, even if it's symbolic, probably come to my defense at this point. But what I'm talking about is like Nick Fuentes. There's a bunch of these like edgy shitheads on the internet that very aggressively went to like congresspersons. Like Richie Torres wrote this whole thing about like trying to get me deplatformed the congressional letterhead.
Oh, yeah,
it was all like the Israel stuff greatly escalated the attacks, and up until then it was just a bunch of like random.
Yeah.
Did you
I guess I just
did
feel
you see
like it's
any?
like it has accelerated since the Cuba stuff. Like
Yes.
it seems like it has become.
Yes.
There's been a more mainstreaming of it. Since
Yes,
then.
the first big thing that took place was with Abdul Al-Sayed. When I did the rally with Abdul, Third Way and numerous other Israel, like pro-Israeli Democrats.
Wall Street Journal op-ed
Yeah, so they wrote a Wall Street Journal op-ed. There was a lot of like pro-Israel Democrats that came out, and like the very same people that actually backed Andrew Cuomo pretty aggressively, then did the exact same line of attack that Andrew Cuomo tried and failed to do against Zoran by being like, you have to condemn Hasan. Why are you connecting with him? He's a bad guy. And it backfired. It backfired spectacularly.
He's up in the polls. He's gonna win.
He went from third place and not getting enough media recognition at all, even though he's a total stud, to first place. And polls literally, like pollsters directly pointed to my involvement in the campaign as to why he got this big boost, because he did not stand down from that at all. And it boosted his credibility as like a progressive. It boosted his credibility as being in favor of, pro-Palestine movement. And his main opponent that was also trying to lean into the progressive lane was Mallory McMorrow. Haley Stevens obviously is AIPAC lobby funded.
Yep.
But Mallory McMorrow also compared me to Nick Fuentes and did all this, and then her support hemorrhaged, it cratered. So she gutted her chances and is now in third place. But it didn't stop. And since then, it's not just like the right wing and the far right, because Fox News loves when Democrats shit on other Democrats that are to the left of them, and they make a big fuss about it. They'll bring all these like right wing consultants on to be like, I worked on Democratic Party candidacies, and like as a Democratic Party consultant, I think like the left is the real danger in this country and not Donald Trump, shit like that. So they did a lot of that, and it's just been piling on top of it. So it's like every single instance of manufactured outrage and controversy gives more credibility to the next wave of attacks.
Well, I also feel like they're mad that they told you to do electoral stuff and then you did it really effectively in like primaries and shit.
Yeah, and they were like, not like that.
No, exactly.
Yeah. Hey. They were like, we wanted to do. I'm good. How are you? I'm
so good. So good to see
Hello, baby.
you.
What's good? What's
How you doing, baby? Good.
So I just wanted to make sure you meet Yara. She's a DSA member before Collins, State Assembly member.
All right.
And then
I'm
where's
gonna-
Melat?
I'm all right. How about yourself? You guys did a banger rally, I heard.
Yes! It was amazing.
Can you say hi to my friend Haley real quick? You changed their whole perspective.
Hi,
and
Haley.
They just texted me.
All right. I'm gonna. While you guys, you guys can introduce yourself stuff. I don't think we should do mics, right? Because we have.
Yeah, let's do shotgun.
Yeah, let's do shotgun. I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick.
Okay. But you guys, it's live though, so you can hear.
Okay, hey everybody! What up, though? We here for the one and only today.
Stop it, we're here together as a Justice Democrat slate. We just came off an incredible rally. How was that?
It was incredible is the word. Over 1,000 folks showed up after they tried to stop the rally from happening at all by canceling not one, not two, but 3 venues.
Yep.
And so then Melat and her amazing team was like, let's go to the venue we pay for.
Exactly.
The Capitol.
Yeah. That's true. Listen, so much love in the room, in the atmosphere, and I'm just so excited to be a part of it. Remember, June 30th, we got to get Melat across the finish line.
Yes.
And then Justin in August, man, we got to get him. Myself in August, too.
August 4th, Justin J. Pearson and
Donovan McKinney.
And the one and only
Melat Kiros.
Yes. Thank y'all so much for
Thank
being
you.
amazing supporters of this whole thing. But you know, it was incredible to see that many people
Yeah.
show up at what was it, 4 hours?
It was 4 hours, yeah.
And 4 hours notice.
Yeah.
Like from this morning to now.
Yeah.
They were in full force.
Yeah, they were rocking.
Standing behind the stage, all of them in front of it. Like that was so powerful.
Because what you're not going to tell people is that you can't, you know, you
Yeah.
can't meet, you can't like talk about issues that you care about. You can't organize as people.
But that's really what they want to do, though.
That's what they're
like,
trying to do.
ultimately, it's
Yeah.
all about like how do you silence people once you, because you're running against a Democrat, right? But once you run up against the Democratic establishment,
Yeah.
once you run up against the people with the money,
Yeah.
people with the perceived power, that's once they start acting all
That's
kinds
when they
of
start
ways.
freaking out.
They start
One of the
freaking
attack
out.
ads we got is like, at the end it goes, Melat wants to divide Democrats. It's a primary. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
yeah.
Like this is the time to like talk about our differences and to talk about like what kind of leadership we want to see in our party going forward. And we don't got it right now. We don't.
And what we talk about a lot is the Medicare for all. We're pushing the end of genocide in Palestine.
Yeah.
These are things a lot of people who are the corporate Democrats don't want to talk about.
Yeah.
They're more scared.
Getting big money, corporate out of
Corporate out of
yeah,
exactly.
come on. We
itself.
get it out of it.
Big
man.
money out of politics
Yeah.
itself. Those are the things people
got a
want to
lot
talk
of
about.
Marsh, do you want
A
to
lot
try?
of
I
ops.
know.
He said, I know.
And they're piling on every single day, unfortunately. But you know, when I first started at the Young Turks, I used to write for the Huffington Post, and I wrote about the Turkish coup d'etat in 2017. And the Turkish government notoriously is not very fond of free expression. They're not exactly fond of journalists in general, right? There's an entire prison dedicated to political dissidents in this country that I grew up in. And I never in a million years would have ever thought that leaving Turkey, coming to the United States of America, getting basically banned from going back to the country that I grew up in, that my whole family lives in. I never thought that I would see like similar levels of political repression starting here in the United States in the exact same way that it started in Turkey. They first went after, Erdogan famously first went after cartoonists for depicting him in a negative way. And then that expanded into, that permission structure kept expanding and expanding and expanding into, you know, the establishment of prisons specifically dedicated to political dissidents and journalists. And now he jails his opposition all the time. And as someone who watched that unfold in Turkey, I was always very, I was always very proud of at least some of the more redeemable aspects of America. And one of them is obviously the importance placed upon protecting due process, which we've of course violated time and time again against political enemies that we consider to be terrorists, and a violation of habeas corpus, where we torture them in Guantanamo Bay. But for the most part, you know, there's supposed to be this due process, there's supposed to be protection of the First Amendment, which the American government has also violated time and time again when it comes to, you know, black revolutionaries. And all the way to like assassinations and subversion of different sorts. But even then, in 2025, 2024, I just did not expect us to get to a place where private venues are talking to one another and getting you know, big business leaders in a place like Denver, Colorado, that I thought was like fairly liberal, that I was very excited to come to have this level of coordination and suppression of political speech that they find unfavorable, when that political speech is actually the not only the moral center of this country, but also the overwhelming majority's perspective as well when it comes to Israel is shameful. But I'm glad you guys had a good event regardless, and people showed up. It's a testament to how powerful this movement is. It's a testament to how much support your candidacy certainly has, that people in a last-minute switch-up still came by the hundreds to the steps of the Capitol. But yeah, I'm very excited. Hopefully, we have a fundraising link for all of you guys right now that's on the chat. So if you're pissed off about what the establishment Democrats and the far right are doing in this country to not only, you know, my rights but your rights as well, and this is obviously a violation of all of your rights as well, inevitably, then donate to have some real fighters that will do everything they can to ensure that this doesn't happen. Because I want to start out by talking about your opposition, your major opposition, Diane DeGette. So she's a, you know, cookie cutter, somewhat progressive candidate, and we've seen some of those in the races that I'm working on right now, like Claire Valdez in New York is running against Reynoso, who's like presenting himself as a progressive force, but still very malleable, still very corporate aligned. Traveled to Israel in 2014 on an AIPAC sponsored trip, and when they when push comes to shove, when they have a left flank opposition, there's one of two options. They either try to present themselves as a lot more radical than they actually are, and you can look at their track record and realize that that's not the case, or they start hitting you from the right, and they get like weirdly xenophobic at times, or they'll lean into certain things, like with Abdul, there's a lot of Islamophobia that he's experiencing, and I want to hear from your personal experiences if you've seen some of this with your individual races as well. But one thing I wanted to bring up with Diane DeGette is that Denverite wrote an article about how the last second venue changes took place in an effort to stop this from happening. And her team was reached out to by Denverite, and they responded with, we would never actually apply pressure to businesses. We would love for Melat to rally alongside someone who said America deserved 9/11. And what I found very interesting about that statement was, sure, they said no, they had no hand in this, but they didn't disavow the decision of these businesses in Denver, Colorado, from stopping a lifelong Democratic Party voter who was working with a lot of Democrats, including some very popular Democrats that have been in office for, you know, quite a while at this point, almost a decade, and they felt no connection or no solidarity. That nominal difference in your worldview versus Diane's was enough for them to lean into these Trumpian MAGA-style forces of suppression. I don't think that's pragmatic at all. I think that's not only naive, but it's also very dangerous. So what do you guys think about that? Have you had similar experiences as far as like the attack ads that you're receiving? So we'll start out with you, Melat.
Yeah, you know, the attack ads only started, you know, like a week ago. Up until then, she was trying to show that she was the progressive person and trying to show her progressive track record. And something flipped. I don't know what flipped. I don't know what she saw. I don't know what her team heard and learned. But
internal numbers?
Potentially. But somehow they realized that our movement and the campaign that we're trying to build actually has a real chance of winning this. And that's immediately when we started seeing, you know, an anonymous super PAC came in, spending $350K, that they don't got to disclose their donors until after the election, starting to say some really ridiculous things, very like, she's not from Denver, I'm an immigrant, very xenophobic. She was talking about talking about the DSA platform of like abolishing the Senate, defunding the police, all these things, which like I've never personally said, but attributing it to me. And then, of course, just the other day, and she did this one with her own campaign on the hard side, pulled this blog article, this ridiculously racist and horrifically dangerous blog article that said that I was rationalizing the killing of Jewish people. And she put that on her hard side. And so for me, I think, you know, it, just like you were saying, it's naive. Because at the end of the day, you can't cosplay as progressive this whole time and then start taking all these like Trumpian attacks against the challenger that you have. And you know, I've had a lot of people reach out to our campaign that are moderate voters or people that were planning on supporting DeGette, you know, despite, you know, what they were seeing, and then they saw those ads and they were like this is just gross. It's just objectively gross, this kind of behavior. And so then for her to also, I didn't see this article that you were talking about, for her to just not even acknowledge the fact that this was like an actual act of suppression, an act of, trying to silence the people, especially on an issue that the vast majority of, 80% of Democratic voters want to end aid to Israel.
Yeah, no, it's 90-10. It's more than that. It's like 90% of Democrats want to end aid to Israel. Only 10% want to continue aid to Israel. And yet when you say it out loud, I guess business owners or Democratic Party politicians behave as though it's not 90-10, but it's 10-90 almost. And it's unbelievable. That's precisely what we're trying to change. We're trying to make politics more responsive to the needs of the masses. And I do see a direct through line between how willing politicians are to abide by their own moral convictions on this issue, or at this point, at the very least, lean into mass support. If they are not going to do that for this issue that's 90-10, then that means they're never going to stand by your side if you have a problem with an AI data center popping up in your neighborhood, if you're going to have a problem with inflation not being addressed and making ends meet, if you're going to have issues with that, they're not going to side with you. They're going to side with the corporations. So it's very disappointing, but I guess the silver lining there is it is a testament to your success. So what about you guys?
Yeah. So our race changed drastically after they redistricted racially.
Yeah.
And the racism in the South is everybody's problem, and it's something we've been talking about. Everybody has to pay attention at all the times that we're seeing democracy being thwarted and people's voices being silenced. In our country, but this is particularly acutely happening in the South. Now we've got 15 counties that we represent, and I've been to all 15 counties, met people in them, and actually similar issues across them. People don't have enough money to make it. When I was in Bolivar, the firefighters are working 2 and 3 jobs just to survive. And Republicans are in control of the White House, the Senate, the U.S. House, and the state of Tennessee, they have a trifecta. And so people are starting to figure out, well, we got to stop fighting each other and start looking up. Because the people who have been maintaining this system are the only ones who've been benefiting from it. You mentioned data centers. Our community's been fighting Elon Musk, who's now a trillionaire, right, in his data center in Memphis and Shelby County. And it was Democrats who were supporting him. Right? Our Democratic mayor was the talking point, or was the press person, in essence, for this data center. And so it's really important that we actually have principled politicians. And I tell folks, it's not about purity politics. We just want people with principles. Stand up for something. Right? Believe in it and actually follow through. And so in our race, that's what we're advocating for, from wages to ending these senseless wars, to making sure we're fighting for health care for everybody. Those are the things that matter to our constituents, and those are the things we have to keep fighting for, and not allow somebody with some money who donates, or these corporate PACs, which a lot of other bought and paid for politicians are receiving, to silence us. But you're also up against an establishment who is literally the definition of, I will take money from everybody.
Yeah.
The goofiest politician.
Hasan, I don't know if you heard about my opponent, Sheree Tanadar. So he's the current congressman in Michigan's 13th congressional district, and me and him are in a head-to-head race. So we have a great shot of overtaking him, but he has a bunch of wealth and money. He made his money in pharmaceuticals, killing dogs and animals. He's known for killing beagles and leaving them out to die. Yeah, man, he's one. We call him Michigan's Elon Musk because he's just like that bad. But we're running on the grassroots campaign and platform, and not taking any corporate PAC money. We raised over $1 million by the grace of God. Over, I think, 40,000 individual contributions on ActBlue alone. $19 is the average donation. However, we're going against a guy that has access to millions. He's a self-funder. He can put up $20-30 million. We've talked about it. He's like, I'm going to spend that much against you. And then he's an APAC guy. He's the first congressional member in the history of Congress to invest campaign money into crypto.
Jesus.
Yeah. And got a $200 fine because he failed to disclose it as he was on committee voting to enrich him and Trump. So
that part is so crazy to me, that like your failure to disclose gives you not even I can't even call it a slap on the wrist at that point.
I know.
It's just insane. Like, I think they did that to Trump recently too, if I'm not mistaken, because he had like $750 million worth of worth of investments he did not disclose, like stock market investments he did not disclose in time, and it's like that you should go to prison.
Yeah, you should.
Like,
we would go to prison.
Yeah, it's just.
Yeah.
What do you mean $200?
Yeah,
that's
insane.
It's
unbelievable.
But yeah, so you worked at SEIU.
Yes.
And so you come from that union background, and you do specifically like health initiatives, right? Healthcare related initiatives. What's your opponent's perspective on Medicare for all?
He doesn't like it. He's
that's a shocker
because he takes a lot of corporate money,
that's so
a lot of insurance money. But he's terrible on all the issues. Not only he's APAC, but he's a corporatist. And this is the 5th poorest congressional district in the nation.
Yeah.
Michigan's 13th district, and so like we need somebody that's working class, that's going to represent the values of the district and put the people first. That's why every single one of us on this couch alongside you, Hasan, is ready for movement. It's time. People are tired of the games. They're tired of the promises. They're tired of the rhetoric. They just want some elected officials that are going to do the right thing.
Yeah.
And I'll say this, Hasan, and I'll pass the mic, but like, to be honest, we need people with courage. And I say this all the time when I get a chance to speak to people. Courage doesn't mean the absence of being afraid. Courage means even when you are afraid, you still do the right thing on behalf of the people you represent. And that's why you need to follow the money. And every last one of us is running grassroots campaigns. Yes. We need your help. Your listeners to tuning in, we need your help. Please come out, volunteer, share your talent with the campaign, and donate. Please, we need your help.
So a question I have for you is for your district, there is a real problem that I've seen in a lot of these districts where these insurgent candidacies are running against the establishment Democrats who have basically calcified in their seats and in their positions. They've grown super comfortable just taking in corporate money, and it's also obviously very easy for them. They make it like the lobbyists make it super easy. You sit there, lobbyist comes in, they're like, you don't even need to write this bill, you don't even need to read it, we wrote it for you.
Just introduce it.
Yeah, and you just introduce it, and then you look good, like you're doing something, right? Even though the thing you're doing is actually hurting your constituents. It looks great on your performance, and your re-election chances are all but set at that point, because they're going to give you money to make sure that your ass stays in that seat. Now, on top of that, there's also a political machine that obviously draws turnout, a political machine that's like very successful or had been very successful in the past at thwarting these sorts of insurgencies. Do you have a similar problem that you're running into as well in your district?
Yeah, like so it's funny because my opponent is well disliked within the district. He's also well disliked in the halls of DC. He's one of the most ineffective elected officials we have on the Democratic side. So we've gotten some of the establishment support too, but we're building the biggest coalition in the country. From like labor unions to faith leaders to even elected officials, they're all supporting us, community members, small grassroots organizations, because they're ready for somebody that's going to show up. Now, I'll tell you this, my member of Congress spends, on average, a member of Congress spends about 5% of their office budget on promotional materials, promoting themselves. Usually you spend it on day-to-day operations like staff, the office, things to running. He spends about a little over 55% of his office allotment on promotional materials. So it's called franking. So he'll send out the big billboards, the big ass mailers, like the text messages all about himself, the TV ads. And so that money, I told you, the 5th poorest congressional district, he doesn't have the staff capacity to pick up the phone and help these people with the caseload and the casework necessary.
So his constituent services is dog shit.
Yes. And so, but people know his name.
Okay.
So our problem is not enough people know who we are. There's some who do, but we have to get the word out. And once they know who we are, they switch to us because we're in a head-to-head. This is probably the easiest pickup seat we can get in the country.
When's your race?
So the absentee ballots drop June 25th. The actual election is August 4th.
It's the same ticket as Abdul, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, me and Abdul in the same.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if I might go back to Michigan for that. So
Please.
We'll see if I can do something with you as well.
That'll be huge, man.
Yeah, for sure. then you'll definitely get a lot of money. So that's not.
Both the venues a month ahead of time.
Yeah. No.
Make
Well,
those contracts
in my
ironclad.
experience, as far as like where we've seen success without like much impediment is usually college campuses. That's
because of that free speech aspect.
Yeah, if you get like and you in that situation, it's definitely no disrespect to SJP, I love them, but SJP not a very favorable organization on college campuses. But if you get like a dean or a teacher that is willing to bring you onto the campus, or a student organization that's like large enough, then that's in my experience, that's where I've seen no restrictions whatsoever. I did Stanford with SJP, and Stanford literally did the exact same thing that the Denver businesses did to me, where we had sold out 1,500 person venue literally in like 3 minutes.
Wow.
And then Stanford, like 3 days before I was supposed to travel, canceled that venue and then put us in a much smaller one because I think they just didn't want me to come.
They didn't really give like an explanation. They
didn't give an explanation.
It was really
Just
shady.
Yeah. And it was crazy. They just did that. But it was because and they had also raised the prices as well for SJP, which is unfortunate. Anyway, today the commencement speech took place in Stanford. There was a people's commencement speech that SJP put together with Mahmoud Khalil. And the actual commencement speech, so many students walked out on. I think it was the Google CEO that was delivering the keynote address, and students just straight up walked out of it. So
good for them.
On the front.
Yeah,
good for them.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, but let's get back to your state.
Yeah.
Because oh my God.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, the neo-Confederacy is rising.
What can I say? I mean, you've been on the front lines of the maximum amount of political repression. Do you feel like there is sufficient coverage over the fact that black political participation is directly erased in this state, and I don't know if it's outrage fatigue. I don't know if it's because there's so many different crises taking place all around the country at once that people are just not aware of what to focus on, or I don't know if it's specifically because it's seen as a black political expression and being erased that it's not getting sufficient coverage. But I do feel like Tennessee has been left behind in many respects. Now, of course, Tennessee broadly has been left behind because Republicans have been controlling it, and therefore they've just sold everything to corporate interests.
That's right.
But I do feel like, what do you think is the way to fight back against this? How do we get this issue back in the forefront of political conversations? Is there any way to salvage it? Because I do feel like whatever this insurgent movement looks like, I think obviously black voter participation directly goes to the heart of it, and there's never been a successful civil struggle in this country without the involvement of black voters.
Absolutely. I mean, what has happened, I think, nationally and broadly is black folks have been taken for granted. And in the Democratic establishment, that happens every 4 years. You get reminded that, oh wait, you matter, right? Based on whoever wants to be president of the United States or not, they come and talk to black folks. And that type of treatment is a part of what has led to a decline, a decrease, and a lack of investment in infrastructure over the years. Right? The last time, when I got expelled a few years ago for standing up against gun violence, was one of the first times in decades that Democrats were even getting attention in Tennessee in mass. What is happening now? But I fear it's sort of been like this flash in the pan, right? Because we have June 17th, 18th, and 19th, where Georgia is looking to take away not only black congressional representation, but all of the state house and state senate seats that are in majority black districts as well. Right? We are living in a moment where it is very likely going to be the most significant black political deprivation as it relates to positions of power since the late 1800s. That's the last time something like this happened. And folks not paying attention or allowing media just to move on from it is really letting 56% of black people live in the South. It's letting a base of the Democratic Party, but also the descendants of the folks who helped build this country into what it is, right? Pretending as if that voice does not matter. And what I think our campaign has really focused on is one, telling the truth about how we got here, and it's racist redistricting. right? It's not just mid-decade. Mid-decade was Texas, California responding. This is a direct response to what happened in Louisiana v. Calais. White folks in positions of power saying, oh, that means we get to be racist and say that it's political.
Yeah.
Right, and now we're saying in our campaign, look, if you care about the South, if you care about stopping racist redistricting, if you care about responding and fighting back, like, we got a campaign that you can plug into. And we have been fortunate that we were in Pulaski County, Giles County, where Pulaski, Tennessee is, which is where the Ku Klux Klan was founded, right? It is not a whole lot of black folk there. And it has obviously a history that's really challenging. We thought we were going to have about 12 people attending this meeting. 150 showed up. Mass majority of them white people who are just like, no, I see what is happening. I see what is wrong. And so this moment is actually an opportunity for us to reclaim the idea or the vision that we have of this country, which is that a multiracial, multipluralistic democracy is our only way forward. But if we don't invest, if we don't get volunteers after we win this campaign, if we don't get resources and financial investments against millionaires, because the guy I'm ultimately going to be running against, God willing, we win the primary, he gave himself $1 million the first day of the campaign. Right? That's what we're up against. Yeah. His house is actually built in the exact same make of the Mississippi governor's house. He built that in East Tennessee. It's a $10 million house. It's the Mississippi governor's mansion. He replicated the Mississippi governor's mansion in Tennessee.
$10 million in Tennessee is like, that's like Jeff Bezos' mansion.
Exactly.
That's crazy.
Like, that's what he's going for, right? And so we're not, covertly against anything. Like, this is overt racism, right? This is overt patriarchy. This is overt sexism, homophobia, xenophobia. Like, these things are out there. So we got to name it, and then we also have to build power against it. And that's what ultimately is how we win. It is building a movement against it.
So what are, with the redistricting initiatives, like what are the demographics looking like now?
So for District 9, 32% Black African American, 43% people of color totally in our district. Honestly, the reason we believe that this is still winnable for us because we crushed the numbers on it. If it was a district where President Obama ran, he would have won by 13 points. The last time we had investments of a Democratic candidate, he only lost by 1,000 votes. And so we know if we get the necessary investments, and what we do that they never do is knock doors. So we're like in rural Tennessee, knocking thousands of doors with groups like Common Power. Like we are going and showing up, and people are like, no one's come here in the 40 years I've lived here. And it's like, and we've got a good message for you, right? We're gonna do something about housing, we're gonna do something about healthcare, we're gonna do something about wages and Social Security, and that's resonating with folks.
So you need door knockers, and you need fundraising. Do you feel like, well, you're in a different situation because both of you guys are in blue districts, whereas yours is now redistricted and it's no longer a blue district. Like, do you feel like there is, even when it was a blue district, like, do you feel like the situation in Tennessee is that like the Democratic Party's just kind of left it behind a little bit? Because I get the sense that even like the infrastructure that used to exist in the South has been cast aside. I don't even know where the funds are going, but I do think that the Democratic Party's machine doesn't even look at the South anymore.
That's right. I mean, one of the things we're working on right now, we've talked to the DCCC a couple times, was just like, you have to invest in our district. Right? Like, we were the first district that was taken away as a part of racist redistricting. Memphis, which is an extraordinarily important civil rights place, including the place where Dr. King was assassinated. It's just like this investment, it is both very practical, it is political, but it's also a moral obligation that we have to show that this matters. Simultaneous to that, though, over the last decades, we've seen the South being invested less and less in. And the Democratic Party says, here are our 7 states. And if you're not one of these, we're just going to pray that you all turn out well. And that being president-centric campaigning is actually part of what's gotten us here. And the time period you're probably alluding to is like Howard Dean's 50-state strategy, right? Which was, we're going to compete everywhere, in every county. Right, that type of mindset actually does require resources. And when you see a presidential campaign and spend $1 billion, $1.5 billion, and I think about how much a governor's race in our state costs maybe 10, in Mississippi costs maybe 5. Some of these state house races cost $25,000. We should have so much more power
Yeah.
We should have so much more power.
And it's interesting that you brought up that it's like the presidential run is the primary focus. And I feel like that is literally the reason why the number of swing states or the number of like solidly red states have increased.
That's right.
And that is because a lot of the Democratic Party's infrastructure is always fighting from a place of weakness, where they take this defensive posture, and the more they try to harden their positions in areas where they know they're strong, and the more they give up on the funding vehicles for areas where they feel like there's no chance of winning, when there certainly is, the more they expand the map in favor of the Republicans.
That's right. Georgia, right? People all love the Georgia miracle, what Stacey Abrams is organizing for about 10 years. It isn't that it's going to be immediate, but the reality is there's no way you ever again can win back the House, win the Senate, without having votes in the South. Like it's an it's a mathematical impossibility.
Well, I mean, that's what it was designed for.
Initially,
Like, that's literally why they,
that's literally why the Electoral College is set up the way it is. It's the way proportional representation has been set up the way it is. And it's just so this idea that, well, if we just go work harder in the states that are purple or things like that, things are going to get better. And it's like, but you leave the heartland out, right? You leave the South out. It is a strategy designed to fail. And we saw we didn't win a single one of those states, right, in the presidential race. Like, we have to have a real strategy that includes working class people, that prioritizes the issues of everyday people, and not, similarly for us, right, not the billionaire class, not the corporate class, and not the consulting class, who have no idea what it's like to be worried about the price of eggs or the price of bread. Right? Like, you got to get some regular working class folks who are in positions of power.
Yeah, except the regular working class folks in positions of power with a political perspective, they're not going to be as open-minded to corporate sponsorships and just like protecting their comfortable sinecures. They're going to want to actually do things, and that's at odds with the way that this entire system is structured. Melat, so you're in one of the bluer districts in the country. There's a lot of young people here as well. Many of them turned out today. And the question that I have for you is, as far as the candidacies of these remarkably different districts, do you feel like there's still a similarity in the issues that you're advancing and the issues that you're bringing salience to and what you're fighting for? Whether it be advocating for free Palestine, whether it be advocating for Medicare for all, it almost feels like the working class's struggles are identical no matter where they live. Right? Because there is this notion within the Democratic Party that we can't go super far to the left and be open-minded to the real needs of working class folks in blue districts, because then in purple districts or in red districts, people are going to see people like yourself and go, you're a radical. Do you agree with that?
Well, you know, it's funny because obviously the district I'm running in is the bluest one, but Colorado, I think a lot of people consider it to be like a purple state generally. And, it's funny though, because when we talk about that, we don't really talk about the fact that Bernie Sanders won the state twice. Right? Like, Hillary did not win this state, Biden did not win this state. This was a state run by a democratic socialist that was talking about economic populism. And when we're talking
Oklahoma
about
as well, just for the record, Oklahoma also went to Bernie.
And that's why it was so important for this rally to also include Justin and Donovan too, because the things that we're talking about stretch across every corner of this country. Like Medicare for all, something like 67% of Americans support. Universal child care, 72% of Americans support. Like, these are issues that are directly affecting working people across the entire country. And for us to try and make these like a Democrat issue or a blue issue or a progressive issue, it's like, no, this is a working class issue. And making sure that we are bringing people into understanding that the only way that this changes is if we get involved ourselves. You know, like, we always say we can't ask for permission, we can't wait our turn. Power is not given, it's taken. And so to make sure that the way that we're talking about these issues are not under this umbrella of just being a Democrat or a progressive issue, like, these are issues that matter to the people, regardless of where you live, regardless of what you're doing for a job, regardless of what party you belong to. And it's funny, one of the first things that I did when we started this race was I actually went on to one of the most conservative talk show radio shows in this state. And we couldn't agree on much. We couldn't agree on much at all. But we could at least agree that no matter what kind of debate we would have in that moment on that episode, wouldn't matter, because we weren't actually the people at the seat of the table. We weren't the ones that actually had the power to make that decision. And we could at least agree that we had to address the corruption problem. We had to address the money in politics problem, so that we could actually get back to a democracy where we are having that debate, where we are engaging and trying to figure out how do we get to these solutions. Because whether, like, at the end of the day, everybody agrees, right? Unless you're just truly a not good person, but like everybody agrees healthcare should be affordable, housing should be affordable, your job should be able to give you your basic dignities if you're working hard enough. We might disagree on how to get that done, but the actual vehicles that we need to do it are the things that I think we could coalesce a lot of working class people around, and we just have to make sure that we're not letting this be under the bubble of it just being a blue issue too.
Yeah, that's good. So we were talking briefly about your attack as they've started talking about your background and how it's you're not a true Coloradan, I guess, or you're not,
Denverite.
or Denverite, or an American, which is insane for a progressive candidate, supposedly progressive candidate, to hate you on. What are some of the other ones though? Like, what's the worst one that you've received so far, and how do you respond to it?
Yeah.
Was it the you are in favor of Jewish people getting killed, that slanderous piece?
Yeah. You know, it's crazy. We were in a forum the day that blog dropped. And I said it on stage. I was like, this is one of the hardest days I've had in the campaign. This blog just dropped saying that I rationalized the killing of Jewish people, because on our episode, actually, we talked about, what was happening in Palestine, and I talked about the cycle of violence, and, because I was explaining that cycle, and because we were talking about the context in which it happens, violence does not happen in a vacuum, the words were twisted and into this idea of me rationalizing the killing of Jewish people, and I literally said, I'd say it was the hardest day of the campaign. I could not believe that kind of slander was being used, and it was also obviously very racist and just baseless and really gross and horrific. And she was literally sitting right next to me when I said this. And I remember she whipped around too. If you go to the live stream, you could see it when she looks at me when I say it, I think she thought I was trying to suggest that she was the one who got that article written or something. I was like, no, I'm just like, this is a really awful article to see. And then to see her put her name behind it, literally saying, you got to look at this article. You have to look at this headline. And
disqualifying. Melat Kiros rationalizes killing Jews.
Oh my God.
That's insane.
It's insane. It's objectively
At least you were
insane.
serving in it, though. That's good. I love when they do that to me. They'll be like, Free Press will post a sexy photo of me wearing a keffiyeh and I'm smizing, and they'll be like, this handsome face of terror apology. I'm like, damn. I want to get that pin. Shit looks good. This is totally ridiculous, and this is the type of article that's gonna get 8 clicks if Diana is not, putting a sponsored, paid for by Diana to get ad spend behind it.
It's not even a real website. It's like a fake news. It's
a blog. It's literally a blog.
So there was the other the Colorado, there was a Colorado Jewish group that also criticized you after a conversation that we had, where they said that you, your conversation and the way that you talked about the humanity of Palestinians was actually very unnuanced, and I wanted to see if you wanted to address that at all, because I obviously personally don't think so, but why do you think they were saying that, and what is your response to that?
It was really tough, because I really appreciated the opportunity to sit down with Brandon and have that conversation, because I really think that the only way that we are going to be able to, because at the end of the day, our government is single-handedly responsible for what's happening in Palestine, the taxpayer dollars that we are sending over there. We have to organize in some way to put an end to that violence, and I really think that we have to make this a fight where we all can come together and say we have to put an end to violence. And so I wanted to have that conversation, but I disagreed with the characterization of it. I think it's so dangerous for us to let this idea continue that when you uplift or talk about the subjugation of one group, that you are advocating for the violence of another. And you know, for me to talk about the complexities of what had happened outside of the context of October 7th, and talking about the fact that violence doesn't happen in a vacuum, and for that to be taken as me justifying what happened on October 7th, when I think the most egregious part of it is like, it's literally in writing, right? Like I've said this multiple times, I condemn violence at all junctures, but I also am not gonna ever, you know, I think it's my responsibility to understand it, to understand why violence happens in the first place.
Yeah, and that's the only way to solve it.
Exactly, that's the only, and if that's the goal, right? If the goal is to solve it, then like we have to understand the context in which it happens.
Can I also say, and sorry, I'm just gonna jump back in really quickly. Mel, sorry. Mel got fired from her big law firm for talking about the genocide in Palestine in an incredibly measured way. I got called into a bunch of meetings at my big law firm for doing maybe saying things stronger, and they did not fire me. And people are leveraging those allegations against you because they are racist. And she can't say that, so I'm hopping back in to say, like, that is racism, and Diana DeGette should be ashamed.
Yeah, true. Yeah, thank you. When I say that, it doesn't hit the same. Unfortunately. Like, look, I'm gonna be honest. I'm Turkish. I grew up in Turkey my whole life, and there's no like in-group, out-group dynamic in the same way. And for the longest time, I didn't even realize why I'd get stopped at TSA all the time until like I saw someone else talk about it, and I was like, wait, that's not a normal experience. But let me tell you something, okay? I always was like, I'm white, and I am. I'm white. I look white. If my name was like Hank, most people would assume I'm just like, you know, some type of maybe Italian, right? But post October 7, I realized like, no, there's a lot of people who actually don't see it that way. There's a lot of people who are like, well, you're not fully there. You're not technically there. And yeah, it is definitely a little racist the way that like, we are not saying anything that the majority doesn't agree with. And yet, for some reason, especially when it comes to even candidates like Abdul, they did this with Zoran as well. Whenever there's a candidate that is speaking out against these sorts of atrocities, and there's like anything that they can, damn.
That was crazy fast.
Crazy
Come on. You saved the whole stream, baby.
Thank you so much.
Come on.
You gotta be quicker than
That was dope.
I got it. It's fine.
Yeah. Do you got it, March?
I got it.
It seemed like you didn't have it there.
No, I appreciate like being able to talk about it and to comment on it and everything, and like, I don't know. Because clearly I think it goes without being said that like violence at any juncture is a horrific tragedy, and like I say the same thing for everything, and you know, I think we need to be giving each other more grace and understanding that that's our baseline.
I think one example I always use is this is not a different dynamic than what many Americans, especially Black Americans, are very familiar with. Where if you talk about your own oppression, if you talk about the oppression of Black people, there will be a lot of white people who will say, "Oh, you're writing me out." I mean, what was the first thing against Black Lives Matter? The idea that, oh, this means white lives don't matter or all lives matter. These were the counters, right? You know, the counter to Black power was immediately white power, and it meant something entirely different. And I think it is not dissimilar in the same vein when you talk about the humanity of Palestinians. That's not an erasure of Jewish people at all, and I think that's actually really messed up to bring the entirety of the Jewish population into this equation as though every single Jewish person is in favor of the erasure of Palestinians and this death and destruction, when there's plenty of ample evidence to suggest that that's not the case at all. I mean, especially with the generational divide. And I do think that it's classic reactionary politics. And I don't think a lot of people see it in the same way, where they think, oh wait, like this is a minority group that's making this claim, so that there's probably a little bit more credence to it. And I don't see it as anything but someone saying that miscegenation laws are an erasure of white identity. It's like, I don't care about your perspective at that point. You've decided to present yourself as being in opposition to other people receiving civil liberties or other people's humanity being recognized, and that's not my kind of politics at all. I wanted to ask both of you guys as well. In your districts, do you feel like there is also an appetite for pro-Palestinian politics? And what I mean by that is, like, do they? I talk about this issue. A lot of people say this is very important to me, and it is for obvious moral reasons. But I think it's a very good litmus test because I think it's a very good representation of like where you stand. Like, do you stand with the people, or do you stand with a foreign lobby, right? And I was wondering if your districts have a similar appetite for this kind of politics as well, or if they don't think about it at all.
Yeah, like we were just talking about this on the ride, I think, to the Capitol for the rally, and in my district, like they're struggling so bad they can't even think about what's happening across the world. So like when you put it in layman's terms, it's a messaging problem. That's what we have, especially on the Democratic side, progressive side. Like we have to get to the crux in the heart of the issue, which is people are struggling. They can't make ends meet. They're working class. They don't realize like why they have to work all these hours and still can't even scrape by. They're spending all their wills and they can't even spend time with their family. Don't even have really, they don't have any benefits or even a retirement to look forward to. That's what most people want. And so when it comes to like world issues, you gotta break it down to them and say, hey, this is about human life. And when you break it down to them like that, a lot of them will be saying, you know what, that's fucked up. It's fucked up that we're sending billions of dollars.
That's what I was gonna say.
Exactly what billions of dollars, literally overseas, when we got so many people struggling here, getting for healthcare. I got seniors on fixed income. I talk about it all the time. They call me constantly because since Trump got in there, their food assistance has been cut from the federal government by less than $50 a month. Then, if you're on fixed income, they're worried about not only trying to pay bills, but their medication, or paying rent so they won't get kicked out of their homes, or they're trying to figure out how to pay for groceries. And then their energy is skyrocketing, gas prices are skyrocketing under this plan. So like in reality, it's all interconnected, but it's the messaging. We got a message about it and saying, hey, the human life over here, the peril that's happening and the plight that's happening in Gaza is literally the same thing that's going on here. Like it's not apples and oranges.
There's also a connective tissue between like where the funds are going.
That's true.
And I think that's like that in my experience, like obviously for a lot of young voters, for a lot of young people in general, they were very activated by the inhumanity. But I think the reason for why the broader electorate and like older demographics, especially in the Democratic Party's base of support, finally arrived at this conclusion that this was ridiculous because they're like, okay, I'm seeing all this death and destruction and I don't like it. But then also I'm hearing that we've given this country $300 billion in the last 80 years, and we're thinking about signing off on like, you know, additional billions of dollars. Like fix the fucking potholes first. Like, what do you mean? This makes no sense. And I think that is a perfect example because it is true that our spending priorities are completely out of whack. Like it goes to the military-industrial complex, it goes to machines of death and destruction, and there is tremendous defense bloat. And because all of our spending priorities go there to create bombs and machines of destruction that go and blow up schools overseas, we have no money to build schools in our neighborhoods. And I think that is a perfect way to broach the subject with a lot of people, and it helps them identify the real issue. So you do see a conversion of interest when you bring it up like that.
Absolutely. And I think for people of good conscience and moral will, there is a really important argument that has to be made about the lack of humanity being shown to people who are in Palestine and the genocide that is happening there, which is really important, right? Because you don't want to to separate the war and the war making and what we have allowed to happen to people. Similar to what we were talking about with the Iran war and the people on day one who our Tomahawk missiles killed, the young girls, and the wailing of those mothers, those fathers, those siblings who will never see their loved ones again, right? Like, I think that's really important for us to realize. And because folks are just looking at what's at their face, right? What's right in front of them, the literal issues that they are dealing with and struggling with, whether that be dealing with childcare that's now out of the roof, or the reality that the food pantries are losing so much food and there's not going to be enough right, for people who are on fixed incomes. That the talking point that I just shared with people is right, similar to what Tupac said. You got billions of dollars for war, but no money to feed the poor. Like, that is ultimately our problem as a country. It's misplaced priorities. It is not that there aren't enough resources. It's just that we don't care to give those resources to everyday working people. It's like we actually could have Medicare for all. We actually could make sure every school for every kid had all of the resources that they needed, and we could give all teachers a raise too, so that they get the dignity at work. My mom's a teacher, shout out to her, Dr. Mommy. Like, we could do all of the things that we are envisioning, but we have to want to have that vision that we're fighting for, which unfortunately people in our party have not presented. They said Project 2025 is so bad, but they never say, here's our Project 2025. And so we reshaped a vision that people can first believe in, but second, we do have to fund it. And the funding is there. But instead of it going to us, instead of it going to lower costs, instead of it going to make sure you can send your kid to pre-K or provide pre-K for all kids, it is literally going to kill people. And the new thing is it's a military industrial congressional complex. As Congress is benefiting, and Congress people are benefiting immensely.
Directly through stocks.
That's it. It's the stocks and trades, man. It's the stocks and trades. It's crazy. It's like, I'm against war, but you've got money in Raytheon. Right? Like, don't, you unprincipled, lying person. Right? It's just like, you can't be both. And that's what we're dealing with. They're like, this is just such a terrible thing, but I made $500,000 every time a bomb drops. Right? Like, and now the administration is asking for another $500 billion. War making is the greatest, largest workforce development program this country has ever known. And all we saying is, let's have a federal jobs guarantee for people to do things that they're inspired to do, that they're motivated to do, that they're called to do, without having to live in poverty to do so.
Imagine using all of that productive output for something valuable, like, I don't know, developing infrastructure in this country, rather than destroying what remains of the infrastructure in other countries. And it's not, look, it's not beneficial for obviously the people that live in the periphery. We're killing them and we're stealing their natural resources. But it's not beneficial for the trigger men and trigger women that go out there, because they fuck their lives up. And it's not beneficial for the average working class individual who doesn't even see the benefits of this. Not to say that it would be justifiable if the resources were distributed evenly, but they don't even see it at all. It's done for a smaller and smaller group of people who will maintain their profits, their super profits, become billionaires and maybe even a trillionaire at this point. And it's all held together by an unresponsive class of politicians that get unlimited amounts of money from the very same corporations whose interests that they place above the interests of the population. It's totally messed up. And I mean, seeing the way that you're getting attacked for simply wanting to chart a better future for people living in Denver, people living in Colorado, you get to understand exactly why there is no changes in Congress. There is no, you get to understand why the popularity of the Democratic Party is so low right now, at a time when the Democrats, as the supposed opposition party, are supposed to be automatically popular. And yet that hasn't happened. And there's a reason for that. Because most people say we need something different. We need real fighters.
Can I say this? The Democratic Party cannot continue to claim that they're the party of the people until we get our act together in terms of this corporate money, right? Because we are very similar. Like, I served in a Democratic trifecta in the state legislature last term. We had 1-seat majorities in both chambers, first time in 40 years, third time this happened in a century. and mission. Yeah. And we got a lot of things done, but we left a lot of things on the table because we let corporations literally buy our elected officials and hold our agenda hostage. And so every time we wanted to do something, like very productive on behalf of black people and everybody else in our state, here come a corporation saying, hey, waving a check. They don't got to buy too many people. They just got to buy just enough to slow up that agenda and halt it. And so this is why this matters. Our races matter because we got 435 seats in the U.S. House, 100 in the U.S. Senate. You don't need that many people to hold up the agenda, to get some concessions and fight for working class values. This is what it's all about, but it's a coalition we got to build, not just on the outside, but the coalition on the inside of Congress. That's right. And that's why all three matters.
Yeah,
matters.
That's why. That's why the link is. Oh man, what a day it's been. All right. Anything I missed? Anything I haven't covered that you guys want to talk about? This is where we freestyle.
Can you plug Denver DSA?
Oh, sure. Yeah, Denver DSA.
Oh wait, no.
Sure.
Kind of been there the whole time.
Look at that.
Is that new?
Oh,
Yeah,
it's a pica.
It's a pica.
Yeah. I will say this. You know the hat that you guys custom made for me?
Oh wait, actually, Kason designed that hat.
Okay.
And shipped it over in 24 hours.
It's fire, first of all, and I told New York City DSA because I just did their Slate rally, and I told them like the Denver DSA came in It's a great hat. I love it. I love it. It became
the swaggiest chapter out there.
Yeah.
Denver got swag.
Yeah. For sure.
Yeah.
Like I was like, New York City, you got to pick up the slack. This is crazy.
The Melat merch has been flying off the shelves too.
Okay. Hell yeah.
We're doing the Zohan thing. Like a lot of our best merch is being reserved for our volunteers. People that are knocking on doors, that are phone baking and text baking.
Nice.
All that stuff. Yeah.
What's your opinion on where the race is at currently? Like, are you feeling? I mean, you can't say you're not feeling confident, but obviously, like, what are the latest polls looking like? Are there any polls out? I don't know.
There's a couple polls that I've gotten texts of that maybe we'll see next week, going public. But I mean, I genuinely was just like keeping my head down, doing the work on the ground. We're gonna like make it through until June 30th. And then when those attack ads started coming out, I was like, oh, they must be scared. Like they must know something that we don't know yet about what we've been able to do. And like, I think that's the thing about grassroots movements is that like we started this over 11 months ago and literally with just me, my friend, and a dream. And it was truly like we would start in bookstores and coffee shops and bars and restaurants. We would meet in parks and we would just start having conversations with neighbors. And I think, you know, one person talks to their friend, one person talks to their mom, one person talks to their coworker, and like it takes so much time because it's grassroots. Like it has to build that momentum, but at a certain point you hit that critical mass. And I think we did that recently in the last few weeks, and now we're at a point now where it really is a competition. Like there's a real fight here that she feels the need to be running to these baseless, racist, like ridiculous attacks that I think really shows that there's a chance that we can win this.
I think that's gonna backfire.
100%.
Because like she's the way I see it, it's like it's the Mallory McMorrow situation with Abdul, where it's like you have you've sat in a comfortable like progressive district with a progressive base of support, and all of a sudden you just start hitting these like Trump style attacks when you become like. When you get real racist, all of a sudden, your voters are gonna be like, "Wait, I thought you were progressive."
Exactly.
And that was a foolish decision. And I think that decision is because she could not, like when you present it as Denver, you have an opportunity to not just like vote for any Democrat, but a very specific type of Democrat that will do everything in their power to fight for you, that will do everything in their power to fight for the values you believe in, and won't actually sit idly by and maybe sign off on some progressive initiatives here and there, but is otherwise very malleable. That's a real threat.
Yeah.
That's a very real threat.
Yeah.
And that is the reason why I think she just decided she can't win the progressive lane, so she's gonna hit the other line instead.
No, we literally saw it, like in her, like, because you can look up the ads and you can see who they're targeting, and for a while they were trying to target young people, and like slowly they started like cutting it and cutting it and cutting it to just older people now, and it's just like, look, at the end of the day, I think when you resort to those kinds of attacks, I think you reveal to the electorate that your campaign never had values to begin with, and that you were never actually fighting for something, you were just fighting for that seat and that power, and we're never gonna resort to that, because I know our politics is based and rooted in compassion for everybody. I want to fight for housing and healthcare and nutritional food and public education and transit and all for every single person, regardless of what you believe, regardless of what party you belong to, regardless of what part of the city you live in. That's what we're actually trying to fight for, and you can't replicate that inauthentically, right? You can't try and steal that kind of momentum when it started from the grassroots up, and we've been doing this for 11 months, and we're going to take it home on June 30th, and I'm really proud of what we've been able to build. Socialism wins.
Justin, what about your ops? Aside from the Klan, and the expression of the Klan, and the political representation of it. So who was your major opponent, and what's the biggest teak that you can give me about?
Listen, his name's Brent Taylor. He's you already know what type of house he lives in. He can give himself $1 million, but he got fired from the company he founded. He was a funeral home director. He was so acrimonious.
That's a weird job.
It's a weird job. We got a lot of funeral home people who become politicians in the South.
That's strange.
It is strange. There's going to be a study on it because I don't know why. But like his own funeral home directors fired him. They said like, you are too acrimonious that like people don't trust and believe in us. And I'm like, if the company that bore your own name, Brent Taylor Funeral Home Directors, fires you and rebrands itself, certainly we shouldn't hire you to serve us in the United States Congress.
What was he doing?
I'll tell you what happened. It's a lot of things that build up to this, but this was the thing that I think really straw that broke the camel's back. Core Civic is a big group that gets a lot of ICE money. And they built a facility about an hour outside of Memphis in Mason, and a lot of us are protesting it. A lot of amazing organizers on the ground are doing great work, but they funded, and here's part of the problem, they funded a dinner for legislators when we were in session. Democrats showing up, Republicans showing up. I don't go to those things. I got work. I'm busy. But he's in there, and they have hundreds of people protesting, saying, stop, abolish ICE, right? Stop deporting people, all these things. This man goes up to the window with his drink and takes the ice out with his hand and starts licking it, running up and down by the window, mocking the people. This is a state senator today who's now trying to be our United States congressman, right? I'm even meeting Republicans who are like, what is wrong with this person? But that's the guy who's now, that's him. That's the guy that I'm running against to serve the United States Congress. He's got to be like 65.
Oh, he's young.
Yeah.
He's young for Congress.
That's why he's young. That's why he was getting zesty with the ice.
Exactly. He's like, for his gums.
It's his youthful exuberance.
There you go. But it's like, that's what we're up against, man. And
my God.
All he's got.
Wait, is there a video of this? I gotta see.
There is a video of this. There is. There's totally a video of this with him with the ice.
What's his name again?
Brent Taylor. BRENT TAYLOR. Brent.
That sounds like a racist name.
Well, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But then he'll say, I know black people, and so he'll be like, I'm not racist. And I'm just like, I can be cordial with anybody, including the devil, because I like it warm sometimes.
Oh yeah, there it is.
But,
oh my God.
This is him. That is him. That is a state senator running for the United States Congress.
Wow.
That is him.
What the? That's weird.
Well, all right, look at him.
He's a weirdo.
That's him.
He's a weirdo, and he's like he's defending ICE concentration camps.
ICE concentration camp. 819 families in Memphis and Shelby County have been impacted and deported. We have an unsafe task force that in the last 2 weeks killed 2 American citizens in our city. One at a Burger King who was literally at the grill cooking, and they said they were serving him papers, and he somehow reached for a gun while he was cooking at a grill inside of a Burger King. Like, this is what we're doing in this administration. They've got over 20 different types of federal troops in our community, but we haven't seen resistance like Chicago and things like that. Our mayor has really capitulated. Our governor's capitulated.
Yeah.
Our mayor's a Democrat, but they are a part of a system, right, that is okay dehumanizing people because there's a very stupid belief that, well, it's not me. But I always say, it's not you yet.
That's right.
But that's why you fight for immigrant communities. That's why you fight for queer people. That's why you fight for women. Because my mom always talks about the terrible things. Right? At first they come for these folks. And if you keep being silent, ultimately they do come for you. And the best solidarity we can build, which is why it matters that we fight in the South, we fight in the West, we fight in the North, we fight in the East together, is because it's solidarity is how we are going to save ourselves.
Damn.
Yeah, but that's what I'm up against. So
okay, everyone,
definitely don't.
You guys are all going against some quirked up folks.
Seriously,
some very strange folks.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
But who the system wants, right? Marsha Blackburn is running for governor. She's a U.S. senator. Endorsed him day one. Bill Hagerty endorsed. Like, they all lined up behind this man.
Of course.
Who he wants to be the Trump in Tennessee. Right? Like, that's his aspiration in life.
But you have some high-profile Democrats as well that have that have celebrated your accomplishments.
Absolutely.
Does that work in your favor a little bit?
It does. I mean,
because you're a unique candidate, because I feel like you are the connective tissue between progressive forces both in your state and in general, but also some fairly mainstream, high-profile Democrats. I mean, Kamala Harris has promoted you as well. Does that give you, in your opinion, does that create more viability for you in the race, or is the establishment machine too strong?
No, I think we're stronger than the establishment machine. I mean, the reality is, and we were saying this a lot today, but people power is more powerful. Because here's the thing about establishment Democrats. Here's why they have to go to these attack ads. They haven't knocked doors in decades.
Yeah.
They haven't built relationships with voters in years.
And they can't, because their policies are so ass usually. What are you going to do? You're going to knock on a door and be like, better things are not possible, sorry.
Exactly. I've done as much as I can do.
What you see is what you get.
That's right. That's literally the guy I was running against before he quit. He said, what do they want us to do? Go to the White House and chain ourselves? I was like, you know what?
Yeah, that's
every
a good
Democrat went to the White House and chained that from Hakeem all the way. I was like, that's what I'm talking. Do something.
Yeah.
Do something. But it was supposed to be like, oh, that's a bad idea. I was like, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
We would love to see that. Show some fight. Show some fire.
It goes to show though,
something.
like any kind of physical presence, like anything beyond just sitting around and maybe every now and then finger wagging is seen as a bridge too far. Yeah. Like that's out of bounds.
That's right. If you're not sending a press release, you're doing a bad job.
Yeah. You know what's crazy though? Like, here's the problem. Republicans do actually take it that far.
They do.
And it sucks that, like, obviously their initiatives are awful, but they will do that. You know what I mean? They will go out there, they will make a big fuss. Yeah. Like, I was thinking about this even with respect to what took place here with some of these, like, local events and local venues barring entry into this rally that we were putting together. And, like, no matter how far right or odious someone's politics are, the entire Republican messaging machine would pounce on that and have pounced on it. Like, you have people who are unbelievably disruptive forces that are specifically going to college campuses to, like, dox trans students and stuff like that, to, like, actually harm students, right? Obviously there's no moral equivalence between, like, what I'm doing and what, like, those people are doing. But regardless, like, even in an instance like that, the entire Republican machine will just be like, this is liberals attacking free speech. This is liberals undermining one of our fundamental values. These are, they're un-American for doing this, and they're hysterically crying all this stuff. And that is precisely the reason why, while cancel culture is, I think, something that everybody hates, but everybody engages in against their political opposition, cynically, usually. The irony is, the average person thinks it's fundamentally a left-wing thing, when it's not. The early aughts of woke 1.0, from like 2016 to like the 2021, 2022 era, the domineering conversation was how much liberals hated speech, right? But in that same time frame, if you looked at FIRE and organizations like that that are tasked with like protecting the First Amendment, that are ostensibly right-wing organizations too, they're like libertarian. They would reveal reports all the time that showed that the most successful censorious initiatives were always coming from the right. Book bannings, book bannings, teacher firings. The entire Manhattan Institute project of like attacking CRT, which then they turned into attacking DEI, which was initially attacking affirmative action. All of that was obviously in advance to advance a white supremacist agenda. But all of that was also a successful censorship initiative.
It was.
Like any kind of educational initiative that, for example, looks at American history from the perspective of like black people being human beings and not simply talked about or discussed as not human beings at all, was seen as woke and a bridge too far, and would actually hurt the feelings of white people if they learned about it that way. And they successfully were able to, on the one hand, present themselves as champions of free speech, and then engage in the most successful censorship initiatives. I think Democrats dropped the ball on this.
That's a good point.
When they think, oh, well, this right-wing censorship happening towards the far left that we consider to be like an insurgency is beneficial for us in the short term. They don't realize that plays into like their lack of support actually plays into additional censorship that will inevitably come for them as well.
That's right. I think it also is something for Republicans when we're talking about voters and when we're talking about the things that they were censoring. It was in line with their values, right?
Yeah.
Like it ended up actually working out for what they wanted to see.
Yeah.
For Democrats, though, I feel like it backfires so much because the things that they're censoring are things that the vast majority of Democratic voters are in support of already to begin with. And so for there to be, it's just so boneheaded to me, the way that like people have been moving, particularly when it comes to this issue, and particularly when it comes to being able to organize publicly and among the people to talk about this issue that we all already agree on, is like, you've now called so much more attention onto this issue now, and you've called so much more attention to this rally and what we were trying to do, and it's like, when you're working completely antithetical to the values that you say you have, and like what your party says you have.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
I was watching the other guy lick the ice, and the audio was on, but go on. I was turning on chat, calling attention into these issues.
They're calling, I mean, at the end of the day, like, exactly, it's just more.
But I think it's so important to remember, this was a Democrat.
Exactly.
Right, doing this to another Democrat. Right, and it's when people say, and I've gone to a lot of communities and met Democrats who are just like, I don't vote, I don't participate, because no matter who is in power, nothing changes.
Yeah.
And like, I really had to sit with that. It's just like, it doesn't matter who's in power, nothing changes, because for people who are struggling, it doesn't seem to change, because you ultimately have these types of people, the Diana DeGett's of the world, who are just like, I am going to keep the system the same at all costs, even with silencing. Right, my opponent's speech, silencing someone who I disagree with, and asking or encouraging people or not reprimanding people, right, who are doing that. I'm like okay with it, but you're supposed to be a Democrat, and so how do you invite people to be a part of a party that treats folks like that?
Yeah.
Right, like you can't.
It's a disciplining operation too, because it's like they can't just come out and be like, I hate everyone that's actually so critical of Israel because I would like you to stop talking about that.
Right.
When they know that the majority is not on their side on this issue, so they just go after like figures that are to their left, running oppositional campaigns and primaries, or figures in the media who are prominent critics of Israel, to basically try and cordon off this kind of commentary into, I guess, the independent media sphere, no mainstream credibility whatsoever. Not realizing that the current media landscape has shifted so much that it doesn't even matter. Like, I've gotten glossy New York Times profiles over and over again. In comparison to doing like one Theo Von appearance, like the real calculable increase in my audience and eyeballs is far more on the side of like one podcast appearance as opposed to, 10 mainstream media articles that say, I'm doing a great job combating the far right. So they don't even control the flow of information any longer. So they're just like yelling at an increasingly smaller audience of people, and also shutting off new and younger viewers from actually listening to what they have to say by creating this kind of weird polarization between mainstream media and independent outlets. It's a failure overall. That's why it's always funny when they're like make a big fuss about me like appearing alongside candidates, or like you're legitimizing this candidate. And I'm like, well, it doesn't work that way. Like I'm helping the candidates out. It's not, there's no value for me. No disrespect. I mean, you guys are awesome. I'm honored to be side by side with you. But like, it's not. They think in the old school ways, like, oh, if you go and stand next to a candidate, you're legitimizing this person. It doesn't work that way anymore. And the same thing goes for like the party giving you guys your flowers as well, where they're like, oh, don't focus on don't offer credibility to the left flank, because then the National Democratic Party will look a certain way in these red districts. Meanwhile, I think it's the success of insurgency candidacies that they fear the most. Because like, look at what they did to Zoran, right, in New York. He wins the primary, and Democrats, like prominent Democrats, establishment Democrats, were very shy about endorsing him. And some of them even openly pushed for a spoiler, Andrew Cuomo, a guy who had to resign in disgrace, right? And they did that not because they were fearful that Zoran was going to fail and then everyone was going to say, oh, Democrats are failures. They did that because he was going to succeed. And he has been succeeding, and his popularity's only grown. And now everyone's like, well, we want that too.
Yeah,
that's right.
Exactly.
Like there is an alternative.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's so it's funny because one of the clips that went viral recently a few weeks ago from our forum was where I was talking about our job is to deliver. Our job is to actually be effective. And I think, again, to your point of like why they're so afraid of it, one of the things I talk about is like with Medicare for All, that's how we MAGA-proof our future. Like if Democrats were actually serious about addressing the conditions that led to somebody like Trump rising to power, then they would be talking about something like Medicare for All, which would make an immediate and material difference for working people and people's lives, would save tens of thousands of people who die from not having health insurance, who would save hundreds of thousands of people who suffer from medical bankruptcy every single year. And it's like, we do that in the next, because what, we're going to take back the House, we're going to take back the Senate, we'll take back the White House in 28, we'll have a trifecta. But if we don't do something with that trifecta, 2032 comes around, Lord knows who it is that tries to take up Trump's mantle.
I mean, this is kind of what happened with Joe Biden.
Exactly.
Like, this is what happened with Joe Biden, where it was like, he had some great initiatives, especially early on, but that agenda was thwarted by other Democrats. And it was so frustrating to watch that unfold, because I was like, the conversation then shifts into chaos within the ranks of the Democratic Party when it's the Republicans that are opposing every part of this agenda. But because the Democrats are so used to right-wing spoilers within their own party, and get so frustrated if it's like AOC ever chiming in a negative way, or anyone to the left chiming in, they make a big fuss about it. But if it's Joe Manchin, they're like, well, what are you going to do? He can't, we have to caucus with him, and we have to abide by his wishes. And Kirsten Sinema is another great example of this, where like, the Democrats in general are very welcoming of right-wing spoilers within their own party, this rotating villain structure, not realizing, I think, or maybe realizing it, I don't know, that this rotating villain creates this environment where they're judged as a national party by their weakest members.
Weakest links.
They're judged as a national party, by these spoilers that actually stop this kind of agenda from advancing. And it's understandable that the voters will look at that. No one is going to look at card check and think, oh, well, a lot of Democrats want this. They're going to remember that there was at least enough Democrats that didn't push for it, and they're going to go, okay, well, you didn't give me card check. So from the perspective of the average voter, they don't care about the inside baseball of it all. They just see something that was promised and something that wasn't delivered. And that's the reason why they think no change happens. And I think that's precisely the reason why it's very important for candidates like yourselves to actually advance in these races and to win your races and to engage in that good governance, do the good constituent services, so that people look at that success and demand more of it in every district, so that we slowly but surely put forth a much more responsive group of politicians that will actually fight for that change.
I got 3 perfect examples that happened in our lifetime. What you just mentioned, Hasan. One being with the housing crisis that happened back in 08, 09. Detroit, Black Mecca, I like to call this, the blackest, most beautiful city in America. And I can't wait to have you back. And I got 2 universities we can go to in my district, in Detroit.
Okay, hell yeah. I love Detroit.
Yeah, come. But we had probably the most amount of black home ownership out of any major city in the country at one point. 80%.
Wow.
And because of the crisis that happened, and the people refinanced, they got these unadjustable rates, or adjustable rates I should say, and everybody just lost their homes like crazy. But we called on our federal government for help, and they decided to bail out the banks than the people. So that was the first failure. And that's generational wealth lost.
Yeah.
And we still got people to this day can't even fucking afford a home. It's a damn shame. Another thing that happened was during COVID. Black Lives Matter movement. We all pushed, we all hoped. As a black man, I was hoping for the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. We had 2 black men leading that discussion in the U.S. Senate. Cory Booker on the Democratic side, Tim Scott on the Republican side, and they both couldn't get the job done. And that left literally a generation of kids looking out like us, young black people who were like, you know what, fuck government.
Yep.
Then again, what happened around the VRA George, listen, John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act.
That's right.
Dude, we could have prevented the Supreme Court decision that just happened.
Yeah.
We're allowing the Supreme Court to dictate our livelihoods and our future when Congress needs to fucking step up and act. That is the problem of all of this. We don't have people with courage in these type of positions of power to really push. We got to expand the courts. We got to do so much, but our people, they're losing trust in us. And I can't keep campaigning and asking people, yo, please participate. When I know, and we just talked about this too, one of our biggest worries is once we get in office, can we really change some things? But we need more. We need the people out here organizing to hold us accountable. We need to hold ourselves accountable. That's why we're running on a slate nationwide. But we got to put the right people in there, and let's give it a shot, and let's push like hell, because our livelihoods and what we want our kids and grandkids to experience. Like I talk about all the time, like I thought my childhood was fucked up. I really did. Like I thought it was terrible. Because we grew up super poor. I lived in cars, we lived in shelters, sometimes on the street. We didn't know where our next meal was going to come from. But these babies that are rising up right now, they're coming of age, I'm literally afraid for them because they don't have nothing. And so until we get our power back, until we recognize that this is our government and that we have the real power to dictate what's going to happen next, then we're going to be stuck in a hamster wheel until we all just want to give up and die. Like, I'm being honest, I hate to put that spin to it, but dude, it's up to us. Nobody's going to come and save us. There's no superhero out here. It's on us.
And it's on us right now.
Exactly. And
it's like it's not on us a year from now. It's on us right now to do everything that we possibly can to change the trajectory that this country is going in. The dude just got this IPO and is a trillionaire as of yesterday. Like that's not mythical.
Watch out, he's one of my biggest ops.
You know? One of mine too. Twin ops.
That's right.
Yeah. It's just like literally. It's like, yo, like this is happening now. Like they worried about spaceships where like we worried about people being able to eat. Right? Like that we are living in a really different world, and we got a billionaire as president of the United States with 18 billionaires in China figuring out how to exploit the rest of the world. Like that, this is all happening simultaneous to us running for office, all y'all who watch it being alive, and it's like, what you gonna do?
Yeah.
Right. That's why the knocking the doors, the making the phone calls, the donations. But it is a participatory government, right? And to reclaim it on behalf of people actually requires participation.
Yeah.
Right? That's where showing up at the rallies. That's where showing up at the door knocking, at the canvassing. That's where we defend what it is that we believe, because it isn't going to happen by osmosis that things are going to get better. Because when we had the conversation of healthcare on the national radar going into Thanksgiving, right? Government was shut down. We said keep the Obamacare subsidies, and we were winning.
And even that's like a Band-Aid too. We need to be going further than that.
And that's a Band-Aid, right? That is a real Band-Aid.
Yeah.
And somehow, 7 Democrats quit.
There's always
And none of them were up for re-election.
And none of them were up for re-election.
Or they were retiring.
But watch what boards they serve on. Watch what boards they serve on.
True.
And they're going to be leading these healthcare companies.
Yeah, same with initially the War Powers Resolution with Jared Golden too. Like, is always a Democrat that's on his way out that will be that one spoiling vote, and it's very frustrating. And I think like that was another thing that I was so frustrated by. Like, I wanted the Democratic Party to use the whip effectively when advancing Joe Biden's agenda. I'm a lot more radical than the modern National Democratic Party is, but even then I'm just like, I'm pragmatic. I want these changes, these necessary changes to take place, even if it's a Band-Aid solution. I'm like, please fight for it, do something. I mean, even in Virginia there was a brief moment of respite where I was like, damn, like they did it, right? They did the redistricting, and then boom, lo and behold, Supreme Court holds it back, and then you got the governor not really saying anything about it. It's like, yeah, we're just going to abide by the decision of the Supreme Court. Like, where's the fight?
Where's the fight?
You know?
And that's what people want. People want to fight.
Yeah.
Because we're in a fight for our lives.
Exactly.
And it's like, you're trying to tell us we're not.
Yeah.
Like, everything's going to get back to when, President Obama was president. And it's like, one, I'm not trying to go back to that. We are trying to get something better for our future. But just be honest. Things are bad right now.
Exactly.
Things are bad for the overwhelming majority of people who are living paycheck to paycheck. Like, for real, like, you miss a paycheck, you can't pay a mortgage, you will not have rent, right? Like, I met a lady in Pulaski, she said, I make $10 an hour, and I could not afford the rent. That's $800 a month, and I have 3 kids. I have 2 kids that are both autistic. That's her real life, her real lived experience, and she's like, where is my help when the federal government continues to cut SNAP benefits? Where is my help when the minimum wage is $7.25 in the state of Tennessee and the United States of America? They're like, where's the help? And we're being told, like, it may get better, right? Like, just keep praying about it. And the Democrats get power. Like, that's the thing. You can't have bought and paid for Democrats. You got to have people who are unbought, right? Like, that's why it's so important, because you have to be able to hold your principles and hold the line all the way to the end.
Exactly.
All the way to the end.
Because it's also important to talk about, it's not that it's just bad, it's rigged.
It's rigged,
right?
It's rigged.
Like, that's
the
thing that like flips a lot of other people
so
when
true.
I'm talking to them that are, because we got 50% of voters in Colorado are unaffiliated, right? And over 70% of our unaffiliated voters, they did it on purpose. It's not like they just moved here and it was by chance. They purposely do not want to associate with the political party. And that is because they, understandably so, look at the system as it exists and sees that both parties are not actually doing anything to really deliver for working people. And so when you're talking about, things are bad, things are hard, whether it's housing, whether it's healthcare, whether it's childcare, it's not just bad because people are incompetent in Congress, right? Or in power. They are actively serving the interests of corporations and special interests that do not want to see working people thriving, because that comes out of their own pockets.
That's right. Oh, that's good.
And that creates apathy. Like you said with Black Lives Matter, I saw it with my own 2 eyes. Like, so many young people, their first experience with politics was going out and protesting. And it seemed like there was some initiatives that were responding to the needs of the masses. And then they held their nose and they voted for Joe Biden to get Trump out. They celebrated. They're like, okay, finally, we got rid of Trump, right? And then no changes came. And Democrats actually spent a good deal of time attacking like the street level protesters and their demands, and saying we're not with them. And they did the exact same thing with the Palestine student campus as well. I saw it happen in real time. These were wonderful students. These were some of the best protest movements I've ever participated in, like so well organized. And yet, Democrats would come out and say, oh, these are dangerous radicals. We're not about it. We're not with it. And they did the same with Black Lives Matter. They did the same with the student campus. Like, that destroys whatever confidence the youth may have and whatever belief the youth may have in the political project. That when that happens, they just check out. They're like, what am I supposed to do? I voted for the candidate and I participated in protest. I did all of it, right? And no changes came. At that point, you're mass producing apathy, voter apathy. And if the Democratic Party's attitude, the Democratic Party's attitude in this leading up to this election cycle was a big mistake, but it was also a big opportunity. Here's why. It was a big mistake because James Carville came out and was like, we got to show our belly, right? Don't do anything to the Republicans at all. Don't try to even oppose it. Don't oppose the agenda. Just teach the voters a lesson that Republicans are dangerous and they'll come back to the Democrats with open arms. But for the first time, because there was no opposition whatsoever, voters were so pissed off that they looked for an alternative. And I saw so many people that were, lifelong blue dog Democrats, straight ticket Democrats that are a lot older, not even like younger voters, but a lot of older voters who had gladly voted for Hillary Clinton and thought Bernie Sanders was wrong and was a spoiler, turn around and openly admit, actually, we were duped by the electability argument, that voting for something, voting for a candidate that was actually trying to advance an agenda was probably a lot better. And that's the reason why I think these insurgency candidacies are seeing a lot of success all around the country. Adam Hamawi in New Jersey, and Lee Mejia as well. Chris Rabb in Philadelphia, and hopefully many others as well, hopefully you guys as well. And that is creating a lot of fear within the center of power in the Democratic Party, and maybe it should. But also, I believe that if there is a strong enough response, if the voters rebuke the business as usual politics with their decision, with their fundraising, with their door knocking, and they actually create this momentum on our side, then the rest of the party has no other option but to be responsive to that and caucus with the left flank rather than consistently try to push it out.
That's what the Tea Party did with the Republicans. Like they changed the face of that party within a year, 2 years. And that's what we have to do with our own, right?
Because it's Tea Party, then it was Freedom Caucus. And then they started changing who was the Speaker of the House. And it wasn't 100 of them. It was like 20, it started at 20 something, 40 minutes. That's where we have to go.
100%.
No, absolutely. Now, the problem with the Tea Party is that it was astroturfed by the Koch brothers.
There's
but,
that part.
I guess I'm the Koch brother of the left insurgency. One Koch brother left. All right, well.
You used to live in Colorado?
No.
Oh, really?
Colorado Springs?
Damn, I did not know that.
How many billionaires live in Aspen?
It's like 15.
It's like 15 billion.
They over 100 have houses.
Yeah, over 100 billionaires own a house in Aspen, Colorado, right? But Colorado also has a ban on a graduated income tax, so we literally cannot tax the rich. According to our state constitution, there's really insidious thing called the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Means that our economy can only grow 1% according to inflation. When this fucked up racist guy named Doug Bruce passed in the 1980s, and it's just terrible. So.
We're gonna change that this November.
I feel like I feel like your governor probably loves that.
Or sent $1 million.
He's something else. I don't know how. He's got. It's weird because sometimes he's like pro-immigrant, so I'm like, okay, that's good. But then also at the same time he's like not pro-immigrant enough, and he's like allowed ICE into.
He repealed my bill that would have let us do ICE agents or vetoed it. So I think
he also cheered them on and wanted them to come.
Well, he's pro RFK Jr. That was strange. That was weird. He didn't have to do that, and then he pardoning the criminal.
Tina.
Oh yeah, Tina.
Yeah.
What was it?
Tina Peters?
Tina Peters.
Tina Peters.
Yeah. Why are we doing that? Why is it always the Democrats that want to reach across the aisle? Why is it never the Republicans reaching across the aisle?
No, and that's why I actually what was it? It was me and David Sullivan. We were the only people who were calling for his impeachment because it wasn't him reaching across the aisle and trying to make the President of the United States was withholding federal funds for hungry children, for water relief, for disaster relief, and then suddenly the funds materialize, and 2 days later she gets clemency. Come on now.
Yeah, and then they sell it as like some kind of weird like centrist bipartisanship or whatever. But it's just, again, I think if this project succeeds, like there were different periods in American politics where like there was a time when the Democratic Party was the dominant force in this country, and the Republicans were the ones who had to capitulate to like the post New Deal era, Democratic legislation. That obviously changed after Reagan, and I think there is a real opportunity here to flip it back, where it is the Republicans that are constantly on a defensive posture, where they have to sit there and be like, no, you don't understand. We do also want Medicare for all, but just maybe with a little bit of racism. But instead of like 100% racism, now they're like, okay, we'll do like 30% racism. In the same way that currently Democrats are doing the reversal, where they're like, yeah, we didn't want the wall to be built, but also now we're willing to concede. We'll do 30% ICE deportations instead of 100%. You should vote for us instead. So I think there's a real opportunity here, and I'm very excited, even though it does sometimes feel very hopeless. Yes. So I wanted to thank you guys so much for coming on the stream.
Thank you for coming to the
thank you guys for fundraising as well. Thank you for all the donations, chat. Okay, and I'll be back in home base tomorrow, as always, back in Los Angeles after a stint in New York. But yeah, do you guys have any parting words that you want to go off with?
Yeah, you go, that go. She closes. Just want to shout out to my beautiful wife. Listen, she's the reason why I'm able to do this. We have 3 amazing children, ages 4 and younger. Shout out to my babies, 2 baby boys and then a baby girl. She's the youngest, 9 months old. And so I love y'all dearly. I know y'all miss me. Daddy's coming home. We're going to win. We're going to get Melat in Congress, Justin in Congress, and then we going too. Let's go.
And also shout out like what your needs are for your campaign.
Yeah, volunteering and dollars. So, money and doors. So we just need as much support as possible. As you know, we're going a head-to-head race. So it's one of the easiest pickup seats we can get. But we got a self-funder multimillionaire who just kills animals, APAC guy, crypto guy, terrible. I'm your guy, Donovan McKinney, Michigan's 13th District. God bless you.
That's my guy from Michigan's 13th District. Everybody, Rep. Justin J. Pearson, thanks so much for being here. I'm going to do the same thing because I want to go home happy.
Make the wife happy.
Exactly. Shout out the wife, who's amazing. She's a law clerk. She's doing all the best things in the world. And our 2 doggy woggies who are so special and amazing. Look, we need folks to also, if you're in the South, come knock doors, come to Memphis. But you can phone bank from anywhere. Right? And so we have phone banking every Monday and every Wednesday. Join the dozens and dozens of people who are there, votejustinj.com, because what we are building is a movement for justice rooted in love. And I think that's the thing that's powerful. That's why our families matter. I met your dad today. I know you're an amazing family. Like, our families are central to this, but like, we are part of a big family that wants to build a better country, a better world. And that's going to take your work, your activation on the phones, knocking those doors, building those relationships and connections. And together, we're going to win Tennessee's Congressional 9th District. And I'm looking forward to it, and looking forward to serving. Come on.
Melat Kiros running for Congress here in Colorado's 1st District. We are 16 days away from election day. We still need door knockers. We are knocking on doors 6 days a week. We have text banking and phone banking if you're not comfortable coming out to a canvas. We need donations. We are up against $350,000 in anonymous super PAC money. We're up against tens of thousands of dollars on the hard side against the Get as well. And you're seeing how they're trying to attack this campaign, how they're trying to tear down this movement. We're not going to let them. And if you could please donate to the campaign, that's going to help us stay strong and stay up on TV and make sure that our message is reaching every single voter within these final 16 days. And when we win, then we'll have another rally, and this time they won't be able to shut us out because we'll actually be the ones with the power.